I'll never give you up, I can never let you down. I'll never run from my homeland and desert you. I'll never lie to my people, I'll die for my people, but forever curve you. I'll never make you cry, I'll never say goodbye, or why would I ever hurt you? I'll never give you up, I can never let you down. I'll never run from my homeland and desert you. I'll never lie to my people, I'll down. I'll never run from my homeland. I'll never make you cry, I'll never say goodbye, or why would I ever hurt you? I'll never give you up, I can never let you down. I'll never run from my homeland and desert you. I'll never lie to my people, I'll die for my people, but forever curve you. I'll never make you cry, I'll never say goodbye, or why would I ever hurt you? I'll never give you up, I can never let you down. I'll never run from my homeland and desert you. I'll never lie to my people, I'll die for my people, but forever curve you. I'll never make you cry, I'll never say goodbye, why would I ever hurt you? Say goodbye, why would I ever hurt you? I'll never give you up, I can never let you down. I'll never run from my homeland and desert you. I'll never lie to my people, I'll die for my people before I ever curve you. I'll never make you cry, I'll never say goodbye, why would I ever hurt you?
The lineage is in my blood. It's nothing to join. There's no membership. We're FBA.
So unless these benefits are going to, roughly defined, foundational Black Americans, the descendants of American slaves, you've taken away the whole purpose of this. So to make the point that Kamala isn't a foundational Black American, I'm always... But unless these benefits are going to, roughly defined, foundational Black Americans, the descendants of American slaves...
African Americans built this nation. We built this nation. You're just starting to get real credit for that, okay? I don't know if you know that. You're just starting to you built the nation. We all built it, but you were such a massive part of it. Bigger than you were given
Let him
credit
cook.
for. Does that make sense?
Let him cook now. Which is actually quite interesting because I got a call from the Foundational Black American Society here in Florida who reminded me that Byron's mother is Jamaican, he is Panamanian, and they found it quite insulting in their words that he would try to claim victimhood of slavery without a single descendant of American slaves in his family.
I like those foundational guys.
They're so good.
Tariq Nasheed and all. I mean, I don't agree with everything, but they've got a perspective. If your family's been here 400 years, and the descendants of a lot of American slaves or families have been here 400 years. I don't know. I think that gives. I'll listen to you. Like you've
100%.
got, you've got a point of view that is legitimate. I think.
Yeah, and they're unequivocally heritage Americans.
That's for sure.
100%.
They're definitely heritage Americans. If anyone is.
You have said that you resent the idea of being called an African American. That
Yes.
you are a Black American.
Yes.
Explain.
I think that when they call Black people
who were born and raised for generations in this country. If you accept the handle of African American, that says that you don't accept being an American American. You don't accept being born in Chicago or New York or Detroit or wherever you were born. For generations, your family's been here, you know? Built this country too. Sweat and tears and all that, you know, fought in every war, okay? So this is my country here. So I don't want to be called African American. I'm an American American. My people have died and done everything for this country.
I'm always going to be known as a Black American. I can't call myself an African American because when they want to separate us, then they say we are African American. But remember this: when I'm competing in the Olympics, I didn't compete on the African American Olympic team. I competed on the American Olympic team. So don't separate me when you want to separate me.
I am not an African American. I'm an American. I am a Black American. I am definitely Black. And yes, my ancestors come from Africa. How long does a bloodline have to live in one land before they are considered a pure species of that land? Meaning, how long did my people have to be in America to say, hey, no, we're American, compared to some people who are English American, who are Irish American, who are German American from their ancestors, but they get to call themselves American. There's nothing wrong with being African American, but a true African American is someone that is from Africa and moved here, either first generation or second generation, and has a tie to that country that I do not have. One of the first census in Virginia that allowed for Black people to have a name was somebody from my family. So that means
Africans don't even fuck with us.
Wow.
Because they don't. We're not from the motherland. We're from America. So I'd rather say I'm a Black American. So I consider myself a Black American. I don't consider myself African American and shout that. Because Africans don't even fuck with us.
Wow.
Because they don't.
I don't mind the term African American. I don't want to be called African American.
Why is that?
I'm not African.
Very strong.
That's how Afro get in front of my motherfucking race. I ain't never been to Afro-Caribbean. I never been to Africa. Afro or Africa. Never been there. I'm not from Africa. I'm born and raised in Goose, Florida. I'm born in Goose, raised in Liberty City, in the Poker Bean Project. Ain't never went to Africa. Ain't thinking about going there. And I heard it's a beautiful place. Yeah. And I know it's the motherland, yes. But not my mother, not her mother, not her mother's mother. That ain't their land.
Black History Month, we're highlighting foundational Black Americans whose ingenuity, innovations, and labor play a critical role in American culture and infrastructure. Next guest is working to ensure that foundational Black Americans' contributions are known. And creator of Foundational Black American Legacy, Teresa Allman. She joins me now. Teresa, hey, thank you so much for your time. But I was curious, what inspired you to make videos spotlighting foundational Black Americans?
Bruh.
All right. Right, we getting set. Yeah, I don't need to post that. Grand Rising, we are live. Now let's get cooking. Okay, let me start it right around here. Grand Rising family, Grand Rising. So this is, we're going to talk about reparations, right? Amongst other things. Topics flip-flop. So as people join, the topic will flip-flop, but the theme, we're going to stay on reparations, no matter if we flip-flop or not. All right. So I had a debate with a Pan-African named Rob Bourne. He's part of the conscious community, Sinetta, all those guys. They look at him as like Thanos. So he was feeling himself and timeout. And he came over here to my space and he challenged me on reparations. Now I'm FBA. I argue. I'm a proponent. I argue for reparations and delineation. I'm a proponent for reparations and delineation. I'm a low-key scholar. You dig? I'm an honorary scholar, right? So folks don't know that when they pull up, but they learn very quick. Okay. They seem to learn very quick. So let me recap. As soon as my screen stopped. We good now. We're live.
Yeah, so I'm gonna give you the link to this. What's it called? Restitution, slavery, and then we're gonna go to her site and the laws that was passed. Restitution, slavery, Deidre Farmer. Yep, there she go right here. Where's the link to her thing though? Her case is there. But in any event, the argument in court was the judge said, how could you prove you are African? That was the question he had. So then she was like, okay, what about DNA? And then she said, okay, the judge said, well, you're going to have to go get that because anybody could say they are African. We could just give money to anybody. Like, how's this going to work? So this is when Rick Kittles first comes out. And then right after that, he does the thing with the Black Cherokee to help them get on their.
I'm good. Good to hear reparations conversations going on.
Yeah.
I have a question.
Yeah, sure.
So what do you think is the next step, or what type of advocacy in real life should people be participating in to move the reparations ball forward?
Right. So the main thing is awareness. So you'll see media. I remember Diddy a long time ago was doing Rock the Vote, a media campaign to vote. So right now it's awareness, right? The reparations is not even a common talking point amongst Black Americans, amongst 50 million some Black Americans. That's not even a common talking point amongst us. So awareness right now is the main thing. Like we're trying to make that a talking point amongst Black Americans, and then from there, whatever we do is lit. So we talk about things that usually go viral from there. But that's the first thing. Without national awareness, it's not really gonna go that far. Like people got to be talking about it, and they got to be kind of like a normal conversation.
Yeah, I agree. I'm in the community, and most people don't even know if they are descendants of emancipated slaves. So there's a lot of work to be done on the ground for sure.
That's right. So that's what we do. Some of us use our influence in real life or social media. Like whenever we can talk to people, we try to bring it up, but not awkwardly. They can't say, hey, happy Mother's Day. You like, hey, reparations. Like it got to be like a natural transition to the conversation. And sometimes we ask friends, hey, like, where you from? Like, friends that look like us, but we're not really sure. We finally ask, like, hey man, did your family go back to the South or something like that? And you kind of get a conversation from there. And if they can, satisfy you by saying, yeah, I got Southern roots, then you can say, yeah, that's important because there's reparations talk going on. Then that's the way to introduce it, by just trying to be nosy about their lineage.
Right. Having a Juneteenth program the whole month of June.
Okay.
And handing out flyers. That's where I'm realizing people really. One young lady literally told me, no, she was not a descendant. I said, are you sure? She's like, no, I'm not. And most people said, probably, maybe. But everyone is very, very receptive. And yeah, that's exactly what I led with. Well, I actually asked, Juneteenth is coming. are you a descendant of emancipated American slaves? And everybody's very interested in talking about their lineage. So to me, that is the pathway to the first step in reparations is understanding who you are, unlocking that memory, and knowing what you're owed. So that's where I focus my work, or have focused my work now after being in this fight for a while.
Yeah, like that's a flag for me. When you ask somebody who's supposedly Black American ethnically and emancipated slave, like the term you use, when they don't know, because the average Black American, we in our conversations, it's already commonly assumed that all of us are our ancestors were Jim Crow and were on a plantation. Like that's how Malcolm X related to people. That's how Frederick Douglass, Dr. King, like we all had that common understanding. It was like something understood that it did not need to be explained. So if somebody is unsure, most likely they're not. Because I've never had
I disagree, because erasure is a tool of white supremacy, and it has been extremely successful. And these people, I know for a fact, are descendants. I'm not in New York or LA. I'm in Durham, North Carolina.
Right.
And people do not know that, they don't know it concretely. It just shows they don't think about it. So of course you don't know you're owed $20 trillion if you don't even think about that you are a member of a group that's owed $20 trillion.
Yeah, but how would
But no, it's very authentic.
Yeah, but how would they not know? So they don't have a mother or grandmother?
We on TikTok and X Spaces are among the elite in terms of access to information. And I'm sorry to report that, just like you just said, there's 50 some million of us, and no, people are not walking around equating what's happening with immigration and everything and how we're, still in the current state. They don't equate the two. And no, they do not say, oh, yes, I am a descendant. No, they don't. And they are, in fact. And that is the goal of white supremacy, is to erase your memory.
That's fact. Yeah, but I understand like they're not familiar with the acronyms, the current terminology, or even the movement. I understand that. But they have a mother and grandmother, right? And if they have and I know they got a mother and grandmother. If they got a mother and grandmother and they know the grandmother, then they know that they came from a slave plantation. Like that's just impossible to not know your grandmother.
I don't think it's the same, but yeah, they don't know the
I find that
the language.
To believe. And, I'll tell you why. You're in North Carolina, so am I. I went to school in North Carolina, and I just came from South Carolina. I lived in Mississippi. I lived in Texas. I lived in Georgia. So I lived in about 5 southern states. And like I said, and I'm up north too. I've never came across people that's supposedly Black Americans, right? Lineage Black American, ethnic Black Americans who don't know that they descend from chattel slavery. I find that unbelievable. And for me, just for me, I flag them and move on. Like, all right, well, you figure that out, and I'm gonna move around them. But I refuse to entertain people that do not know, don't have a hunch about their grandmother. I just don't believe that. The fairy, did you have anything?
Oh no, I'm. Good morning, y'all.
Good morning.
I'm definitely in agreement with you. Being a first generation Northerner on my dad's side and a second generation in Northerner on my mother's side, I don't know. Like even growing up, like and that's usually the standard way of telling if somebody is Black American is how they feel about reparations.
Right.
Like if you don't have a stance that stands with the culture about reparations, you are not of this culture. And it doesn't matter what you look like, how you talk, how you dress, what neighborhood you live in. We all know I don't know too many Black Americans, even our younger kids, I don't know too many Black Americans that do not know the story about it, at least slavery and reparations. Like I just don't know that. Now, when I get on the internet, I see that a lot, and then that's when I have to ask, what I'm saying, about people's backgrounds and where they're from and where they people from. And then that's when my spidey senses start to go up, because it's like, once again, especially with the way that we have been pushing nationally for critical race theory and for history, especially Black American history, to be taught correctly in schools. I find it hard that our children do not know. Like I really do. I do. Even my son, he's learning about the Black Panther Party. He had to do like a report on Mr. Seals, so I can't, when I hear stuff like that, my spidey senses immediately go up, and now I'm questioning people's backgrounds, because if nothing else, we teach our children at least the slavery and the reparations part, because that's money that's due to us. That's not an entitlement. That's not us asking for anything. That is owed. The interest is incurring on that. So, we can never forget those two things, because that is what's owed to us. So, we at least pass that down, at least that, we may be on, a little shy on the actual Black history, but those two parts, I know for a fact, with more likelihood than not, we put that down.
Yeah, like
well, let me clarify, because these are based on actual interactions yesterday. So,
invite them up then.
One lady did. She was older, so I went to the beauty supply store. One lady was older, probably like over 65, and said that she had a pair of grandparents that came from the islands.
Okay, there you go.
Other people just said, now I didn't say they didn't know that they were Black American or former, know about slavery. I'm saying, when I asked them the question, the way I asked them, like he said, are you a descendant from people emancipated from American chattel slavery? So their response was like, I guess, probably. But then when I talk to them, they immediately go into their lineage. But the two youngest people that I spoke to immediately said yes. So just a cross section, and I was in like 4 different parts of town. But just to show, but my point was basically to what you said. People don't know about reparations. They just don't. The average person walking around doesn't think about their connection to Juneteenth in a way that we do on social media.
Money Ali.
Honestly, we have a contention about that whole celebrating Juneteenth. And anyway, but to be clear, I really don't want anybody but Black Americans and the people that owe us money to know anything about reparations. That's not their fight. I don't need them of informative into that, because that's how you get, politicians that come into the conversation to say that we don't need reparations. Who is we? You don't, and that's what I mean. You don't know what's going on. This isn't your thing to have any type of conversation about it, yet and still you're involved in the conversation. So I feel like the more people that have access to what's going on can give their opinion, and it's none of their business whatsoever. That is between us and our government, because that's who the deal was made with, us and our ancestors and our elders and our government. So if they're wishy-washy on the whole point of if they're a descendant of enslaved people through U.S. chattel slavery, the conversation needs to stop right there. Honestly, we need to get back to gatekeeping more stuff, and maybe to have their family explain it to them. Have their family explain it to them, because that's the best people that they can get the information from.
Clarify. Let me put some more meat on the bone here. The context is in the context of handing out flyers, inviting people to a lineage tracing event.
Yeah, I heard you when you said that. You played like a motherfucker. What the fuck, man?
Hey, Vondo, you meant to hop on?
So I was just saying not to do politics, but
I mean, our whole racial identity has been nothing but politicized since we've been here. And
Yeah, I appreciate that. I appreciate that.
Money Ali, you got anything? Money Ali? Vondell, you got anything? Your background, you were cussing like crazy. All right, yeah. So it seems like Let It Be Known was conflating two things: their genealogy and what reparations is. Yeah. So the average American, right, is not gonna know about reparations. Neither did I. Like I had bought books back in like 2013 on reparations, so I had already knew a little bit about this stuff before delineation. But of course, the books I read didn't talk about delineation or it didn't talk about that. It talked about race. It didn't talk about lineage-based reparations, right? That came with Adolf and FBA. The books I read about reparations was talking about race-based reparations, right? But I still had some type of inclination of like what reparations was when I read those books. But the average American does not know about reparations, does not how to go about it. So I understand that part. But the lineage part, the genealogy part, I do not believe. Well, the first lady told you she had Caribbean, grandparents, whatever. So there you go. She's not the lineage. But everybody else pretty much okay. So people might have a hard time with their genealogical records. I heard that before, but I ain't never hear people confused on whether they were FBA or not. So but if Money Ali and Von don't have anything, I'm gonna drop y'all back down. Okay. Nothing. So let me just say this. So I actually debated like a Pan-African. So like the reason why reparations flopped so often was that you had a bunch of like Pan-Africans pushing reparations and just like muddying the waters. And like I kind of believe it was intentional. It was an intentional sabotage to create reparations fatigue amongst the courts, state courts and superior courts, to keep losing with ridiculous claims, ridiculous arguments that couldn't go nowhere. I mean, the money they were asking for, the economy the American government didn't even have at the time. So like, let's say if all they had was 20 billion. Some of these crazy Pan-African groups asked for 20 billion. Like, y'all, like, what y'all doing? So I believe these early Pan-African reparation groups were losing probably on purpose before the courts to have the condition of reparation fatigue. So by the time we come around and have it correctly, proposed and worded, they sit there and be like, nah, we had enough of this. So for example, yeah, go ahead.
No, I was going to agree with you. I really believe that Pan-Africanism was the biggest threat to the civil rights era and the biggest distraction ever for us, and definitely set us off course. You know what I'm saying? But I'm glad that, we're starting to self-correct, hence why, this new delineation and the language change of reparations, because, we stopped listening to the outsiders and started focusing solely on us, and yeah.
Roles and stuff that they got to prove that. So when she came back with that DNA, he said, okay, you can prove that, but now how can you prove that you have been affected by this slavery? How can you prove that? So now she went at insurance companies like Athena, multiple different banks, and what it came down to was, because we don't know our names, like, because these people have, like, if we doing our genealogy on Ancestry.com, you only gonna go to a certain point. If you look at the Freedoms Bureau, you only gonna go to a certain point. But all of these companies have our ancestors' documents so that we can trace ourselves. So he said, okay, this is a harm right here, and you can prove that you are harmed via this point. So he agreed with the DNA to prove that you are a person of African descent. And that's really it. And that slave disclosure laws that she has, that's going all around the place. So if we are about reparations, then genealogy is a major point, because this conversation is what they That's the first thing that came. How you prove you are African? Who's a part of this? We're not just giving money to anybody. And
Yeah,
that's what they
Pan-Africanist organizations you're referring to, they're the ones at the forefront. Reparations has been a fundraising vehicle. And my take is that basically people from ADOS took it seriously. And now it's become a whole new thing. I think initially it has been basically a get out the vote. And now, they lost control of that narrative and we're reshaping it now.
Right. So, like, for example, the dude Rob Bourne, I was debating reparations. Like, I didn't even know his angle. Like, he and I think he's Islander. Like, some of these guys be lying about their background. You don't even know. So, but he was like position himself or implying he's FBA. He wouldn't really tell me directly, but he was kind of implying he's FBA. So I'm like, well, why are you arguing against lineage-based reparations? Like, this is the best way to get it done. Like, so I'm trying to hear his argument. What are you saying? So he was arguing, like, most of his conversation was classic red herring stuff. Like, he was used, this is what they all do. He was loosely relating historical facts about like black elites in the 1880s to distract from the topic. The topic was reparations, lineage-based reparations. So what they do is you got the Deirdre Farmer Pellman, right? She was suing corporations. So they also mixed that up with reparations suing the government, right? So he used her, and a lot of times they use people that had nothing to do with national reparations, but they were suing for something like Tulsa, Oklahoma, right? And they would use that to discredit national reparations. So if people know about these events, like you can say, like, what that got to do with this? So he was arguing because Deidre Farmer Pellman, she was suing corporations, like, for reparations, like personally, like saying that she was tied to a corporation, like her ancestors was directly tied to a corporation enslaving her ancestors. So the court was like, all right, well, do a DNA test. Like, we need your genealogical records. And of course, she couldn't provide that. So he was using that for us. Like, he was saying, hey, you got to do a DNA test. Like, dude, what she was asked to do has nothing to do with
Absolutely nothing.
Right.
And that's why I don't feel like explaining nothing to them, because it's none of their business.
Well, okay, so here's the thing. That part is inevitable. You gotta explain. What happens is they're gonna lie with. Okay, so like you said, people don't know about reparations. So all they know, so we can't rely their knowledge based on people who lying on us, right, misrepresenting us, because now it's that much harder to get that person on board or on code, right? So we got to be the teachers, unfortunately, because there's a lot of misinformation, and that's what Negro Week was about. Carter G. Woodson. Negro Week was about people excluding us and rewriting our history. So unfortunately, we got to get out there first, and we were not out there first, but we are here cleaning it up. But that's what we got to do. So we're not trying to convince the person in front of us. No, you use that to convince the people behind us, the people listening, people that matter, because the person in front of you is using bad faith arguments, disingenuous, have no respect for the lineage. But you use them to teach those around that don't know who's right or who's wrong. Right. So those are teaching moments for everybody else who don't know who's right or wrong. So when you thoroughly cook them, people can see. So what I pointed out with him using Deidre Farmer Pellman. Now, by the way, I never heard of that case. Like, so he came on my live, like, what, just like throwing stuff out I never heard of. But I know common sense. I know they're not. I knew one thing. They didn't argue lineage-based reparations. I knew that. So whatever they argued, it was something different. It wasn't lineage-based, and most likely a nothing burger. So he was taking her single injury, her disclosure lawsuit, and he was trying to frame it as the standard for our national reparations claim. So he was doing this. So she failed. She already tried. She failed. So you guys don't even try, because you're going to fail like her. She already did this before, but she didn't. She did something totally different.
You're talking to people that have been malnourished at least half of their life.
Right, I got it, but
No, honestly, when people don't get enough proper nutrition, their brains don't grow properly and function properly. And then you add that with inadequate education and things like that, so they're gonna say crazy stuff like that. Like, but no, I understand what you're saying. I understand what you're saying, and yes, we do have to tell our own stories. But at the same time, sometimes you just they will try to offset you and center themselves in that whole thing, and then we wind up just telling them way too much. Too much.
People, what happens is that some of us are educators and scholars like myself, and other people are just proponents. People who signal boost the. But I have a gift. Like I'm a scholar. My research in my head. I don't got to really read much on the fly. Anybody can pull up on his feet right here. I'm gonna cook them on reparation and delineation. Like, so off the top, I know a lot. I know how to communicate to people correctly, and most people that come on this TikTok, if y'all look at my past videos, pre-recordings, you would see post recordings. You would see that these non-FBAs be like, "Yo, you're right. Nah, we agree." Like just the other day, I had a Ugandan, Zimbabwean, I had a Nigerian, and a Zimbabwean, something, or Ivory Coast. When I got done with them, they was like, "Yeah, like yo, we never heard it put that way before." So I've been very successful in these spaces. I haven't really had too many boneheads. Now you got people that just gonna be destructive, right? And that's them. But people who normally come in my spaces, like they really get humbled really quickly. So, but just for the record, if anybody hear this argument, when he was using Deidre Farmer Pellman, right? Let me just clear there. She was suing private corporations for disclosure. So what happens is you can sue people, companies, and you're going to lose, but you get to see their books though. So she had a strategy. She was suing to see their books, to see who was harmed in or took advantage of, forced to do labor to get these institutions up and running, like where the money really come from. So she was not seeking a national legislative payout for a lineage like we are. So in a federal reparations claim like the Japanese American model, that's something more closely related to us. Like, so we can use the Civil Liberties Act of 1988 with the Japanese internment camps to for an example for us, and even like some of the indigenous people, we could use them as examples that reparations is feasible, something that will happen and should happen. But yeah, so the point is for me to get on social media and signal boost. So when I heard ADOS, when I heard Tariq Nasheed, Yvette Carnell, like going in on reparations, like they only one person each, Tone Talks and whoever else, Jason Black, these are one people. They can't do it by themselves, right? So I feel, and then people don't like them because they don't like them, right? So they're not gonna listen at all. So I'm like, all right, well, let me be let me be another voice, signal boost and reparations and teaching about delineation. Now, I don't have their background, so they can see me as a neutral source. Like, okay, he's not Yvette, he's not whatever issues they got with Yvette, whatever issues with Tone Talks with Tariq or Jason Black, they don't have that with me. So maybe the way I give it, like less roasting, more scholarly, more academia, maybe they can more academic, maybe they can receive it that way. And like I said, I've been doing good, especially on TikTok, better than YouTube.
I think YouTube is the ninth circle of hell. No, seriously. In an era of content creation and influencers, I really think YouTube is like literally the wild, wild west. It's just, you just make it and you just throw it up there and whatever's clever, right? People really have to have a lot of discernment, and a lot of people don't. And that really is the problem. But I also understand exactly what you're saying, because I pretty much got the same call. I think a lot of us, I keep telling people, this is not just physical, this is spiritual too. And a lot of our ancestors and elders, their energy has like basically amplified the message, because I've never seen Black American people so coordinated in my life. Like without even with technology, but without the technology, you can literally just sense the calm in the air amongst us, right? So I definitely feel like we're being guided towards this. But yes, more of us need to be able to get out here and explain what's going on, pretty much like we're talking to 5-year-olds.
Right. Yeah.
You know, because that's the only way you can actually see that somebody understands it. When they can get it down to the simplest form and be able to explain it to a child so a child can understand, then you definitely mastered the subject. And you know, we do need more of that, because we do need a massive consensus of not only us, but, you know, those of, you know, the other side of the spectrum that has the YT guilt, so that way they can help us once again, just like, you know, they supported us through the abolitionist movement, supported us through the civil rights and things of that nature. You know, those are the people that we need to be, you know, expressing to the most. Us specifically, those that are not aware, and just like you said, maybe, you know, a little distant of, you know, the more vocal voices, and more of a grassroots attempt. I definitely agree with you on that. So so that way they can know their people and know what they come from, and just not even in the things of reparations, but in the land deeds. A lot of land was taken away through eminent domain, and just, you know, regular, you know, YT people antics over the years. And we need to know that, because we need to reclaim that, because, you know, it's not just about the monetary, it's also about the land, it's about the resources, it's about literally building infrastructurally where you're going, you know what I'm saying? Because and that's, like I said, we collectively through it seems like spirit, you know, that's why I said it's more than just physical. What we're doing, we're picking up the work of our ancestors before we got distracted with this, you know, kumbaya focus on everybody thing. So I'm glad that, you know, it's people like you two around, because we do need to be, you know, more closer to the streets than our bigger figures, because people need to understand it's serious. It's not just content. It's not a put in pocket. You know, it's not a way to take advantage of our people. This is our right. This is what we are due, and this is what we must focus on, because, you know, if never before, we need each other. And then we're literally all we got at this point.
Yep. Bring that home with the fact that child protective services, or child procurement services, as we should call it, people don't see the connection between the family separation that we talk about in the headlines versus the fact that they are removing Black American children, breaking up Black American families at double the rate, triple the rate of their population. As a beneficiary group, as a political class, we would be able to implement or advocate for protections as the descendants of slaves, like the Native Americans do with their Indian Child Welfare Act, where the children can't be taken, but they're literally human trafficking FBA children, breaking up FBA families, and people don't understand that there's a way, and that's why people need to, another reason why people need to know their lineage outside of reparations. You need to understand what you've inherited, good and bad, and what tools you have to protect yourself against it. And our people are extremely vulnerable out here.
Yeah, so let me speak to both what you both said. So the breaking up family, all that type of stuff, right? That is called in the land stealing kind of Rosewood, the eminent domain you're talking, right? It just skipped my mind, but that is called paper genocide, right? I call that paper genocide of the 2020s. So paper genocide started with Walter Plecker in 1924, the Racial Integrity Act, right, where he decided to where he gave directives for hospital clerks and administratives to reclassify indigenous people as Negro or colored, right, so they could steal the land, and he erased them off paper. They became Negro and no more indigenous, and whitey people became the $5 uh, indigenous people. Now, to your point, so that was piggybacking off the ferry, but to your point, let it be known about the adoption. Okay, even that happened with indigenous people first. That was called the Indian Adoption Project, 1958 to 1967, the IAP. It was a joint venture between the Bureau of Indian Affairs, BIA, and the Child Welfare League of American, CWLA, right? So the federal government had moved away from the boarding school era, where children were taken to schools as a residential era, right? Where they were moved into white homes permanently. So the logic was to to delete the Indian, you must raise the child in a whitey home. So that was the logic. To delete the Indian in them, you must raise the child in a whitey home. And this is why we tell you guys, when people say they have a dual allegiance, like they're half and half, they're half FBA, half non-FBA. This is why we say we don't really want them in leadership, like key leadership roles, like not small leadership, whatever, but really big leadership roles. We don't want them in that because the FBA depending on who raised them, the FBA in them could have been deleted. And then now they are raised with the non-FBA side, no matter what that is, European, Hispanic, Caribbean, African. So, but you see, that was a play during that time. So social workers often walked onto reservations and saw poverty, right? Lack of indoor plumbing or Western style housing, like they with us, and legally labeled it neglect. So they ignored the kinship structures of indigenous tribes where aunts, uncles, and grandparents shared child rearing duties, right? Labeling them communal homes as unstable. So this is how they did what you're saying with us, they did it with them. So all I'm saying is, if you study what happened to the indigenous people, their paper genocide, you'll see the same play is happening to us. Not exactly, but almost like in an inverse way. For example, they were erased off paper and reclassified as indigenous, or let's just say Negro. So they were thrown into the Negro vague race box. So
many of them chose that
wait, hold
too,
on,
so they didn't have to go on reservations.
hold on. Let me just explain it real fast. The parallel, right? So indigenous people were reclassified through Walter Plecker, administrative, and his directives as Negro. So they were thrown into a vague, ambiguous Negro box that had no specificity. Like nobody knew who the hell who were. They just Negroes, and that don't really tell you much. They were reclassified. With us, they're not reclassifying us. They're reclassifying immigrants and calling them black and throwing them into the black, vague, ambiguous box. So both of us are being dumped into a vague box with no specificity, and there's no identity. We're just black, just like they were just Negro. And black and Negro today racially don't mean nothing. It means a whole bunch of people that are actually different being classified as one people, and that's to erase your possessions, the debt owed to you, any rights, any redressing, any remedy, right? Because in America, through the 14th Amendment Equal Protection Clause, you can't really demand anything under a racial name, a racial category. And unfortunately, black is a racial category, and so is African American, and so is Negro. That's
FBA would work.
well, what I know will work for sure, because the word black is there, so that might be an issue. But what I know, because black is a racial category in this country, but what I know for sure that will work is freedmen, because it was the Abraham Lincoln administration that came up with the Freedmen Bureau, the Freedmen Banks, the Freedmen Institutions, the Freedmen this, Freedmen that, And it wasn't based on race. It was based on a specific people who were harmed, a specific lineage people who were harmed coming from slavery. You know, Booker T. Washington up from slavery. So that term freedman definitely fits the
Exactly.
redress box. Not
But
black.
it's still exclusionary, though. It's still exclusionary because there were free people of color here too.
Okay.
Well, they have descendancy. They have lineage to freedmen. So you know,
Wait, so
it is what it is.
Let me get her.
You can't straddle every horse.
Hold on,
We got to pick.
1 second. I want to just clarify that. When you say freedmen of color, what are you talking about?
Free people of color. There were free people of color here.
Were they ever
A
enslaved?
lot of the indigenous people that were classified to Negro were once listed as free people of color.
Right, but check this out. Were they ever forced to do labor in America?
Through indentured servitude, and some of them were kidnapped and were held captive and forced into slavery.
Right,
because that was all going on at the same time too.
Right. Well, what I'm asking is, were they part of the ethnogenesis? Like, so were they
Yes.
did they okay? And then they also will be considered freedmen. So freedmen were people that were so you had two different type of enslavements that was forced. You had the indigenous what's that called? You had indigenous tribes. I forgot the terminology, but they were enslaving people, and you had the whitey man. So freedmen is actually two groups. It ain't just one. It's people who were enslaved by some indigenous red Indian tribes, and people who were enslaved by whitey people. Both of them are called freedmen.
Okay, that's not what I meant, but okay, no problem.
All right. So, but what I'm saying is, you could only mean people who were not on plantations. Now, if they were not on plantations, then they got to do the indigenous reparation claim, but they're not part of our enslavement claim, because our claim stems from U.S. chattel slavery. So if you have not experienced that, then you have your own claim, but it won't be that one. So I know what you were saying, but I wanted to clarify for listening people that you were not talking about people who were forced to pick cotton, tobacco, rice, and sugar, things like that, coal mines, railroads. Like, they had their own thing going on, so therefore they got to argue their own thing. Okay. Let me see if y'all can hear Dizali. Oh, wait, they want to come on. Let me see. Let me try this out. If y'all can't hear Dizali, I gotta let Dizali go. So everybody who's want to come on, just hold on 1 second. Yeah, sometimes I ask questions, not that I don't know, it's just for clarity, so I don't assume what you're saying. All right. Let me see. Dizali, unmute.
Yo, what's up, bro?
I'm not sure if they can hear you. Can y'all hear Dizali?
Can you hear me?
I'm trying to see if they can hear you.
What's going on?
So
Black on.
wait. 1 second. I'm trying to see if they can hear you. You can hear them? Okay, go ahead, Dizali.
Hey, yo, what's up? What's happening? Peace
just talk a little louder.
everybody. Peace to everyone. Let me see if I can turn my mic up or something. I got these beats on.
No,
But
it's
anyway,
not you. Trust me. It's not. Just talk a little. It's because I'm playing your speaker to the TikTok, and I got my microphone to the TikTok so y'all can hear each other. YouTube can hear TikTok. All right, go ahead.
oh, okay. I see what you're saying. Let me see if I can talk as loud as possible. But yeah, I've been listening to your conversation, and I thought of something that could possibly be a hindrance to the reparations movement. And it may not be popular for a lot of people or some of the people, but me, I have contention with, and I think that we have another group of people who are tethering from FBAs that we haven't mentioned and we've overlooked. I think that those people are the people who claim to be, let's say, the Black Indians who have always been here. I think that that would hurt any claim that we're trying to make, because firstly, they have extra steps that they have to do before they could even be heard. They have to prove that there's even such a thing. See, we should not have to circle around back and
but what
wait
that got to do with
for.
us though?
That's what I'm saying. They are tethering with us. They have their
But,
own separate claim.
right, but that ain't tethering though. A separate claim means a separate claim. Like tethering means they trying to hop onto our claim.
Well, they kind of are, right?
No, if it's separate, it's separate.
No, I'm saying that they have a separate claim, but many of them are sitting right here listening and yeah. And we, when no, y'all are a different people. Y'all are a different people than us. Y'all have a completely different claim, but they're sitting here and they're also muddying up your conversation. They will also muddy your conversation up because they will.
Who is he talking about?
Like,
the same people you were talking about.
They will muddy your conversation up, just like they don't agree with. Crying. Just like they don't agree with what's his name, Tariq. They've thrown him to the bushes because he, tried to tell them they have African in them.
No, well, hold on. But you're mixing two different things up. So you're that's two different arguments. Okay, so the people who don't have African in them at all, nobody can tell them they got African in them, right? If they don't have it in them, they don't have it in them. You can't make somebody have something in them that they don't have. Now, that's nobody's business either, right? We are only responsible for ourselves. Like, it's not my responsibility to prove what somebody have in them or don't have in them. It's my responsibility to prove that I'm eligible, right? I meet the requirements and I have my genealogical record straight. So if people are telling you that they have but that won't mean anything either, because if you don't have any African in you, but you were thrown in on a plantation, you are entitled to everything that we're entitled to. Like, you're part of the ethnogenesis. So like that African in you, African not in you, that don't mean nothing.
Okay. Do they not have to?
If we focus on the harm group, which is freedmen, there are people that are attached to that claim by birthright, but freedmen is a genderless, raceless political status that is documented, and we really can't make any exceptions to that.
Right. Because the exception wasn't made during that point in time. And that's what I'm saying. The enslavement of the Native American, the melanated indigenous, right along with Africans, was going on at the same time in here. There was no distinction. They were very parallel. You know what I'm saying? The melanated indigenous just call themselves prisoners of war. They like, because they feel like they fought versus, you know what I'm saying, something else. Like,
but which is important.
I'm just explaining their position. I don't agree with it at all, but that's their position.
So say it one more time.
Mad at them for what they
Say it one more time. What's their position?
Their position is that they were prisoners of war, more so than, you know what I'm saying, people that were brought from another, brought from another continent over here. You know what I'm saying? But either way, they do acknowledge, you know what I'm saying, a subjugation.
Let me ask this.
Happen. And that's the point. They understand that, there was some enslavement going on of everybody.
And that's my overall thing.
That's what everybody needs to do, understand the claim and stop bringing the origin, conflating the origin.
Ron.
Right. Everybody is doing that.
Point here unnecessary.
All right, just a second, Dizali. All right, go ahead, Dizali.
I do think that's a very
Let me
unnecessary
ask
thing.
this.
Yeah, I do too.
Let me ask this. Were the melanated indigenous not already rewarded reparations?
Not all of them.
One. And two.
Not all of them.
All right. And two.
No, let them tell it. The reservations and things of that nature were given to the Siberians, so that way they can pose as those who were rightfully do that. So they and the only ones that are starting to get recognition now are the ones that are being rewarded. You know what I'm saying? So that's what it is. That's their position on it. Those reservations, they definitely say them people on them reservations are not their people at all.
Okay.
Okay. Now there's a bit of a conflict there that I am hearing, and I think, Ron, you know that in a court, environment, you have to be very detailed. You have to be
Specific,
factual,
narrow, right?
specific. So if I think that I am a mermaid, can I go to court and say, look, I was included in that also. I
Yes.
was included in slavery also.
Yes, and I'm gonna tell you why. You believe you're a mermaid, but your birth certificate says you're a Black American, so you're entitled to what you're entitled to. So now I get what you're saying, because I had a couple people hop on TikTok and YouTube. So now you might be talking about who we would call the tethers, people who are not indigenous and not FBA. They're coming from the island, right? The Thousand Islands, and they're trying to claim indigenous roots, like through the Arawak Nation or other tribes that no longer exist, that existed somewhere in Jamaica or whatever. Yeah, I came across a lot of those people over here, and they will admit if you pull their teeth, hard enough, they will admit that they are from the island. So it's just the right questions to ask them, and they'll end up showing their whole hand. Because I have some on TikTok. You can look at my shorts on TikTok, and I got some shorts on YouTube. I recently talked to a guy who's Arawak, and he was doing a whole cosplaying thing. So you have three different arguments. You have the indigenous argument, who's saying, hey, we're not Black Americans, we're indigenous and we were wrong and we're seeking reparations. Then you got people who experience an ethnogenesis, a 400 plus year ethnogenesis in America, us, who are saying we're FBA freedmen, so on, whatever delineated term. Then you have a third argument, which is the worst. You got people who are not from the United States at all, or America, this part of the country at all. They come from the islands, and they're cosplaying as an indigenous person because they know it's much harder to cosplay as FBA. Like we shoot that down right away. So they're trying to backdoor through the indigenous route.
That's exactly what it is. Because the ones that a lot of them. A lot of stuff with them, you know what I'm saying, and that takes a lot of sitting down and actually reading a lot of the history. And after talking to a few of them, I leave them people alone. You hear me? I leave them alone, because they be coming with, if you talk to enough of them, they be coming with the facts and be coming with the history, and can really and can really like break it down. So I'll leave them alone. Like, and don't get me wrong.
What I will say though is sometimes I find the connections doubtful, because the way people get back to 1300 is a whole nother conversation. But yeah, I leave them alone as well, because that's just a distraction. Those people aren't doing any work. They're not doing any policy, writing any policy. They're not going out here handing out flyers or doing anything. But yeah, I leave them alone too. I learn from them, because what they are good at is finding documentation and researching.
Okay.
I mean, well, I don't know what they do in the streets, because, like I said, I only met a lot of them online. But they starting somewhere. They doing a lot better than these daggone tethers. I give them that.
Yeah.
They trying to find their people and find the history, and I can't get mad at that at all.
Right, at all.
Because that's what.
Right.
Yeah, they doing their genealogy, and they finding the history. And then, I actually, try to use some of that to help on my family tree, where there's spaces where, I have like blocks and things of that nature, or need to find out something about how, a lot of land got taken, and what are some of the local churches where I can find like family members that I don't have too many records on. You know what I'm saying? Like, some of their information has helped me why in my tree, especially on my dad's side, where I do have the Freedman label, because that is, the roadblocks on that can be a little frustrating sometimes.
Yeah. So for me, if y'all go check my interaction with those people, you'll see how I handle it. Sometimes it's very peaceful. It's rarely gets heated like a tether, hardly ever. But if y'all go see how I interact with them, for me it's real simple. I just ask them, hey, do your ancestors come from U.S. chattel slavery? And once they say no, it's like, okay, well, nice to meet you. Good luck. So it ain't like we can't support them and cheer for them. Like, we can do that. We can support them and cheer for them if they share that same love back to us. But that's all that's important to us. It's like, hey, good luck with your journey. Good luck with what you're doing. But what do you have to do with me? That's all I ask them. What do you have to do with me? I'm a foundation Black American who went through an ethnogenesis in this country, rooted from U.S. chattel slavery. You didn't go through that. Good luck. Good luck with your journey.
All right, Ron. I'm
Thanks.
gone, man.
That's
Appreciate
all I
All
really
right, bro.
got for
Yes,
them.
sir. Have a good one. Thank you.
That's all I really got for them, because there is no conversation to be had, because we don't have the same struggles. But if we don't have the same struggle, we definitely don't have the same goals. And it's not to say that in a hateful manner. It's just that at this time, with the current.
You got to spell that word out.
Oh, I'm sorry. HATE. I love TikTok Shop. But yeah, with the current climate and the current administration, I need to focus on my people. Period. And my people is y'all. It's not just my family, my kids, and the people that's closest to me, because I have to go out in this world. My children have to go out in this world. So it's y'all, my people. So, like I said, that's why I'm glad that you two are doing, your individual work towards the collective effort to get everybody on this, because it's something that needs to really happen. Like, we really have to pick up the mantle that our ancestors left for us. And until we do that, everything else we talk about is just uncivilized.
Yeah. So this is a great, healthy discussion on reparations. And right, good luck to you guys. We're suing the same people, I guess. And obviously they're gonna want theirs. So it's almost like competition, low key. So I understand where NO4 is coming from. It's almost like competition, but it's really not. Because they're gonna say, hey, yeah.
We should really combine our efforts, me personally, you know what I'm saying? Because if we talking about numbers, those would be the best numbers to have, the same people that we occupy the same land with. You get what I'm saying? It wouldn't be no need to bring an outside force in for so-called numbers, because we literally got each other. We have the same struggle, whether we identify as one group or the other. It doesn't matter. And that's what I try to tell them, it really doesn't matter. It does not matter. Either way, we all went through the same thing literally at the same damn time. So at this point, what are we going to collectively do to have our rights wrong? We might have different goals and agendas, which is why we should be more specific in our demands on how those reparations and restitution is allocated. Okay, it shouldn't just be cut the check. It should be, we should have a list of demands based on the current climate and the people that we are dealing with. You get what I'm saying? Because we like you said, we've done the reparations thing so much in court that there's almost a fatigue. So when we do it this time, this should be the last damn time. You get what I'm saying? We should come so hard that they have no choice but to give in. You make them an offer that they cannot refuse because it's due. It's not a request at this point. You get what I'm saying? And on top of that, we're not dealing with the same group of YT people.
Right.
They're a little bit more, tolerant and hearing, which is why, instead of us trying to attack this thing on two different sides, we should come together, make a negotiation on what everybody wants, and then we go and we say, listen, this is what we want allocated from what was, due to our ancestors. That would be the best and in the most strategic way, so that way everybody can get what they want, and we could stop beating this the DEAD horse all the way to the glue factory.
Yeah, that'll be an interesting approach. I'm thinking about that. Both sides arguing at the same time, what's owed to them, because a lot of indigenous people don't even want money. They want their land back. They want their land back.
Their land back. And to be honest, it's nothing wrong with wanting land, because we would do 40 acres in a mule. So we need our land back too. Well, we need the land that we were promised. You know what I'm saying? Like I said, there's nothing wrong with money, but just understand who we talking to right now. You get what I'm saying? Yeah. Which is why, this might be an effort for us to do at a later date. You get what I'm saying? Like, we need the time. That's what I'm saying. Like, we should take this time while we have it. You know what I'm saying? But they listening. They hear us. We just need to stop we need to get past the self-identifying, because at the end of the day, we both have the same struggle. We both have the same goal, and we both want the same thing, which is restitution and restoration, and reparations for what was done to us. And that's old. You get what I'm saying? It's not an entitlement. It's not an ask. It's not a request.
Right.
It ain't a handout. It's what's due. You get what I'm saying? So we got to get together and make a one-shot deal. Like I said, the offer that they can't refuse, and then just move on from there. Then then everybody is happy. To their own corners, and then ain't nobody.
Ife,
we just want to be made whole, and I'll land on that.
Ife, you got anything?
Hello?
Yes, hello.
Okay, I wasn't sure because I've never seen it. I've never seen this like this.
Oh yeah, we were trying to get up. Yeah.
Well, hey everybody. I hear what you're saying, and we've been saying this for a long time. The problem is that we keep making spineless demands. We've already heard them say that because slavery was legal, they have no entitlement.
No, that wasn't for us. They were talking to the Ghanaians. Right, they were talking to Ghanaians.
Believe me, throughout history, we've learned that these people have used the same playbook.
Yeah, but that don't mean it's legal though. So I'm somebody who really study what you're saying. I had the same argument with somebody about that.
Legal about slavery if it was legal at the time.
No. Listen what happens in America. So when you're talking about something that's pre-America, that was the Portuguese, the Spaniards, the Dutch, and everybody else. That was not Americans, right? So these were different people, different governments, different agendas, and you see that they don't want to hold any to be held accountable. We're talking about America, right? So America has. Wait, well, let me land the plane real fast. Wait. So you understand what I'm saying? America have a history of doing something wrong and then admitting it. So for example, something can be wrong today, right? I'm sorry, yeah, but legal. Something can be legal today, but it's wrong. And then 50 years later, America have a history to go back and look at that wrong and then say, hey, let's right that wrong. For example, 1940, Japanese people were thrown in internment camps. That was legal in 1940. But in 1988, with the Civil Liberties Act, they looked and said that was wrong, and they got compensated. So America has a history to look at things with a modern eye lens and say that was wrong. We're going to compensate.
Okay, so knowing all that, part of what you said is true. The Portuguese, all them, they started, the Atlantic slave trade. I agree to that. But America very well took part of it. In fact, she went to Civil War.
There was no America with that.
Did,
it was
yes,
okay. America was 1776. You're talking about 1600, ma'am. I do this. Okay, there was no America at that time.
We keep making spineless demands. Remember, Farrakhan said, pay us reparations or else. What was the or else? It never happened.
Well, the else is happening now.
Wait a minute.
It's happening. Yeah. But it's happening now, though. Yes, sure.
Listen, first of all, we need to get a couple of things straight. America doesn't recognize us as a people and never have. They will change the books. You're dealing with people who are great strategists. They don't care what you know about the law. They'll change it. All these women got college degrees. Now they change the goalposts and no more DEI. You have to have great strategists to deal with these people because they had 700 years longer to be corrupt. And unless we make a demand, I'll give you an example of a demand. If we do not get reparations, we will not participate in your voting system as we have no one recognizing us. At this point in America, we all, at this point in America, we do that now. Right. At this point in America, what we should be doing is demanding that they cease taking taxes out of our check because we have no Black people that are representing us. And there's no taxation without representation. No one's doing that. And as far as I'm concerned, if you look at history, all of these people are the middleman. They're cousins. They're related. They're the middleman between the rich and us. And if all of them, except for Trump, are cousins, you're dealing with a big family. And unless we make some demands that are going to move this nation, nothing is going to happen. The only reason why they gave Japan and all those people money is because they had allies that America would not mess with. We have no allies. We can't go to Africa.
Why did they repay?
Okay, so then nuclear beat.
So why did they repay indigenous people then? So why did some of those people get money and casinos and that? But look, let me say this to your point. Have you ever heard, Ife? Have you ever heard of the delineation movement?
Yes, of course.
Okay, what does that mean?
It means that we're not standing for flat Blackness anymore. You know, that it has been detrimental to us, and we're coming awake, to that reality, and we're not going to let it go that way anymore.
No, do you agree?
Well, delineation says that we won't pay taxes.
Wait, hold on.
Is it going to stop that?
Wait, no.
Because
hold on. No. I gotta say no to you. You went long-winded. I let you go. So I had Ife explain that to you. So what you said was we need representation, proper representation. Now you said Black representation. That's wrong. That's a wrong terminology because Black includes everybody from Africa that come here and the islands and Haiti and Brazil, whoever. No. Hold on.
This is our fight. So we don't even have to discuss them.
I gotta say no.
Because they're in our politics to people that we don't need reparations.
No, I got it. No, hold on. No. You can't do that. Now, I'm not gonna allow that. Right? You had your chance. I'm responding to you. Right? You said we need proper representation, and you said a vague word like Black. That's the problem. Black and African American, these are vague, ambiguous words that don't speak to nobody. That's still not proper representation. Somebody from Jamaica or Sudanese who just got over here, Ethiopia, Somalia, cannot represent Black Americans. That's not proper representation. Hold on. Wait.
They will consider us all one people.
I don't know who his they is, right? You guys now, you might be of them, the people from Africa, whatever. I get it. You got that cowardly fleeing spirit, but that's not what we have, right? It took 250 years to get out of slavery. So people at that time thought they would never be free. It took 100 years to get over Jim Crow. So I don't know why you're trying to put us in a microwave oven that things got to happen right now. That's not the way things work, man. Now, I know you don't know history, but you're going to learn today. Now, delineation is actually the first step to proper representation. After we get the name right, the identification right, the identity right, that we're not them, they're not us, then next comes disaggregation. So now on paper, it got to be right. So when they have these stats, right, these stats about what we're doing and what we're not doing and the remedy. Okay, so look, if you keep talking, I'm going to drop. This ain't one of those messy TikTok spaces that you think. This structure is organized and it's mature and it's professional. So you're going to be quiet and learn something. So first is delineation. Second, that's identifying yourself from everybody. You're being precise. I'm not everybody and everybody's not me. Don't throw me that racial box, black, African American. Take me out of that. Okay? You're not going to paper genocide us. Secondly is disaggregation. Now get the paperwork right. Have that thing say FBA, Adolf Friedman, something like that. And then thirdly, man, when those two things are successful, thirdly is explicit representation. You don't know that. But it starts with delineation, then it's disaggregation, and thirdly, lastly, is explicit representation. So if you stop babbling, you can learn how it works. Okay? This ain't that space where you're talking to random people that's emotional. You're talking to a scholar that knows my stuff. So knock it off. You're freestyling, guessing, and you're wrong. Right? So I'm gonna check every time you're wrong. So that we are doing everything you're saying. So I'm like, that's why I asked you, like, where have you been? Everything you're saying we need to do, we're doing. So Minister Louis Farrakhan said justice or else. He said, where's that else? The else is now. This is the or else. We answered that question. The or else is delineation. That was the or else. That's what got people shaking in their boots.
That part.
That's what got these DI programs being shut down and the gerrymandering redistricting. That's the or else. So now you thought it was something else. You thought it was some old Black Panther else. We just arm up and go crazy and get deleted. No. This is like our version of a Cold War, and we are the modern civil rights activists. This is a civil rights movement being done in your face. You can go ahead. No. But
You know, I hear what you're saying, and the problem with Black people in America is that we think because we know some laws and we know how the paperwork goes. But let me tell you something. These people are demonic, and I mean severely demonic. And so therefore, these people are going to get shit from hell.
hey, yes, I curse. No cursing.
Okay, they're going to get stuff from hell that you can't even think of. These people are not normal people. This is not a normal government that you're fighting. This is not the government of our grandparents. And we are not our ancestors. They have a strategy. And you have to close every corner of that gap or they will turn around. That's why Jesse Jackson, he tried the same thing. And they told him that you have to become a nation. You cannot be from two nations.
Jesse Jackson tried?
Yes, he tried.
He tried what?
He came up. Listen, he tried to get reparations.
No.
That is why.
No.
Yes, let me finish, sir.
No. This ain't the listen. No. Right, because you're wrong. You're wrong. I do. I'm an educator. I pride myself on correct information. This ain't that. This ain't the babble hour.
I'll get the document.
Okay, but hold on. All right, so let me ask you this. Right, so let me ask you this though. Was he pitching lineage-based reparations or race-based reparations? Which one?
He was trying to get reparations.
Which one? Ma'am.
I just told you
Which
based
one?
on race.
Right. That's a nothing. Wait. Stop right there. No. Start right there. So based on race, that's a wrong approach. That's a failing approach. Were you not here earlier? Race-based is nothing burger. That's against the 14th Amendment equal protection clause. You cannot do anything. You cannot exclude or invite people based. You can't include or exclude based on race.
Government advised him.
Okay. They said make it lineage based. That's what they said. They said you can't do race-based exclusions or inclusions. You cannot do that. They got to be race. They got to be lineage based.
They said was you cannot be from two nations and declare reparations.
Just stop it. All right.
Go read.
All right. Goodbye. That's plebiscite babble. Okay. Yeah. Not doing that. They said you can't be it. You could call yourself whatever you want to call it. Look, Jesse Jackson, when he came up with African American, yeah, to us that's a bad name, but it's a name. When you're delineating, you can choose lava as your name. We can say we're the lava people, and that's our name. What is Igbo break there? What's the etymology of Igbo? What's the etymology to French or Haitian? Now these are just names people made up out of thin air. The Cherokee tribe, they ain't even call themselves that. This white tea man, y'all the Cherokee, y'all the Creek Indians. It's just a names. People last name could be black. It could be cheetah. It's a name. Once you apply it to a human being, it's no longer the dictionary definition. It becomes that person identity. You can name yourself skyscraper. It could be the skyscrapers, right? And that's our name, man. It don't mean definition in the dictionary. Right. So exactly. But the name he chose, you can't be a continent. That ain't what that's not what that meant when he said African American. You wildin'. That's just a name. Okay. That's a name he chose. It was a bad name, but it's a name. And you could get things in that name if it wasn't racially based. If it was ethnically based, then yeah, you get something that African American. As long as it's airtight and immigrants can tether onto that name, you can actually get reparations and whatever else, any other remedy in that name. You come with plebiscite babble from one of those more sovereign citizen sites. That's not gonna work, man. Yeah, I'm like this AI in TikTok where I can recognize things. I recognize your argument. That's plebiscite babble.
And it's negative energy.
Right.
You need that.
It's pessimism, and again, that ain't FBA. The FBA's will never feel like, oh, let's just give up. Oh man, the white chief, this government is so strong. Oh my God, you gotta bow down. Like, yo, no, that is tether energy for real.
That's actually why I came off mic, because I was gonna ask her what did she mean when she said we are not our ancestors. Because I really hate when people say, "Oh, sorry."
No, go ahead.
HATE.
Oh, yeah.
When people say that, because I say, well, I don't know who your ancestors
were,
but I am mine.
Right.
They were fighters. They was doing things out here. So I get offended when people say that. So I wanted to ask her where she was coming from with that, but she's gone now. So
yeah, this thing, she was long-winded. I let her be long-winded. Then I got to respond. She's cutting back in there, and come on, like even the average TikTok space, you can't do that on. You can't just hop back in and just start rambling again. Exactly. And then she said Jesse Jackson was fight for reparations. I don't recall that. And if he was, it was race based. It was a nothing burger anyway. And again, that's that fatigue stuff. If he was arguing for reparations, he was doing it in the wrong way, in my opinion, intentionally setting up the stage today to make it difficult.
It's she's that it's what they say. It's good faith, like the things that you're saying are
Hey, no, I think you're a tether. No. Hey, no, how back on? I got some questions for you. How back on? We're gonna vet you. How back on? No.
It should be fun.
Yeah. now I gotta pat you down. I gotta see if you're really FBA. Yeah, how about I invite you back on? No. Okay, damn. No, you gotta invite yourself. I don't know how to do it. Oh, this I do. No, I don't. Nope, can't do it. No. Come back on. Here she go. Got some questions for you. Now watch how long in the she be for each question. No.
Yes.
Are you indigenous, or would you be considered a foundational Black American?
I believe that I would be indigenous.
Okay, so if there's any of your ancestors, can you trace any of your ancestors back to U.S. chattel slavery?
Actually, I can't.
Okay, so you were part of the ethnogenesis that make you a foundation Black American, right?
I'm not a foundational Black American. I do not claim that. I know that it exists. I respect their lineage, but that's not what I am.
Okay, listen. Were your ancestors forced to do slave labor?
No, they weren't.
Okay, you just said yes earlier. Right. Not us, we're not you. So you have a different argument. Now I see why you're so pessimistic. You're not us. Now,
what I'm saying to you is that even though you consider yourself FBA, you have to remember ADOS tried all this prior to you. Okay? The Ebenesian Commission tried this all before you. The Black Panthers tried all this before you.
They did.
Yes, they did.
No, they did.
Yes, they did. They tried delineation. That's why they created the schools. That's why they fed children. Yes, they did. And what I'm saying is I've lived long enough to see it all.
That's not delineation, ma'am.
It is delineation, sir. That was their focus. They wanted to get away from
delineation means to draw a line around yourself. It's to be precise about
from a government who still makes you taxes.
So, no, yes, you can. You're just saying.
Most of the people that you're dealing with, you may be that strong, but most of the people you're dealing with will never give up their job. Okay?
No.
Will never.
No. To the best of your ability, can you trace any ancestors from like the islands or Africa?
No, I can't, because my eighth grandfather, okay, he was in America before slavery. In fact, he was selling land before slavery.
Let me ask you this now. You said slavery. So who sold us to the white man?
It was the Portuguese. The Portuguese started all of this.
Wait, so the white man
don't understand why our
hold on.
Is not
slow down. So the white man sold us and bought us?
What I'm saying is the Portuguese.
No, I asked you. But the question was.
Portuguese, but you're from Portugal,
right?
Okay, and Spain started this stuff.
That's not what I asked, man. That's not what I asked.
Bought into it.
No. I asked you I asked you a question. I said, who sold us to the Portuguese and the Dutch and the Spanish? Who sold us to them?
I just told you who.
Who?
The Portuguese.
So how could the Portuguese buy us and sell us?
Because these are not Portuguese. These aren't even Europeans that we're dealing with.
No.
Caucasians and Europeans are two different groups of people.
The Africans sell us to the Portuguese.
For what? Mirrors and stuff?
I don't care if it was for fentanyl. Okay, so now we got the answer out of you. All right, so now, Marcus Garvey, you familiar with him?
I don't know, but I've heard of him, but I never studied it.
That's your leader, and Dr. Umar is your leader today. Yeah. Dr. Umar is your new leader.
No, Dr. Umar definitely is not my leader.
No. Were you drinking today?
No, but I know Dr. Umar promised a school that hasn't been built.
No. If you can't trace
school, he took all those thousands of dollars from people. Where's the school? That's all I want to know.
But all I want to know from you is if you can't trace any of your ancestors, U.S. chattel slavery, then why are you in our spaces?
What do you mean if I can't trace any of my ancestors? It's more than listen, sir, let me say this and then I'll leave your life. Please. When you go before these YT people and ask for reparations for slavery,
nobody's asking for anything.
Wait a minute.
We're not asking for reparations.
Okay, let me say, well, anyone, a person of color.
No, we're demanding it, and no, we're not person of color. We're not person of color. We're Black people. We're Black Americans.
So that you can understand strategy. They're saying, okay, we owe you reparations. Now we're going to charge for the food we gave the slaves. We're going to charge for the medication. We're going to charge for the.
Hey, Momo, no, take your medicine. Take your medicine. No. Yeah, she is out of her mind. Go take your medicine. She said they're going to charge us for food. They're going to, so let's deal with a kidnapping. So if a young woman was kidnapped, taken at the age of 3, and they become 14 when they're rescued, and they get their taker punished, and it has some wealth, some major wealth, and they go to tap into that. They sue them civilly. According to No, your taker is going to say, "Well, I got to charge you rent because I had electric bills in that basement, right? The electricity was on, and I had to get soundproof walls. Let's tax you for that, and I had to get a big dark van and tint the windows. Like, she sound crazy.
Extremely crazy. And it frustrates me because, like, think about, our voting rights, for instance, right? And we know that some of our ancestors were literally burned on buses, you know what I mean, while trying to go to vote. So they never said, we're going to stop. No matter how many of our ancestors were unalived, they didn't say we're going to stop. You know what I mean? Like, we know that they can do some evil things. We know that. We've been there. But what are we supposed to do? Sit in it and just let them do whatever? Like, that mentality frustrates me. And then she's speaking about the Panthers. My father was in that movement, and it had nothing to do with delineation. It started with them wanting to help their community, feed the children, and then defend their community. I just, but she's wrong and strong. I don't like people like that. Like, if you come to the table, be open minded. If we're really trying to help one another and we really trying to come to a solution, it can't be about I want to be right. It has to be your mind is open, offer what you can, learn what you can. Like, I'm here to learn. I love that part, but it seems like nobody else loves that part. They just want to be right.
Yeah,
It's so frustrating.
I asked that woman who sold us. She said the Portuguese. I said, who bought us? She said the Portuguese. So they sold us and bought us. And that's what you mean. That's what you mean. Somebody who just not listening. They just motor mouth. Right. So I recognized that earlier. And that's why I was throwing like little jokes in there to take it, so I won't be so serious, be so upset this beautiful day.
Yeah.
Just have some jokes for her, But I really believe she's not medicated. Like, I do believe she ain't take her morning medication. I definitely believe that. So YouTube, here's the dilemma you guys are in. A Warriors Cherub. Who was that said that he disagreed with? Was that you, Warriors Cherub? That said you disagreed with something I said. Let me see. Let me find that. Yeah, you. Yeah, hop on, Warriors Cherub. You said I disagree with your assertion that ADOS FB are the same thing. They define the same people, but clearly are not the same. Saying that you are here to clean up FB discussion. Let me see what else you're talking. This panel sounds a bit narcissist to me. It's as if you are the only authority on how we define who we are, and everyone must define as you see it. Nah, if people want to troll tethers, fleers, that is fine with me. If we want to show that we are indigenous, etc., but don't articulate in a nice enough manner, so what? Other than that, I like your work. Yeah, I think you need your medicine, my guy. Like, you conflated my message, right? You watched the video and you heard the dialogue between me and that person, and what you got out of it ain't what I implied, right? Your inference was horrible to my implications and my flat out statements, right? So yeah, so that's why I say, you join the link, hit that link and come up. What I don't do is like argue through text, no, because you read it the way you're going to read it. It ain't the way I meant it. But if you hop on a panel, you can get it you can receive it the way I intend to give it. Yeah, just because you misinterpret something that I said doesn't make your misinterpretation true. It was wrong. Okay, so what you said ain't what I was doing. I didn't say what you thought I said. So if you want to hop on, I can help you with that very easily. Yeah, but I I don't like when my message is misinterpreted. So click that link. You're the next contestant on The Price is Right. And sometimes people purposely miss what you say because they don't like it. Now, if you don't like what I said, you could easily just say, hey, I don't agree with that, and that's your right. But to say I'm wrong and say narcissism and all that type of stuff, you gotta call up. Because people throw that word narcissism around, and I just want to know who can determine that. Like who's qualified to determine that, and is the diagnosis something repeatable? Like that means each and every person can look at that person and say, "Yep, that's what it is," or is it judgment based like ADHD and ADD? So you throw around words, you got to make sure if they're not a judgment call like ADHD. And sometimes people make judgment calls because, they're biased. They're not like me. I'm unbiased. My name is Unbiased Ron. Right? But yeah, man, don't be afraid. Like if what you meant it was from the heart, then you shouldn't be ashamed to defend it and hop on. Now, if you know you were just trolling, then say that.
Can you hear me?
1 second, so they can hear you. Hold on. Is this Warrior?
Yes.
Is this Warrior?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yes. Can you hear him, Ife?
Yes, I can.
Okay, go ahead, Warrior.
Yeah. I joined the link. You said join the link. I'm listening. You said I misinterpreted what you were saying, so I'm listening. Go ahead.
All right. So let me read your comment back first.
I mean, I know my comment. You said I misinterpreted what you were saying, so.
Right, but this is for the chat, though. Right. But you're not the only person listening. We got a TikTok audience and we got a YouTube audience.
Go ahead, man. Go ahead.
Right, I will when I get there. Okay, so you first said this. You said I disagree with your assertion that FBA and ADOS are the same thing. You misinterpret. I said they identify the same people. Okay, I know they got different approaches when it comes to voting. And I say I know more about ADOS than you ever can imagine, and FBA. I know the core talking points for both.
You literally said ADOS and FBA are the same thing. You literally said that.
Right, and what I always say is that I say Solon, ADOS, Friedman, FBA are the same thing in that they identify the same people.
They are not the same thing.
No, but labeling wise, okay, labeling wise, but let's move on forward. So labeling, so now you know, when I normally say that, labeling, the name, identifying, they're identifying the same people. Obviously, no, it is the same thing. All right, so what's the difference? Okay, watch this. Oh my God, it's so easy. Why isn't FBA and ADOS the same thing?
Because ADOS is a group, right?
No, that's ADOS advocacy. No. That's ADOS. Come on, man.
Right?
You're not on the my guy. Listen.
Wait a minute. So when you say ADOS, who else are you talking about?
My guy. Okay, I got you, my guy. You were wrong.
Go ahead.
Okay, so Ife, you see how easy that was? He's talking about ADOS advocacy. That's the group. But yeah. Wow. But when they say, okay, right. They do. All right, goodbye. Get up out of here.
Yeah, bad.
Get up out of here. Retard.
Now you
get up out of here. Look what he said. ADOS and FBA are the same thing. It's the same as Solon, the same as Friedman. He's talking about an advocacy. Now that's totally separate, and they actually called it ADOS advocacy. That's where they have their hierarchy and leadership. But when they say ADOS, they're talking about FBAs. They're talking about Friedman. They're talking about Solon. When they just say ADOS, they're talking about 50 million people. When they say ADOS advocacy, they're talking about themselves. Okay? See how that works? That's why I said you didn't interpret what I said correctly. It is the same thing, but you said the group, you messed up. That's the advocacy, my guy. So because you're slow, don't pin that on me. You missed it. It's okay to say, you know what, you're right. I missed that. I misspoke. No, it's the same thing, my guy. I know what I said. That's why I said, all right, let me see what he gonna say. Then he gonna say he gonna say the group. Yeah, that's called ADOS advocacy. I just told you I know more about ADOS than you could imagine. Same thing, man. They identifying the same people. Fake gotcha moment. Get up out of here, bro.
I feel like people like that, they're agents of disruption. Because why do you want to be right? Why do you want, I don't get caught up on the names, right?
At all.
FBA, but I know some people don't, and that's fine. As long as we unify, we working towards the same purpose, that's what matters, not the label.
And that's why I use the term, like I use all terms, FBA, ADOS, Islam, but I say the lineage, like to avoid offending people so they don't say, hey, man, I'm not FBA, I'm ADOS, I'm not that, I'm Freedman, or I'm not that, Salon. To avoid that little circular debate, I say the lineage, or you have the lineage. That's the framework I use when I talk to people. Because those labels are just labels. They can change. It's FBA today. It can be Turtles tomorrow, right? But what's not going to change is the core group who you are identifying. So they are the same.
Your commitment to the people, because I'm all about unity and us winning together. I will never get caught up on the small stuff. But if that's what you're focusing on, I don't know. It's a little suspect to me. It's a little agent-y. I don't know. I don't know what's going on with these people.
So let's say if Tariq Nasheed, Marcel, Professor Truth, Dennis Sperling, Jason Black got together and they invited Afro Elite, Black Alpha, and whoever, like some people from the audience, the chat that got some unique skill. And they call themselves the FBA unit. That will be equivalent to ADOS advocacy. So, Warrior, are you listening? So what happens is a lot of times people just be jealous. They see people out there working, being witty, being innovative, right? And people just have a problem with that. That's just like that's always what was within them. It's like, dude, like either you narcissist. No, hey bro, either what I'm saying, it's either right or wrong. Oh, you come off as okay, I come off as how I come off, but is it right or wrong? And who doesn't come off strong? Like which one of those people I just named come off weak and timid? Everybody who's stamping hard on FBA, everybody's coming on strong. Even like the 17-year-old that's in the TikTok space, be strong as crap. Ain't nobody weak, my guy. But a lot of not all, because we got some riders, but he sound a little older. A lot of old people are scared. They're scared. They want this to go away. Like they feel
so crazy.
Yeah, they feel like they're being targeted. Oh, a master gonna get me. And can you stop that? Or maybe got a wife, you dig, that's non-FBA, Korean or something, and hey man, you're offending her. Like, dude.
That is so true.
Get up out of here, man.
That is hysterical.
Yeah, so like just now, Southern Breeze said he liked the term FBA. And guess what? Some people like the term ADOS. And some people prefer Freedmen for their own reasons, right? They have their reasons, they have their agenda, their narrative, but they take on Freedmen. I'm not gonna argue with them.
Exactly.
It's like you said, look, some people prefer African American. But I'm not gonna be like, yo, no, you're FBA. Like, yo, whatever you want to call yourself, my guy. Just as long as you are from the lineage, cool.
That's it. And I honestly, I don't get it, because I've shared on my page that I've gone into rooms and been cursed out and I'm very mild mannered. I don't curse people out. That's just not my vibe. You know what I mean? But people have seen it fit to curse me out simply because I asked a question, or FBA is this, and that. And I'm just like, whoa. You know, I told one guy, I was like, you know, we can have different ideologies and not talk to each other like this. He told me I was being divisive by saying that we shouldn't talk to each other like this.
Wow.
Like, in what world? Like, are you kidding me?
Yeah, you're trying to slow it down, and they're trying to keep it going. And look, but that's what he's mad at. He just said, because I said I'm on TikTok to clean up the spaces, because I see a lot of it, what you're saying, is toxic. So when people gaslight us and spread misinformation and say we're a HATE group, we're xenophobic, we're toxic, and when you hear some of these spaces, that's like evidence. It's like, all right, well, listen to this. So when I say I'm coming to clean TikTok up, I never said just me. I said you got Dan on here. I always talk about Tariq Nasheed on here, and you got other people on these. You got FBA Gatekeeper Radio. You got Hood Smart. You got other FBAs on TikTok putting in work, right? And I wasn't talking about their spaces. I already told y'all them spaces where I said that's toxic, right? I said I'm cleaning those spaces up because they're giving us a bad rep. So, and he's mad I'm leading by example. I got you on here. I got the other sisters who left, and even I got people who would normally troll when they come over here. Yeah, you got to see my old videos, the post lives. People who are normally toxic, they are respectful over here because I don't provide that atmosphere. I mute them right away. I kick them off. So they understand to communicate over here, they gotta be professional. They gotta be mature, and we gotta have a civil comment. Even Revenue be trying his best to be on his best. Yeah, Revenue, my son, like he's always welcome on here because he's always a teaching moment. I make him a public example every time.
Oh my God, is he for real though? Like, is he a dedicated troll, or he really believes what he be saying?
So he's a dedicated troll, and I gotta have a heart to heart with him. Like really, like let him cry on my shoulders. Like, dude, it's okay, man. Let it out. It's okay, bro. Let it out. Because I know you don't believe what you're saying. So the other day, matter of fact, Revenue, if you're around, hit the link because we got some unfinished business. Now, what he'll do, which normally what trolls do, they will they come with a script, right? They come with talking points. Now, not sincere, right? So now when you bring them away from their script, that's when they just don't want to listen. They get right back to the script and they just ask you questions to the script, but they don't really know the script themselves. So when you ask them beyond the script, right, how the script come together, they get insecure, like Revenue, and he'll just change the topic, subject. It's script. Like Tariq could talk about one thing, turtles, they're green, they eat worms, whatever, in the lake. And then once you get cooked on that, he'd be like, yeah, but sharks, man. And he'll just run to something totally different. SL, 1 second. So we got Dee Parker in the room. Dee, you want to add?
I like what you're saying, but one thing I'm going to correct you on: old people are not afraid of family.
Yeah, I didn't say all. Yes. Okay.
Just discovered it 6 months ago, and I love Tariq.
Okay.
And I know, and it's lineage. That's all it is. No big deal. I agree that Adolf they not together. I found that out in the 6 months that I've been on, but it's the same thing. It's African descendants that built America.
Period. That's all it is. So yeah, so the name, I'm with Ife and others that hopped off. The name is important, obviously, it's to delineate, but the name can change. We can be called the water bottles. Okay. What's not going to change is the harmed group, the ethnogenesis, the people who went through that. That's not going to change. So the name, right, the names can change, but the lineage will never change. And that's what people are mad at. And it's nothing to join or quit.
It's a thing where it's a togetherness that Black people respect and love Black people. I don't expect to get cussed out by my foundation, Black Americans.
Right.
But I have been cussed out on this thing behind African immigrants.
Right.
But another thing, you talk a lot.
Yeah, well, I can't go quiet. Then it'll sound like nobody's talking at all.
Okay, thanks. You can drop me on down now.
All right, thank you for pulling up. We got Abdul. Abdul, you want to say something?
I have a question.
Yes, sir.
Could you explain to me what the lineage is?
The lineage?
Yeah.
Okay, so lineage is a word that we use as like slang. So obviously it's like 50 million Black Americans. There's 50 million different lines, but they all go to the same root, the same tree, which is U.S. chattel slavery. And we just call that tree. If you could tie your line to that tree, we just sum it up as the lineage, the same way as we say indigenous people in America. It's many tribes, but we just say they're all indigenous. There's many whitey people, but we classify them all as just whitey people, right? There's many people of African descent, and sometimes people classify them all as African. So what we do is we classify all of us with our common, what we have in common, which is all of our lines go to U.S. chattel slavery. So we just call it the lineage.
Country what? U.S. what?
Chattel slavery. So plantation slavery, tobacco, sharecropping, all that type of stuff. If you could tie your ancestors to that, then you're of the lineage, like your ancestry.
Slaves come from?
Well, some slaves were already here, indigenous people thrown into plantations, and other slaves came from Africa. Did your ancestors come from U.S. chattel slavery? Were your ancestors forced to do labor?
Descendant of the chattel slavery.
So, say that again.
My ancestors
were
Africans who were brought here in slavery.
Okay, yeah. Well, not brought here. They were sold and bought. B-O-U-G-H-T, right?
No, they were brought here on ships, man.
Were they sold on the ships?
Were they sold on the ships?
It's called the transatlantic slave trade. A trade takes two parties to make a deal, right? So you had a buyer and a seller. Is that correct?
Yeah, in trade, normally that's what happens.
Right. So who was the buyer and who was the seller?
Who were the buyers and who was the sellers?
Yes. You never heard of Africans enslaving us and selling us to the white man?
Yeah, I heard a lot. In fact, I heard we as Africans still had relatives waiting for us to return because
that's cap.
The people who brought us here would tell them that we're going to return.
No, that's cap. That's cap. Hey, bro, that's cap. Hey, you read that from a Pan-African Marcus Garvey book. We were
no, I didn't read
okay. So let me give you the facts. Right? Yeah, but hey, bro, you could just Google that. That's cap. We were forced to go around the tree of never to return.
No, what you're saying is cap, man.
Right.
That's bullshit you're talking.
Hey, bro. Okay. All right. So let me ask you this.
Caught, enslaved, and chained, and the Europeans playing their game.
Oh boy! All right. Oh wait, hold on. Marcus Garvey. You ever heard of him?
Yeah, I'm aware of him.
Is he a good guy? Was he good for Black Americans or bad?
Define what do you mean good for?
Okay, did Black people benefit from him in a good way, or did he hurt us in a bad way?
I think his intentions were good.
Yeah, but intentions can be continued to hell. Like, did he do good on behalf of Black Americans?
However, as African Americans,
I don't know what that is.
Bring us together.
Okay, no, right. So, yeah, but if he did that, then why? If that was his intention, then why did he scam us? Why did he scam our ancestors out of millions of dollars? If that was his intentions.
To ask him, man.
Right. Well, no, they did ask him, and they deported his butt back to Jamaica, and he ran from there, and he went to London, All right, and he had a miserable DEATH. Right, so the dude was a miserable failure. You got it?
You're confusing the message with the message.
No, it was no mess. The message was give me money.
The message was unity.
Yeah, but he didn't.
Africans around the world.
Yeah, but did he?
Are you familiar with that?
I'm familiar with his rhetoric. So why did he meet with the Klan? If it was about African unity, then why did he meet with the Klan?
Why did what?
If it was about African unity, then why did he meet with the Klan? Sounds like white team. Right. So, right. So if he meet, wait, before you do that. All right. So Abdul, one last thing. If a person meets with the Klan, is that good for black people or bad?
If a black person meets with the Klan,
right,
is that good or bad?
Yeah.
I don't know.
All right. Well, then guess what? I'm gonna send you back to Neverland. Get up out of here.
I don't kick him. Don't kick him. Damn.
All right. So no, go ahead, brother. What's the question you got?
The accent to him, like what unity looks like. You know, like he's saying that Garvey should have brought unity, but like even in Jamaica, they didn't accept him.
Right.
So what are you unifying?
Right.
You're unifying something that's already unified. Like
right.
we're already building on unification.
Yeah.
Unifying us with what? You don't even have a project back home, unfortunately.
right.
His people didn't accept him.
At all.
So when you're unifying with your despondency, like you're despondent. Like you left a group of people that didn't acknowledge you. It's like if I have beef with people on the east side. I live on the north side, and the south side said let's unify to fight the east siders. But you guys are not even unified. What am I building on?
Right.
What?
Or how about this? Like you claim you're gonna get your house in order. You failed miserably, but now you're gonna ask me to pay for you to help me get my house in order. I'm like, dude, you don't get up out of here.
Yeah, what does it look like logistically? Like we unify with what? A group of people that they fucking threw you away. You're not there.
Right.
You have to unify with your people. Show me proof of process. Y'all got something to go with. Now it's go time.
Right. Now he's right, and that's called proof of concept. Peace, the General 04. Yeah. So let me just go ahead, General 4. Go ahead.
Kind of wild, how they put other people ideologies from different countries and different places onto us as if we not a specific.
Right. Yes.
The last caller, when you talk about the elderly, some of this Pan-African stuff, the delineation is exposing it, and I love it.
Facts. Marcus Garvey was some people believe an agent. Like people think because to know about Marcus Garvey, you got to know about the agencies before him. So that's why I asked the dude, why did he link up with the KKK? And I can tell you, he was trying to complete the mission from the ACS, the American Colonization Society. They are the people responsible for sending people to Liberia. So, but their goal was to send all of the free blacks to Liberia, 500,000. They failed miserably. They only got about 15,000 over there. That's 2%. That's 2%. Not even 30%, 20%, 15, 2% of their targeted people. They only got 2% over there. So they failed miserably. So people believe Marcus Garvey acted on their behalf to come over here to finish the mission or get more people to Liberia, because that's exactly was his destination. His destination was to get us to Liberia, get us out of the country that we built and go to Liberia and, become primitive people. Fight over limited resources.
What I find so crazy is that, the way that he swindles, if you will, Black people. And I know Dr. Umar, he's so proud to be descended from him. And then he did the same thing
to
his people.
Right.
That's crazy. Wow.
If you look at, like, remember we talked about Pan-African reparation movements.
Yeah.
All failed and were never serious. So if you look at the track record, they are a people who are used to failing. Like, they can't bring none of their ideologies to fruition. They fail. Like, that's why there's nothing to look at today that was set in stone by Pan-African. Like, they have built absolutely nothing. There's no schools, there's no colleges, there's no water fountain to drink from, there's no toenail clipper. They have built absolutely nothing.
It's true. There are two young men that have built schools in record time, you know, and he can't do it. I digress.
Yeah, so that's because he was never serious from the beginning. Like, the whole thing was a finesse, and that's what Pan-Africans do. They just, everything 19Zs, all of them are finessers. Like, they just want to pitch you a dream and get money out your pocket. 19Zs, Professor Smalls, like all of the Pan-African you can think of. They want to sell you some. You got a conscious flea. All these people want to sell you on Africa. 19Zs keep talking about, hey man, we need to unite with Africa, do business with Africa. So I researched what business he does with Africa. This guy is a middleman to sell their Ghana's coffee beans. And they're not even Ghana coffee beans. Like, they are mushroom, like they're mushrooms mixed with coffee beans. So he talk about, we need to link up with Africa and do business. And that's all you come up with, is to be a middleman. And look who he sell it to. He don't sell it to Africans, right? Why they need it? They get it for free. He come back and sell it to us. So it's like, so how does the Africans, how does the Ghanaians benefit? The government does, but how does Ghanaians benefit from 19Zs selling mushroom coffee to Black Americans? How does the Ghanaian people benefit from that?
Not at all.
He upsells it where he is, let's say if it's $20 a pound, whatever. Well, he's going to up it to like 30, 40 to get a profit. That's obvious, like one-on-one, economics, business. He's going to do that. But how do Ghana as a whole benefit from this? That's not business in Africa. That's you going for self, trying to trick us and sell us onto this dream. Now, look, last thing, I looked into his reviews on the coffee. Now, these are his supporters. These are people who support him. They said the coffee tastes like dirt.
Oh, wow.
His supporters, not FBAs, or he can't say we doing. No, his supporters said, no, this ain't it. Tastes like dirt.
Oh, man. That's crazy. I hate, sorry, HH, I got to get it together with that word. I got to get it together. My apologies. But when people talk about uniting with continental Africans or the Africans here, what have you, and I'm like, they have never been united. Never in the history of time, right? Like, Black American people, we have documented history of where we have come together and we have made things happen, right? They don't have that. Nope. So why are you trying to unite us with perpetually broken group of people? Right? And they are not, and I said the other day, they view us as a tribe, right? They're tribalistic, okay? There's over 3,000 tribes on the continent of Africa. There's like 250 in Nigeria alone. So how that fractured way of thinking, like, how can we unite with that? I think it's ridiculous to ask us to do that, and I'm like, one African guy, he was on a panel, and I'm like, so basically you want us to strap the continent of Africa on our backs,
right,
and fix it. That's what you're saying?
54 countries.
Like, come on. It's insane.
54 countries where their policies are different, right? Their policies are different. Some are linked up with the United Kingdom. Some are still messing with the Belgians. Some are linked up with France. Some are linked up with the Russia. So you got to, like, so how do you work that out? Like, they have, or some linked up with China, some linked up with East India, or India. How do you, it's different policy, different agreements, arrangements. Like, how do you, and why? Why? No, y'all go work y'all thing out. And guess what, sis? They did. They tried it. They seen us unite during the 60s. And we inspired the Caribbean and Africa to unite. They tried it. So with the Caribbean, it's called the West Indies Federation. This is of the 1960s. And it wasn't their idea, by the way. It was the British people who said, hey, man, why don't y'all get together and stop begging us and go do something for yourself? And they said, yeah, good idea. And they tried. It collapsed in 4 years. They gave up. And that's how you got the term West Indian. They were called by their country names, right? So they came up under one name, like we do FBA. They tried that. Their FBA was West Indian. That was their FBA.
Oh, wow. I didn't know that.
Yes. And they got rid of that so fast. And that's how you got CARICOM. CARICOM is the continuation of the West Indies Federation. They could not get along. Now let's go to Africa at the same time. It's called the African Liberation Movement. So I'm giving y'all words to look up. It flopped 4 years too. So you had Kwame Nkrumah, a guy who they brag about. I'm like, why y'all bragging about a guy who's a loser? Like, he never unified nothing. His people didn't even like him. This dude took a trip to Romania, Ife, and before he came back, he was replaced that fast. That's how much they didn't. Yeah, he's the one that called Ghana Ghana. Like, he renamed it Ghana. And he went to Romania to, like, to bow down. And he comes back and he's no longer the king, like somebody else is. Like, that fast, he was replaced.
Wow.
And so obviously that didn't work out. So those people separated. Then you had ECOWAS. You had like 13 African nations linking up to do something positive. And then guess what? They were divisive, xenophobic. Came out of that was Burkina Faso, Mali, and Guinea. And they made up something called the AES, the Sahel Alliance. So they keep splitting. They were all part of the ECOWAS. They left ECOWAS and they created the AES. That's Ibrahim Traoré, Guinea, and Mali. So they divided. They were unified. They divided and did their own thing. And now that's that. So they can never like keep a plan, a goal for like 20, 30 years. They leave in like 2-3 years.
Because they are not, how can I explain it? Like with Ibrahim Traoré, I really loved what he was doing. I was rooting for that brother. And to find out that, Ghana is now in cahoots with the EU and they spying on him and all type of things. And that right there, that is the problem. They cannot be trusted. They will turn on each other for the smallest of things. I got into a debate the other day. I'm like, y'all sell y'all kids for $80.
Oh, you gotta say they give away or.
Oh, sorry.
I don't know how to reframe that, but yeah, because this AI is regulating the language, and they love flagging me. Right, but you're right though. Like they're very primitive. They're very savage, and that's not us. If you go to my latest live, I had a Ugandan on here, Zimbabwean, Ivory Coast, and I think an Igbo, and they were spilling the beans about Africa. They're saying exactly what you concluded. They kept it real. They said Africa will never unite. It can't. They said even in Burkina Faso, they said, well, yeah, while we over here like, yeah, Ibrahim Traoré, they said in Burkina Faso, Ibrahim Traoré is part of a tribe. And there's other tribes in Burkina Faso who don't want him to be their leader. They rather their chief be their leader. So they got chiefs of tribes and they don't believe nobody can be their leader outside the chief of the tribe. So your tribe can't be like the chief of Fulani can't be the chief of the Igbos. So yeah, so if he becomes president of Nigeria, they're like, oh no. And that's why none of them last long in these seats. They either get deleted or chased out.
That's crazy.
So they were saying it's a mentality. Like it's not as easy as we think over here. Like, yeah, Pan-Africanism, Africa, Garvey, Africa's for the Africa. No, they say over there, no, it's way worse than you could ever imagine. He said even himself, the Zimbabwean woman, she said herself, she go to Zimbabwe. Nah, she said her own people be scamming her. Like they don't see her as, oh, no, don't scam her. She said she get it too. Because she's from a tribe there. So like they don't look at, oh, we all Zimbabwean, let's all get along and unite. No, you're from a tribe in Zimbabwe. And I ain't from that tribe, so it's up.
Exactly. And it's how can it work like that? That's like, and I'm from New York, right? That's like saying, okay, we over here in Brooklyn, we can't talk to people that's in Queens.
Right.
You know, like, come on.
And that's exactly how they got it over there, man. And guess what? So that's way worse than a blood. They try to compare the Bloods and Crips. Stop it. That's way, yeah, that's goofy. That's way worse because you got Whack 100, who's a blood, and he signed what's the guy that's a Crip that got the baby Blueface. Yeah, so yeah, so it's not that deep, right? It's not that deep. Yeah, so that debunks that. But over there, yeah, like the way they told it, because we were asking questions, me and Helen, and they was like, nah, there's no fix. And they're saying that's why they want Black Americans over there, because we're not tribal, and they may listen to us to get Africa right. So now it makes sense why they want us over there. It's like, yo, but they won't just flat out say it. Hey, man, we're messed up. We need y'all to come unite the tribes, and we'll follow your lead. And you know,
I mean, I know Black Americans who have gone over there and they've had to get military people to protect them when they trying to build their homes and all these type of things. That's craziness.
Yeah.
I would never. I mean, look what happened with what's his name? Nick Cannon, right? He lost like $2 million to a Ugandan. They were all online laughing. They like, that's how you get rich.
wow. Well, he got rich. He definitely got rich off that. He got two million, something like that. And Uganda money? Oh my God, yo, he's the new king.
For real. And they were celebrating. Like, that's crazy work.
But now, as far as Nick Cannon, he's aware of delineation. He heard it. Just like 19Zs, like these people consciously, these people want to ignore what we're saying and they want to prove us wrong. Well, y'all FBAs ain't right. Look, I got a Ugandan financial advisor or bookkeeper, whoever that guy was, CFO, accountant. I'm gonna prove y'all wrong. So I'm gonna get rich and I'm gonna rub it in your face. Look, I'm rich and my accountant is Ugandan.
Exactly. It just blew mine, honestly, that they were like so openly celebrating, and they're like, that's how you do it. That's how you get rich. Like, they don't care. They do not care at all. And that will never work, you know? We have morality, you know, that keeps us from doing certain things, and we're loving and all these type of things, but I can't do it with them
At all. So follow me on TikTok.
Okay.
Cause I'm live on YouTube and TikTok right now. I'm live on both.
Okay.
But when I leave my destination, I could only be live on one.
Okay, gotcha.
Right. So now TikTok was litty, and I was going to choose TikTok over YouTube, but YouTube became litty and TikTok fell off. So we actually lost people. So
oh wow.
Yeah, so that's an easy decision there. Right. So anyway, but I'm gonna go. So what happens is I gotta pick my son up. My mom tired.
Okay.
So I gotta get him, and then I'm gonna go live from TikTok again. You know, probably like hour or less than an hour.
Okay.
So pull back up, and hopefully we can get revenue on here. And,
Lord.
Dance with him. Yeah. Now look, revenue was mine before anybody ever heard of him. Like he came to my space first, and wait till you see him over here. Like he behaves totally. He's tamed. He's tamed over here.
Yeah.
Yeah. Now
It will be interesting.
yeah, all that calling names, and I see what he does on Tariq and everybody. No, over here, everybody can tell you, I got hella content with him. He's tamed over here. Like he is in his best behavior. He don't do all that foolishness.
Okay, good.
No man. He's very tame. And he checks out a lot. Like he's no match for me at all, and you'll see. But revenue, later in about 1 o'clock, my guy, Tap back in. All right, hold on.
Later.
Before you hop off, somebody want to hop on real fast. So before you hop off, let's see what they got to say.
Okay.
Kaleem, did you mean to hop on, Kaleem? No. Ada, Kaleem, did you mean to hop on? Calm, whatever your name is. Yeah, you meant to hop on?
But actually, I just wanted to say that I really appreciate you guys' TikTok panel, because I jumped on a panel yesterday and I was really disgusted. It was an FBA panel, but the what did you say? It was the Freeman
Okay.
thing. I can respect that.
Right.
I can definitely respect that. I definitely understand that. And if more people were like how you guys described it, I think it would be better off and people would understand. It wouldn't be such an issue. You know, people from other countries having an issue. You know what I mean? Like,
right.
It's not a misunderstanding at all. It's definitely, you know, I don't know. I hate to say Black American thing. I really do, but the fact that you say it like that, I completely understand. So I just wanted to say I appreciate you guys for even breaking it down like that, because other people really need some training when it comes to this. Like,
right.
And they don't know. They have no clue of how to explain it, how to break it down. It just sounds really nasty and it's very disrespectful. But
look, I know. Wait. No. Don't go nowhere. I'm so glad you said that. Because there was an old fool, FBA old fool in my YouTube space, right? Yeah. And he said this to me. He said, saying that you're going to clean up FBA discussion panels on TikTok sounds a bit narcissist to him. Now, look, I'm doing exactly what you appreciate. I told my audience, I'm talking to FBAs. I told FBAs, hey, I'm coming to TikTok to clean up the spaces, like things that you experience. I said, I'm gonna clean that up, and we're gonna have clean conversations that make sense. We're gonna explain delineation. We're gonna explain reparations, where there's no confusion. We don't sound like an HATE group. We're not toxic, xenophobic. We're gonna represent Black excellence. Now, what you just described, that's not Black excellence. That's Black foolishness, right? So he's mad. This guy who's supposedly FBA, he's mad that I said I want to transform that toxicity to this type of platform. He got mad at me, saying I'm a narcissist.
And the bad part about it is, okay, I went the page of the people that I went to, they instantly went to my page. They seen, okay, Nigerian and American flag, and they was like, oh, I can smell the fufu from here. First of all, that was disrespectful. Second of all, my uncles, my father, my grandfathers, all of them fought for this damn country. All of them.
Right.
Like, and just because, you know, I know my African ancestry, or I'm proud of it, or whatever, it doesn't take the fact that I am a part of that Freeman thing that you speak of. Like, I am, like, you can see that in my background, in my lineage, that this is basically what we come from. Whether you know, your people were part of that Atlantic slave trade or not, at the end of the day, we were still part of that American history.
Right. So
they didn't even try to hear it. They were just they asked the question, and I was trying to break it down. They were saying, well, do you feel that Black American history has anything to do with African, Black American culture? Is African culture a part of that? And how could you say it doesn't? Like, they were talking about music and all of these different things, and they sounded really bad. They sounded like morons. And I was like, I'm sure your great grandparents, your great whatever, would flip over in their graves to hear you even talk like that. But they wouldn't even give me a chance to even break it down.
Yeah,
so they wouldn't even give me it was bad.
That's why I like to take it from the beginning, right? People want to jump in the middle of the conversation at the end. I bring it to the beginning, and the beginning is reparations and delineation, and then we can talk from there, because it's too much confusion when you jump in the middle. Like I said, well, some people hear an accent and they go crazy. They start calling people tether. It's like, wait a minute, that person ain't a tether because they're not a tether because they have an accent, right? Just because they're from Barbados or that don't mean what make you a tether is an action. Just like white people are not all, the R word, but they can be, and if they are, we're gonna call them that. So you get called by your actions. You don't get called because of your ethnicity.
Exactly.
it was just the fact that if you give a person the space to talk and to say what they feel respectfully, you can respectfully shun it down. You can respectfully say I disagree,
right,
and leave it at that. And I was like, God bless y'all. Y'all have a good one. And I'm out. It was bad.
I understand. Believe me.
It was bad. I said, wow. I said, I will not get back on no panels again. And that's all I heard was hate and disrespect and ignorance.
HATE.
I'm sorry. Yeah.
Yeah. So like you said, because at one point I caught myself getting into it like that with people, and I'm like, could I actually just talk to people and just, get my message across by just talking to them? Like, do I gotta scream at them? Do I gotta gaslight them and walk them into trap questions, or do I just have a genuine conversation and let's see where it goes? Like let them throw the first punch.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, no, they instantly start off with the gaslighting. They instantly start off with the the disrespect. They don't want to hear what you have to say, really. They're actually waiting for you to say and they right away. They just
right.
Right away. And I said, well, how can we even as a people, whether just even us as, Black people, how can we get along if you instantly are starting off with disrespect? And then, if you're like a fresh immigrant or Nigerian or Ugandan or whatever that is, that means they deserve to be disrespected off the bat.
Right. Now, like,
to agree.
They gotta earn it.
Yeah, that stuff is crazy. So I was like, I'm not gonna lie, I do a night shift, but I've been like back and forth listening to y'all, and I said, man, I want to say something. I think my hand pressed it, and I didn't.
So it was meant to be. That's what happened.
Yes, ma'am. But I wanted to say I appreciate y'all because I was like, I was giving up. I was like, what is going on? Why are people acting like this? I'm like, that's what they want you to do. They want you to turn on each other. Whether you're from Nigeria or you've been in the Americas all your life, it doesn't matter. Why are we doing this?
I agree. The first time I got cursed out, I had only asked if they believed that humanity began in Africa. Right? And they just went to cursing me out. And I literally was just trying to understand what they were saying. You know? Yeah. And that caught me off guard. Like, wait, what? What's happening here? So it was disappointing. So finding an environment like this makes me happy as well, And
there's a lot of disrespect on both ends because there's people coming from a hurt place on both ends, whether you're directly an immigrant.
Yeah, I was gonna say like people already have their agendas and scripts already. So it don't matter what they're into. Buddhism, whatever they're into, like they're gonna bring their script with them. I see that on my panels. So like, dude, we're not doing that. Like I have guys with their agendas. They have their agendas on my panel. Like IBM is one of them, and a couple other guys. I ain't gonna call out the names, but yeah, they come over here with their agendas. And I'm like, hey, keep it back. Stick to the prompt. Like I took the TikTok phrase. Stick to the prompt. Like stop bringing your agenda, bro. If you got a problem with that, people like, for example, you got the red pill stuff. Dude, this ain't the space for that. Like, go to those spaces. I'm sure you'll do well, but this ain't the space for that because I'm gonna cook you because you're gonna say some goofy stuff and I'm gonna end up getting on you. So I'm trying to avoid that. Like, hey, you're gonna come with pseudoscience and I'm gonna get you. So I'm saving you from it. Stick to FBA, whatever we're talking about here, which is normally delineation reparations. Stick to that.
Yeah. But this makes complete sense. Like that. I mean, the stuff that I've been hearing, and it's not just the one panel. It was every time I pass a panel and it says FBA anything.
Yeah, they're all, especially TikTok. They're all like that. They're all toxic, very toxic, and it's a rock throwing contest. Like, 'cause I try to join one panel to like address one person, and the FBAs won't even give me a chance. They still want to throw rocks. I'm like, yo, what are y'all doing? Y'all not even like really qualified to even be talking on this topic. Neither one of y'all.
No, Black history, period. Like, I mean, I don't care if you wanted to, like, it just depends on what the conversation is about, as far as like, but a lot of people, they're not educated in Black history, period. Whether you're talking about, African history, whatever the case may be, they don't have no sense.
History, period. Like, they be saying the most ridiculous stuff over here, but that's why with me, like now on TikTok, I'm way more professional on TikTok than I am on YouTube. So on TikTok, I try to be more compassionate, more tolerant, and like slow walk. Like the sister earlier who was saying Jesse Jackson, all this crazy stuff. Like I had to like do my best to politely like correct her on all that type stuff. But so do me a favor, Ife, and how you say your name? Colleen? Colleen? Is that your name? Call me. What is it?
Call me, I died, but
Okay.
my name is actually April. But yeah.
All right. No, yeah, your pan, social media. Yeah, okay. No, I don't got my glasses is foggy, so I can't even see. All right, so call me and Ife. Do me a favor and follow me, and I'll follow you back. And I'm gonna go live on TikTok in about an hour. I gotta leave for my destination. And I'm live right now on YouTube and TikTok, but I can't take both with me. So I gotta end the TikTok and
Gotcha.
bring the YouTube. So, but I will be back live about an hour and a half. Pull back up. It's gonna be litty. Okay. Oh yeah. So, and all the people who want to support the activism, the work, the efforts, $ unbiased Ron, $ unbiased Ron. Okay. All right. TikTok. Peace. B1. Okay. So in this order, please, on YouTube, peace, grand rising to the panel, grand rising to the chat. Can the SLLE44 Michael after him, and then Truth Teller after Michael. Peace to you all.
Peace, peace, Ron. What's going on, bro?
Peace, my brother.
Yes, sir, bro. You know what I'm saying? Another great podcast. I see you just dropped from TikTok. I still haven't, I guess I have to sign up for TikTok. And that's probably one of the reasons why you sort of dropped, because even I'm not on TikTok, and of course the iPod. I just wanted to make a couple points about the brother that was on. You was talking, he called you narcissist and things of that nature, and you had to come explain to him.
Yeah.
Yeah, and you sort of had to break it down to him when you said about advocacy. And it was sad to hear him just sort of disregard what you were saying, because you killed the conversation right there when you had to separate ADOS and the advocacy group. And for him not to, just latch on to that, because that right there would have been a great conversation. It would have been a great way to sort of explain, where we going with reparations and who we are. And another thing that it does, this back and forth, and you giving us these opportunities to come up here and let these people understand that we don't have a leader. And it's great, because you can see slowly but surely that stuff is starting to go away about this leader stuff, because these battles that we have, even the people that just came up on the panel when they were saying that stuff, they got to understand a lot of things about FBA. We are spanning the whole spectrum. So you're going to get a lot of toxic behavior from FBA. These people are not idiots. These people are not slow. These people are not dumb. These people are pissed off. Now we have people like Ron, his channel. That right there, like the brother said, he is coming to clean up something. This is an incredible feat. This is an incredible thing to do as a person, as an individual, to jump into a world space as the black man, the only black man, the black people in America, to come and say that to the world, that we're coming to clean something up. Now, those other people that are on TikTok, that's on YouTube, they are not stupid. Let's just get this out the way. When they're talking, a lot of times they are being attacked. They are being talked about, because when you say that a lot of FBAs don't understand their history, oh yeah, they do. And a lot of this history, and there's something called the miseducation of a Negro. We're gonna have to now come up with the miseducation of tethers and their children, because that's the miseducation. That's the miseducation,
right,
bro.
Right.
It's not us. It's not us. It's not us. We're pissed off. But see, they don't get just how great our people are. When you said Afro Elite, when you said Alpha, when you said I don't even think you brought yourself up, but you should have put yourself in there. And then you say Tariq Nasheed and things of that nature. And then the sisters out there. Look, folks. Our sisters are not playing either. These people are Americans. This is America. This is the real America. What we're trying to get people to understand now is that
We are cleaning up America because we are trying to get people to understand that the real people of America now are speaking. We're going to speak. We're going to continue to speak. We're going to continue to talk. And we're going to have a whole lot of issues with people that are not from here. You got to understand that our people have been here for centuries. So when they're talking, they don't need a book. Now, you may have a somewhat of an issue with them because they didn't go to go learn history. But you got to understand, a lot of times, even in the 60s, you had to actually take Black history if you were going to a segregated school. So we didn't need Black history because we are the history. When you are an immigrant, you're going to bump up against that because we are regents. We are regents in America. So when you get upset with being attacked like that, you're being attacked like that right there, because when you come on and you're trying to teach us who we are, you're going to get pushback, because not only are these people not articulate as Ron, but our people are learning too. So be careful. A lot of times, some people that come on and you say that these people are ignorant, these people do know who they are. These people know who they are. These people got grandmothers, great-grandmothers, great-great-grandmothers. Some of them got great-great-great-grandmothers living right now. And you're calling them stupid. They're not stupid. They are educated because they're educated on the most fundamental, matter. We are those people. So you can't try to tell our people that they are stupid and they are toxic. No, the toxicity is that people don't want to understand that America is not a country of immigrants. It's not. This is what the Caucasian have told these people, and that's what they use against us. So when you hear tether is not a toxic term. We are coming up with new terms. It is one of the most divisive terms for them in the world because it encapsulates all of them, but not us. So what Ron does is he creates a space for people to come in and to try to understand us, because our people have been under attack. So when you want to understand how to fight those people that may be going against you on some of those, how shall I say, they may not have a lot of following, but they are fighting now because they know who they are. When you say they don't know Africa, no, they don't know Africa because they know America, the place you're running to. You have to understand, if you're running to something to try to explain to them, if you run to somebody in Georgia and you run to somebody in North Carolina trying to explain to them about Africa, you're going to get a serious pushback. Because see, if anybody from North Carolina go to Georgia, he can go to any Black neighborhood and just blend in, but immigrants won't. They know that they are different. But if you tell us to go read a book by a Pan-Africanist, some of our people believe they're indigenous. They don't read a Pan-African book. They think that's propaganda. So when you read the proper and you hear we're trying to talk about reparations, all this right here is to get us unified on the way that we can speak to other dark-skinned or melanated people that come to America. You have to understand now that when you come into some of these spaces and they're toxic, maybe you need to just leave, because there's more. Because America told you that when you come here, there's a land of milk and honey. Well, I'm gonna tell you, if it's a land of milk and honey and you got all these options, then you need to leave these toxic spaces and don't talk to them, because we got a whole lot more spaces that will help educate you, like this one. So when you say you feel comfortable here, I'm glad. But I gotta tell you that those FBAs that are out there that attack real fast, it's because they started out humble, else you wouldn't be here. So when you say that our grandfather and grandmothers would be turning over in their grave if they hear the way we talking about that, no, they wouldn't. Because my mom is here right now, 77. She don't have a problem with this because she's seen it's gone too far. Because immigrants are trying to tell us who we are. You should not be trying to tell someone who they are if you're an immigrant, period. Ever. FBA are not trying to tell y'all who y'all are. Y'all told us that we had a leader. Y'all try to make Tariq Nasheed our leader. That means you're disqualified from America. It doesn't even make any sense. We have we have given the world so much, and you're trying to give it to Tariq Nasheed. See, that's why Marcus Garvey, he's falling apart. That's why we don't have anything to do with Marcus Garvey now, across the board. Because you people want to come here and try to tell us who we are, trying to make us respect Africa. We have been rehabilitating Africa for hundreds of years. They can't even get together with Burkina Faso over there. You know how many African countries that back Burkina Faso? 4. That means you got 50 that don't. So why are you trying to explain us who we are? We are foundational Black American. ADOS. We are freedmen. We are indigenous. You need to come in with that idea, with that mindset that these people believe that they are the makers, the owners, and we are the makers and the owners. Come with that attitude, because when we go visit other places, we always come like that. We don't never come over trying to take over Africa or Jamaica and think we're on vacation, man. We're over there to learn about things. You people come here trying to explain something to us. You cannot explain something from a FBA that believe his family is indigenous to this land. How are you gonna explain that to them? Telling them, oh well, you think you're an Indian? How about you say you're the maker and the owner? Let's start there. Because when you come from somewhere, you're saying what? Oh, well, I come from Jamaica. I come from there. We're not trying to attack you for coming from Jamaica. You ever hear, oh, you're not really from Jamaica because the Caucasian named it Jamaica. You're not hearing us attacking us on that. But because you are attacking us, now our scholars are coming out. See, Ron will tell you about this, what you want to call, what is this, Jamaican? There's another name for you prior to that. And the reason that we are being educated now off you is because we are the real Thanksgiving. See that fake Thanksgiving about the European coming over here and having some sort of Thanksgiving all the time. No, the Thanksgiving is us dealing with immigrants with open arms. We reach out to everybody across the globe, every corner. So if you run into an FBA and he doesn't have this super knowledge, there is one that does. That's why we had something called Marcus Garvey must go. That means that some people were tricked by Marcus Garvey, immigrant. And now we're cleaning that up. So you might go to one panel and FBAs are now calling Marcus Garvey Marcus Garbage. This is what you get when you tag the indigenous or the FBAs here. Because see, we already know our history. It's just basic. But if you want something, if you want to know how to create hip hop, start attacking us. You're gonna understand what the Douglas
you know what?
Go ahead, bro.
That was actually a great point. When you said like we knew Marcus Garvey was a scammer. Like you even heard Tariq Nasheed early interaction when people brought up Marcus Garvey. He was like, he really ain't go in at first, right? So that was a great point. Like we kind of took that on the chin, and they don't really understand that. Yo, we kind of like saved Marcus Garvey image from being exposed, but guess what happened? They kept on. So now we're like, okay. And then you heard Tariq Nasheed say, well, he wasn't really. He'll say this. He'll say, Marcus Garvey didn't really get it popping until he came to America. He still was preserving his image, right? The image that people believed was a great guy. He was still like saying, he really ain't get it popping until he came in. It's like, so he was doing like that. They kept going. Then gloves. Okay, look, he's a scammer, right? The gloves came off. So when people make reaction videos now, Tariq Nasheed, came at Marcus Garvey. No, that was a gradual evolution where y'all forced his hand. He was trying to preserve his image, this fake facade that he was a great man. And so he didn't come out just blasting him. He was like,
he didn't.
Right. Now, I want Michael to, so that's a good point.
Yeah.
They force us to start exposing them. It's like, y'all keep it up. We're gonna dig up that.
Ron, and you doing it every day, bro.
Yeah. We're gonna open up that closet. Skeletons. Now,
exactly.
Yeah. So, did you get a TikTok account, SL?
No, I'm getting it today. I'm gonna have it today. I have it today.
Yeah, because TikTok, you're able to go in.
Right.
Now, way longer. Michael, you still there? You go to sleep.
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay, how you doing, Michael?
I'm good, man. How you doing, man? I'm
Great,
just listening,
brother.
enjoying the show as always. I do have.
What's your name in the chat?
Huh?
What's your name in the chat?
Michael, same name.
Okay. All right, go ahead, brother.
I want to talk about what that lady was saying when she was complaining about going into the other spaces and basically receiving harsh treatment. I would like to touch on that.
Yeah.
A lot of these people are disingenuous. They swear that all of this vitriol they claim they're facing is coming out of nowhere. You understand? It's just a reaction to the years and decades of disrespect that they was given. You understand what I'm saying? And their disrespect was actually coming from out of nowhere because they never faced any form of vitriol from us. You understand? Online or personally. You understand? We're talking about Caribbeans and Africans and Spanish people. You understand? Never got that, because if that was the case, they wouldn't live around us. They wouldn't be trying to come to this country. The word would go back to their country. Yo, these people hostile to us. It's not good for us to live amongst them. You understand what I'm saying? But they want to tell you that these people, these young people, these young FBAs is just spewing hatred for no reason.
Right.
That's a bad thing, man. That's disingenuous. That's called propaganda. You know they lying, man. Every effect has a cause. That's universal law. You understand? And you don't want to talk about the cause of that so-called vitriol you facing. The problem is this. This is the problem. People want to replace us, Ron. That's the whole argument right there. These people working with white tea supremacy. This is the fact of the matter. That's what they're doing. That's why they all come to this country. You think the government is going to allow them to come to this country if they're not on white tea supremacy time?
Yeah, right. And then join our activisms? No.
They're not going to do that. They're not going to do that. This is a sophisticated, first-rate government. They are not going to just let people come in here willy-nilly. They already know you not on foundational Black American time. And before we was called foundational Black Americans, we was just called Black folks. You not on Black people time. You're not. Because if you was, there's no way that white tea supremacy could flourish. There's no way. It flourishes from sea to shining sea. You understand? From the Eastern Hemisphere to the Western Hemisphere. How is that possible? All of these people are down with white tea supremacy. You understand what I'm saying? This is why you have the Medejola Raza down there in Latin America. This is why you have the bleaching epidemic and the white worship in the Caribbean and in Africa. This is why you have Asian people that want to be white. You understand? They don't even want to be Asian. They want to be white. You understand? Arabs, all these people down with white tea supremacy. If they wasn't, white tea supremacy would have nowhere to flourish. They would have no soil to feed off of. You understand what I'm saying? That's the facts. Black folks in America are the only people in this world that fight against white tea supremacy. You understand? Our opposition to white tea supremacy is in our very name. It's in our name. We call ourselves Black because we are against white tea supremacy. We're the polar opposite. You understand what I'm saying? It's in the name. So they're very disingenuous, you know what I'm saying? And I told you last time we spoke, man, a lot of these people, demons, man. They demonic. You understand what I'm saying? And I'm telling you that, you feel me? So when I heard the sister speaking like that, man, I'm like, yo, this lady disingenuous, man. She acting like people out here bullying her. And another thing, why everybody want to see Black Americans take the high road? You understand? Like we supposed to take the high road in all situations. when we deal with the white supremacists, when we deal with these immigrants, when we deal with anybody that oppose us, we supposed to take the high road and ignore their nonsense. You understand what I'm saying? We got to ignore their ratchetness. People talk about us, but they ain't talking about Chud the Blunder. And you know what I'm saying? And how the police and the government just allow him to run around and do what he was doing. You feel me? That's just the latest example. Why do people do that to us? That's my question. That's what I would ask them, Ron. Why do people do that to us? Why people expect us to big up Africa, coddle Africa, make Africa look like the best place in the world when Africa does not do the same for us? Why we got to do that? That's a real question, Ron. Why we got to do that? Why we got to make them look good? Why is it imperative? Why?
I'll tell you. So apparently we live with the beast, the real beast. Like white tea, nobody knows white tea supremacy like us. Nobody. Like we got don't forget, the British, however bad they were, they sent their worst over here. So the people who they didn't want to tolerate, they sent over here. So the worst of them started America. The American was running American colonies. So we got the worst of the decrepits, the Jacobians, whatever you want to call them. We got the worst of them. So with that being said, like they have the propaganda machine. So now we don't control our national image. We don't. Like our national image is controlled by media. And we know through Kanye West, he called it the red media because he explained why, right? So that media machine depicts us as savages. It always did, primitive people. So when you feed into that image, right? The sympathy, the justice goes out the door. So whatever justice you were going to get is now justified. So now you'll hear stuff like this. You'll hear, well, just comply. You damn near neg. You ain't got no GUN on you. You damn near neg, and you still got gunned down. And they will say, well, you should just comply. So that's what happens when we are depicted as such, right? So now we play into that depiction. I ain't saying always turn, the other cheek, but when you play into that as a collective, yeah, there could be no remorse for you. And now it's go. Now it's back Jim Crow 2.0. So that's why Dr. King, all those people wore suits and tie. They always like look the best, articulate, like, cause they were practicing black excellence in front of the camera, but behind the camera, they stomp down is happening. But in front of the camera, where are we on social media? Yeah, we got to kind of clean up the image a little bit. But also social media, you can actually do what you want to do. You dig? But you got to be mindful. Are those cameras running? We got to play like them. Like when they all mean, you turn that camera on, they smiling. Because they don't want their image to go out. Because it affects them too. Like these Karens be getting fired from their jobs, can't get a job nowhere because of their whatever they did in public and that camera running. So same thing with us. We got to play the same game, the same chess game. Hey man, camera's off, it's smoke time. Camera on, hey what's going on? Like how they do in prison, right? In prison, don't they be fighting till the guard come? Then they act like they best friends. Oh no, we just wrestling. Well, same thing here. When we going at them without the cameras. Cool. When the cameras come on, we got to start smiling. Nah, that's my buddy, right, Jim? Right, Bob? That's why.
I agree with that. I agree with that. However, I understand where you're coming from, and I do agree. However, let's look at it from our point of view.
Yeah,
they showed us the same negative images of all these people, and we never internalized that. You understand what I'm saying? Now, I'm gonna give you an
why do you
example.
think we never internalized that?
You a scholar, so we dealing with scholarship, right?
Okay.
We never going to just talk willy-nilly. You understand what I'm saying? They showed us negative images of these Europeans that you speak of. The ones that came over here from Newgate Prison and all that over there in London. They showed us the negative images of these people. We read books about these people. Great Expectations, you know, all of these, The Prince and the Pauper. We learned about Europe in that time. You understand what I'm saying? And it wasn't a pretty sight. They didn't paint a pretty picture. We saw the movies, right? We still didn't internalize that, like, all of those Western Europeans are bad people, even though they was doing the most atrocious things in real time. We still never said those are evil people.
Right. Okay, I get what you're saying. Right.
The Italians, they showed the Italians in the most negative light as nothing but mafioso. You understand?
Right.
Chopping up bodies. I'm talking, I don't mean to say it like that.
Hey, I'm thinking on TikTok. Yeah, but okay.
Yeah, they were doing some very vile things on camera. They were showing that, right? We never internalized that to say all these Italians are savages. We never did that.
Right. Yeah, that's a good point.
Now they showed the Africans on these commercials, right? They showed them on the commercials with the bellies and the flies all over their face, and they looking like they starving in their own homeland.
Right.
We never internalized that to say that all Africans are poor and they're savages. We never did that. And we showed it with our art, because every time we depicted Africans in art, we always depicted them in a regal manner. Tell me I'm lying.
Yeah, that's a fact.
I'm talking about when we did it. When White T-Man did it, that's another story. But when we did it, we always depicted Africans in a regal manner. So what I'm asking is, how come we never internalized that? But everybody else internalized the negative images of us, even though they never see those negative images. Because I'm telling you, it's a lot of people that live in the hood, never heard a gunshot. I'm telling you.
Okay, so
there's people that lived in the hood their whole life, never heard a gunshot, never saw a body. Please tell me, how could they internalize those images, but we don't?
Okay, so I'm gonna say this. I'm gonna let True Teller go. So, what people forget is that the book, even though the book is like not factual, but the book, the Willie Lynch letter, that letter describes what you call modern day eugenics, where they literally breeded the best with the best, the best with the best, the best with the best, the best with the best. So that created a super being, right? So that's the way I explain it. That created a super being lineage that nobody else can say that was part of their history. Nobody can say that. That's facts. Nobody can say that. So you have a super being people who conscious on another level, who sympathies on another level, who fight is on another level. Everything about them, their senses is heightened. Everything about them is like they're just above the norm. That's why they can be released from slavery in 1865, and by 1872 have $70 million of this times. You know, in today's currency, there's $70 billion, $70 million. Check this out. 70,000 accounts, $70 million. That means, so break that down. That means everybody had $1 million.
That's right.
Now, but white people broke as crack at this time. So we are those people. And I'm telling you, these white people in America, they know that. And in the UK, the British, they know, like, yo, these people were bred to be the strongest and the best. There's no way we could let them have equality, because equality is like giving them the leg up, because they're not equal. They're superior in that way, the way they were bred, the way they were engineered. So that's why we can not internalize the depictions they're giving us, and they scratching their head like, why it ain't working? Why they find a way out of all this stuff? We got them talking about race-based reparations for the longest under Pan-Africanism. They get wise. They kick Pan-Africanism like a football out the way. And now they talking about lineage-based reparations. So they like, yo, these people just ain't nothing. We can't do nothing. Okay, let's just replace them, because we tried every way which possible to program them, brainwash them, and nothing works. It maybe 4 years it works, 3 years, 10 years, but it usually goes away. Nothing's permanent. So so we're gonna start working on them. Let's just replace them completely, and they bring in who they bring in, right? So, but to answer your question, the eugenics they did with us, matching up the best with inbreeding the best with the best, the smartest, the fertile, with all that type of stuff. That's what makes us, I believe, this is my rationale. That's what makes us above the average person. And I'm proud to say that. And nobody else have that experience.
I agree.
Like nobody else can say that's part of their lineage. That's part of their history. Only we can say that. And that's how you explain why we're just dominant in anything we do. So with that being said, let Truth Teller go in.
All right.
Hey, what up, y'all? I just jumped on, and I know you were separating from TikTok and moving into YouTube because you're traveling and whatnot. But I jumped in because of that last young lady, and the two gentlemen prior to me massively laid some things out. So I've come to realize, my dog barking, but I've come to realize that people like her, when they specifically say and describe these situations, that is not how it went down. Now, she said a few things in her short statements that allowed me to believe she's probably not FBA herself, right? 90% of what she said is basically what non-FBA say. She referred to herself as African American several times. She distanced herself from FBA, even though she, at that point in time, understood what the lineage meant. She castigated FBAs because of what she felt she experienced on the panel, right? She said they just started calling her a tether because of the flag she had up. And that, we all know that ain't really true. They got to say something first, right? And what she wanted to do is try to explain how African history somehow is what makes FBA history a thing, right? Because she referenced our music. I don't know what part of our music comes from African anything. She referenced our culture. I don't know what part of our culture comes from African anything. They themselves say our culture was stripped. They make fun of us saying we don't have any culture. So suddenly now our culture, now that it's identified, is suddenly linked to Africa somehow. Right. So just those tidbits of what she said allowed me to identify she came into whatever that panel was saying some things that triggered people. She didn't come in there saying, yeah, we're all FBA. 90% of what she said was distancing. The only 10% that she claimed that made her FBA is because her grandfather, her great-grandfather, her great-great-grandfather fought in wars. I don't even know what that means. So, and we've heard other people who are not of our lineage try to use that. They have some form of connection somewhere back in the day. They don't know which areas or where exactly. They'll just claim a state, or my family fought in a war. They don't know what war. They don't know the details. You start asking them about the culture. They know little tidbits, but they're kind of off. So what we really need to make sure that we do is when people come in here and try to make it seem like FBAs are villainous or disrespectful, we understand that. Honestly, I've never been on a panel where somebody who came in and wasn't trying to take a side shot at the lineage before everybody was like, yeah, you one of them. Because the first thing they do is try to degrade or take away from our lineage first, claim we don't understand ourselves, and then try to teach us somehow of their connection to Africa. And she referenced a couple of times her reference to Africa. And I was trying to jump on, but it was ending. But I was trying to ask her, well, how do you know you African? And then, one part of her family's African. That's how she knows.
Do you have TikTok?
No, I don't have TikTok, and I ain't trying to join TikTok. TikTok is a mess. I wanted to. I thought about it. I thought about it when she was talking.
It's a mess, but I'm not okay. When I say TikTok, I'm not saying to join TikTok space. I'm saying to join my space. Like, you got TikTok to join the space I created, not some random TikTok space.
All right, and shout out to you, Rob. What's your TikTok space so everybody can hear it and I can get it too? Make sure
Unbiased Ron, FBA News Updates.
All right, that's simple. But yeah, we gotta make sure these people who are, she's cosplaying, so we gotta make sure the cosplayers don't come on here and try to make FBAs look bad. We think it's us, but honestly, most of these people who come in here and say these things, even the people who saying they're indigenous, them too. Because when you start asking them some questions about their lineage, suddenly they really can't tell you about their indigenousness. And you're like,
I
well,
got
so
one.
then where are your people from?
Did you hear my latest discussion with a Arawak dude?
Yeah, I heard it.
Yeah.
He's Caribbean. Man. Now, check it. And you know this, Rob, but my father's Jamaican. My mother's FBA. But my grandfather, my father's father, is actually Arawak.
Okay, right.
He is. He got the look and everything. The curly hair, dark, straight, dark skin. Yeah, he is actually Arawak from the Caribbean. So when they say that and they try to make the kid, they'll say some crazy stuff like, it was
These guys
trading
got a
back
weird
and
connection.
forth. Yeah, it's
Right.
like, wait, what?
He fought in the war.
He fought in the war. Yeah, they fought in the what war? What are you talking about?
Yeah,
Jamaicans
it's just
wouldn't
a
even
war.
coming over here like that. But and we just got to be careful because when we hear people saying, referring to themselves separate from FBA, Solon, ADOS, whatever, because we all know the names are the same, but suddenly these people want to say, hey, the names are different. That's my first indication that you're not one of us.
Warren Cherub, because he tried to act like they were different. I told the guy, I said, dude, what are you talking about?
I heard him.
Same, man.
Right.
Yeah.
And then he tried to say, that's why, well, he sounded like he wasn't one of us to begin with. He just came on taking shots about stuff that was so the way you can kind of sense it is when they start taking shots about, so if anybody has ever had a conversation with like one of our bootlegs, right? With one of our folks who, is on that side of the fence and we already know. They don't sound like the people from other countries or other lineages that talk down about Black people. They speak differently. So if you've ever had a one of those bootlegs in your family or a friend or somebody you know, somebody you work with, and you talk about them, they don't talk about the lineage the same way these people from other countries talk down about the lineage. So you can kind of already identify. You can hear how they're coming about it, right? And it's usually they're very ignorant on history, and I mean actual history. I'm not saying the made up stuff that the YT folk then gave them. I mean they're ignorant on any inputs that our people has given to this country to make it what it is. They don't know. They don't reference or any of that. They kind of make up how Africans are part of the building of this country. They'll go from African people being enslaved. And Ron, you be masterful when you ask them, well, then who sold these people? And suddenly they start screaming. That's the Pan-African coming out in them. It's funny. I mean, here you say that now, it's like regular. Well, who sold them? And they'd be like, well, they were transported over. Well, wait, who enslaved them and sold them? Well, like, oh, damn, man. Yeah, you people. So that you can identify that they're Pan-African and their ignorance of anything about our Black culture here in America is also their ignorance. Because remember, they really truly believe either that we don't have any or our culture doesn't count. And it's due to jealousy, ignorance, and a whole bunch of other things. And inferiority complexes. There's a ton of stuff. Because I done talked to Caribbeans and heard what they say. And I'm like, well, you don't even make any sense because you acknowledge everything that we've done over here, but then you act like you're still better, but you haven't accomplished anything near what our people have accomplished. And they just backpedal. So just be aware who you're talking to and who's representing themselves as FBA and then how they talk about FBAs just being too disrespectful on those panels. So they're usually not that thing.
Ron, you there?
Oh, my bad. I'm over talking to you. Thank you. So what I was saying, everything SL said, everything, and Michael followed up, and you follow up. I said that right there on TikTok, I had like 29 people watching, which is a lot. I just started I had like one person before, so I got up to 30 now. But had you guys said that on TikTok rather than YouTube, the TikTok space would have been like 150 because TikTok embraces explanations better than YouTube. YouTube is like more microwave. Get to the point, land your plane. TikTok is more go in as much as you need to until somebody wants to join the panel, and then you stop. You feel me? But that's what TikTok is for. It's to like go in on whatever's in your mind, whatever breakdown you got, go in until somebody wants to join. And they say, okay, hey, but they like that over there. Like that's like, I noticed that's like their culture. They like to people just go in. Because every time I go in, just without stopping, you see like the panel everybody start trying to join. But if you like talk and stop and like YouTube, that won't work. Nobody want to hop on. That's why I said if y'all had TikTok account and y'all joined the panel from TikTok, y'all would have made the panel more lit. More folks would have came in.
So TikTok is basically like YouTube. You just it's not an app, is it?
Yeah, yeah, it's an app. It's an app.
Oh, it's an app.
On your phone and not on your laptop, but on your phone, it's an app. Yeah, but once you like find people, you find like my social media handle and whoever else, Tariq Nasheed, FB Gatekeeper, whoever, you know what I mean, the Saint. And once you find them and you follow them, and then and once they go live, whatever, you'll get notification that they're live. And matter of fact, a lot of times you don't got to find them. Like TikTok finds you. Like right now, if I open my app right now, I share my screen, it's gonna play somebody live video without even looking for them. So it tries to find the audience. YouTube hides your audience. It's like weird. They hide your audience. They shadow ban you. But to TikTok try to get to your audience. Like weird shit. So yeah. So if I could do what I'm doing on YouTube to TikTok, I would like TikTok better. Because the shadow banning, all those games, small hat games, don't happen over there in TikTok. Not yet.
I'm definitely getting on it.
Yeah, but if I could switch, I'll do it.
Yeah, I'm a thing there. I'm gonna jump in and I'll just thing there.
Too much YouTube. It's too much YouTube politics, man. Like right now I'm shadow banned. Like for no reason, I'm like shadow banned. And like why do you think Tariq went from and why do you think Tariq went from Tariq Radio to Islam Radio? Like people know when he's shadow banned. Like Tariq been online. Like this guy is a celebrity. Like your favorite celebrity know who he is. And this guy got 250,000 subscribers. All this time on all these network shows, his mouth is in everybody. His name is in everybody in their mother mouth. Academics, Republicans, Roland Martin, name them. Mark Lamont Hill, Joe Budden. Everybody's saying this dude's name, and he's very charismatic. He's very witty. He's good looking. He got all this thing going for him, and the best he can do is man. You trying to tell me Math Hoffa got more? Stop it. Like they blocking this dude from getting subscribers. You trying to tell me Math Hoffa got more subscribers than Tariq? Like knock it off. Go ahead.
Absolutely. Yeah, and I just want to say this to you. The point that you remember when you said about Tariq, when Tariq first, like some months ago, how Tariq was very, very open to any type of dialogue when it comes to talking about FBA. Then he started to push back even more, especially with the Garvey thing. You can tell that the lineage and our scholars and the people in the chat and everything, you can see that he sees this, he feels this, he see what we're doing out there, right? I know he know who you are. I guarantee you that Tariq Nasheed knows who you are, bro. But he is strategic. I think so too. And bro, he do. And look, you're strategic, right? Alpha them is strategic, but he knows what he's doing. And you know what you're doing. Look, bro, you came to TikTok for a reason. You said you were gonna do it. Look, for us to have been listening to you, you said I'm going over there. I'll be over there, y'all. I'm gonna end up at TikTok. I got to get over there. I got to get on those spaces. And now you're there. And then you made a declaration about why you were there. Now people are actually talking about that. And so I know that what we're doing is right. I know when they come at our young people out there like that, talking about we don't have a understanding of history and things, but it's really like crazy, right? Like if a Nigerian is born tomorrow, nobody's gonna attack him about his history. If an African is born tomorrow, nobody's gonna attack him about his history from 0 to 10 to 12 years old. Nobody. They're only gonna do that to FBA children, bro. Look, this is insane. Our children cannot be born today unless they have to explain to these people. This. Look, we can't have this. And what you're doing is slowing them down. You're trying to give them an avenue to speak, which we need, which is our diversity. We got the real diversity, meaning letting all y'all in. I mean, if they really look at that, yeah, go ahead.
Let me add to that. Now, yeah, look what we're doing right now. Everybody who's on this panel right now, I don't know about King Rooster, but everybody on this panel is at least 40 or close or older. Listen, that type of panel does not exist on TikTok. Why are you guys depriving them from grown folks talking about what they're talking about? Like these people would sit at our feet and come to our panel and listen how it's done. What we're talking about, we need to bring that to TikTok and let those YNs see how it's done. It ain't just yelling and cussing and like when they see how I handle non-FBAs, even like the hateful ones, when they see how I handle them, still cook them without calling them names and all that, like people be like, damn, that was dope. And who I get that from? I got that from Dr. Khalid Muhammad. I got that from Minister Louis Farrakhan. I got that from Tariq Nasheed. I got that from. I told you that. Like, what made me change my image because when I see them people, they're always professional and strong. Like when they got the media looking at them, like Malcolm X, they're never like crazy, irate, cussing. They always strong. Like even I see Malik Zulu Sabaz come on Sean Hannity and cook him, like crushed him, and like with professionalism, because he could get wild too, but he didn't. He kept it professional, smiled, and was strong though. Cooked them all. Sister Soldier, and we could go on and on and on. People go in these spaces and cook and do work, and people admire them. Why? Not because they Black Power. No, they out there are very articulative. You feel me? Dropping the point, landing the plane, being quiet, letting you respond. Like that is attractive. Cause that's how you communicate for real.
But peace. Let me let you know I'm 40. I ain't young.
Okay, there you go. All right.
I just look. That's the enemy that they talking about. They perceive themselves to be. No, we are American, bro. I don't understand how people are claiming a place that they have never been. They ain't born into that place.
Ain't going.
How you claiming African, bro? You are indigenous American. You are the indigenous to this place. Look, if you're gonna claim anything, at least claim your cattle tag that they call a social security number. You are American, bro. Stamped, sealed, and approved, bro. You got a social security number. How you gonna attach yourself to Africa when those are the same people that sold your ass? Dealing with the Portuguese and the other light-skinned people that was kind of brownish. They was light-skinned people that was dealing with darker people and say, what can we do with our people that are downtrodden? They sold your ass over here. They sold a lot of thieves over here and whatever. Look, I'm real South. I live in the real South. I was speaking to somebody in the chat. And the thing that I be trying to get to copper tone people, bro, the reason why I try to get through the head, the reason why we have so many problems is brown people are tribal people. I don't know why y'all looking for one God. Y'all done got that Jesus concept through y'all mind to where y'all looking for one savior. No, your God or your person, your leader is supposed to be split up in tribes. Your matriarch of the family, your grandma, your granddad, or whoever the breadwinner, or whoever see fit to make sure the whole family. That's who you supposed to be looking after. Like, bro, y'all, them white folks are messed up. These people so bad to where they looking for one savior. They looking for one black person to carry the whole load. Martin Luther King, the Malcolm X, the Louis Farrakhan, the all this, Dick Gregory. No, man, one man can't tote that whole load. You got to break them up into sections. Who is your leader from over here across town? Who is your leader from over here across town? That's why the whole United States is built in segments. Look into the person that's close to you. Look, the reason why we having a problem at the White House because people thinking it's supposed to be one savior. They think Trump is the savior now, or he's the downfall. But these Negroes don't go vote. You walk around your politicians every day, but you don't even know their name. That's the person you're supposed to be looking for as your leader, so where they can voice their opinion to the people that's in a high position over you. That's the problem. Miscommunication amongst black folks. We thinking we all the same, and we thinking we supposed to have one leader. No, your leader is right there with you, elbow to elbow every day. But you ain't talking to him. You looking for God to come back down and save all of you. FBA,
what state are you
whatever
from?
you label yourself at.
What state
I'm
are
from
you
the great
in?
state of Mississippi. I'm from the great
Okay.
state of Mississippi. A place, right?
What
A
part?
place where look, you got black
what
folks
city?
in the United States talking about going to Africa, right? They couldn't survive in Mississippi. They could not.
All right, hold on.
Without the help of government assistance or whatever, or some extreme
Now you're right. But
family members.
Hold on. Slow down.
They can't.
What city? What city? What town?
Why would I give you city? I'm well versed in YouTube. I don't want no pieces popping up on my door. We don't eat pizza or pork like that.
I got you. But let me tell you, I lived and went to school in Macomb, Mississippi. So you ain't saying nothing to me.
With that.
All right. Yeah. All right. Okay. So I've been there, done that. I know how it is, and I'm talking. And this is in the '90s, my guys. This is like '90. And no matter of fact, it wasn't. No, it might have been '89. So yeah. So we're talking about dirt roads and one store, and that thing 2-3 miles away. And we talk about no cars.
Yeah, it's different. It's different. But see, that's what I'm saying. You explaining that, but it's different from where I'm from, because I don't live in no food desert. I ain't never had to go through certain stuff.
Yeah, that's what we were.
But listen, what I'm saying though. But see, that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. Everything's split off in like tribal things, bro. And when you stay down here, you can understand it. We understand down here that everybody that look like me ain't me. Black folks down here.
Wait, explain that. Explain that. Let's make some sense of that. Explain that.
Okay, I'm gonna
everybody look like you ain't you.
Okay.
Yeah.
I look like me, right? When you first saw me pop up on this Zoom, right? You assume that I'm young, right? I might come from a lineage or a tribe of people that might be older, but they look young. But you got the other tribe over there. They got young kids that look like dirt old, nigga, like they was at the Last Supper. That's a different tribe of people. I look different.
No, it's not.
My mindset is different, and then it's section off. Yes, it is. Just because they black don't mean we're the same. Okay.
Wait. Okay, so you can't. So now you use the tribe analogy, and now you're using the skin color. So you got to pick one. Is it the tribe analogy, or is it the skin color thing? You got to be consistent. Now, secondly, like which one you gonna use to differentiate? Is it tribe analogy or the skin analogy? Wait. That's rhetorical. That's rhetorical. That's rhetorical. So there's something called an ethnogenesis. You ever heard of that?
Inform me. Because
okay.
they're gonna assume I don't know anyway. So go ahead.
Ethno means people. Ethnos is Greek. Means people, and Genesis means.
Now, baby boy, come on, get it together, man.
My guy, I read and write Greek. Okay, so I'm not confusing myself. All right,
I'm not
and I also read and write ancient Greek on top of that. So this is our Greek word, ethnos, and Genesis. That just means a new people. Okay. So what make those different tribes? You're calling different tribes. They're not different tribes. They're the same people because they went through the same ethnogenesis in America, starting from U.S. chattel slavery to Jim Crow to sharecropping, convict leasing, all of Black Reconstruction. All of that is made those people the same, regardless of their skin complexion difference and regardless of how they look, young, old, whatever. They're the same people.
Okay,
so they're not different tribes. They're one people.
You got to be careful with that right there, my good sir, because what you are implying is, because if you go through history now, if you say all of these black people are the same, you are speaking about incest, because there was Virginia breeding farms. No, if we are all the same people, you got to think about back in history, they stopped They stopped Africans from coming over here. And then
Can I step in,
Indians,
Ron?
along with the colonizers, guess what they did? They start inbreeding the slaves, right? So if you are saying that all of us are the same people, you are implying that we are descendants of incest. So you better be careful. So you better put some separation in that.
That's not true.
No,
So, my man, let me speak.
You better
let me speak so I can rebut you.
Look, we heard you out, so now he's gonna respond. You got to hear him out completely.
Go ahead.
Based on with the logic you just gave us, that means any group of people culturally would be based on incest, which is absurd. First of all, the people that our ancestors come from were from many different places. The inbreeding that happened, they literally shipped and sold our people across this entire country to breeding farms. There was reasons why they didn't want to do incest, because it would breed a weaker stock. That's why they wouldn't do it.
They called it a good stock.
Hold on.
Back in those days, they called it a good stock. You are not talking to nobody this inner city.
My man,
live with the white schools and all that. They called it good stock.
At one point, there were more black people in this country than there were them other folk.
So that refers that.
So are you saying? So are you saying? So in order for what you say to make sense, it would have to be that every single one of the black people that were here were in some way, shape, or form related for it to be inbreeding. Is that what you're saying?
No.
Okay, so then how does inbreeding make sense?
Bro, since y'all Negro be claiming y'all Indians, bro, did you ever look at the map of the Indians and where their tribes were located, bro? Those people we didn't have cars.
I don't understand your point.
We didn't have none of that.
I don't understand your point.
Look,
sir,
it will take
you're
weeks
misdirecting.
Just for the
You're misdirecting.
You missed it.
Nobody here on this panel claimed any indigenous anything. So I don't know what you're arguing right now.
Wait, okay. You said on the panel, that's the word used, but in the chat, they say we Indians.
But you're not talking to the chat. But you're not talking to the chat. You're talking to me.
You can't twist me up with these words, bro. I'm just telling you.
Who said anything about indigenous? Where you going with
what he is saying, if you believe that all of these black folks, these foundational black Americans are the same people, that implies that you believe they come from the same fruit of the tree, right?
No.
That means it's had, in order for these many people over the consecutive amount of years to be continually born, they had to be
disingenuous.
If they are not different from nobody else, they had to be inbreeding, bro.
But did you
all that means they was already here.
No, you didn't hear the first part of what I said, so obviously you don't have active listening ability. Correct? Because if all the people they brought over from that other country were from different places, and then on top of that you say indigenous people were mixed in, how can inbreeding occur? You're not making sense.
I didn't say indigenous people were mixed in. You said that. I said you are implying that all people are the same, right? What if those people didn't get in touch with the indigenous people? The indigenous people, some of the indigenous people were allowed to turn into a slave.
Okay, before you go into that,
what if I come from the lineage of the people that turned some of you into slaves?
Hold on, I need
what if I was to
clarification.
claim Indian?
I need your clarification on something.
Indian,
Jesus, you just gonna keep talking? I need you to clarify something so I can understand what you mean.
This is what I'm talking about.
Can you clarify?
He said, I need you. See, that's come from Africa.
I need
because
you
I
to
do something. Why don't you make me do something? See, that's in the DNA.
I don't understand, sir. I don't understand. I don't understand what you're saying.
Sir, I have not said sir at all.
I'm not clear on your perspective.
Who's the dominant being in this?
Sir, you're older than me. It's called culture respects our elders. You don't want me to respect you?
No, but in certain tribes, the elders
then I won't respect
will eventually
you. No problem.
be a challenge.
So my man, you need to be quiet. So then let me finish.
The elders will eventually be challenged by the youth. Thinking and all.
Do you know what an ethnogenesis is? Do you know what that is? And if you don't know, just say no.
I muted him so you can go, so he gonna keep cutting in. All right. It looks like he might need to take his medicine. That's what it's looking like.
Can I say one thing real quick? I was listening. being patient and silent throughout all that mess. People like that can't be entertained. Can't entertain people like that because they the ones that cause confusion. You understand what I'm saying? He's acting like people wasn't migrating, the indigenous tribes wasn't migrating. It's obvious he does no scholarship. He doesn't know what an ethnicity is. He thinks that people in the same ethnic group are the same exact people. That is not the truth. An ethnicity is a group of people that have shared experience, cultural similarity, and or lineage.
When did I say that, bro?
He
I didn't
seems to
say
think
that. I
that
say they are all
to
different.
think that, fam, you cutting people off while they talking. You seem to think that everybody in the black ethnicity is the same. No, it's not
I
like
didn't
that.
say that, crazy. I ain't the one that said that. I
You
was
would
just
have to.
explaining they are
You would
not the
have to.
same.
But you would
I was
have to
saying that
be
they are
that if
not
you
the
said
same, bro.
Nobody
But if
said
you,
that.
but you,
Nobody said they was the same
nobody says they
racially
were the
or
same.
lineage wise. We are the
You
same
did.
cultural wise and shared experience. We are black folks, you understand? But we come in a large variety. It's 50 million of us. You understand? And indigenous tribes were traveling before Europeans came. That's why the Tuscarora of New York is connected to the Tuscarora of North Carolina, because those are the same people. You understand?
But
People were
And let me say something right quick.
Okay. You do.
Let me say something right quick too, bro. This SLE double for you said you're 40 years old, right, bro? You said you're 40?
Yeah, I'm 40.
Okay, listen, wait, because you keep on talking about it. Just wait.
I didn't even
I'm
know
60.
I'm older than him.
Now wait, I'm 60. I'm 60. Now what the brother just said about the Tuscaloosa tribe, that's true. I actually broke down something some months ago on one of Ron things about that. I broke the whole map down about that. But this is where I'm having a little bit of problem with what you're saying right now. When you're saying that they breeded them all, and you're saying we came from incest, but do you understand what'll happen if you actually incest people like that right there? You won't have any people with any type of understanding. That right there won't happen. Wait, bro, wait. So what I'm saying, no, you're mixing up a lot, which is why you got all us on here talking
I
at the
said
same
that
time.
person was implying that everybody had to come from incest then.
No, he was explaining. Listen, wait. He was explaining the ethnogenesis to you. He was trying to explain the ethnogenesis to you from the beginning. You basically just put that off. You don't want to try to understand ethno. Listen. No, the host was trying to explain ethnogenesis to you from the beginning. And so because you said no,
so I ask him, hey,
right.
King Rooster, what's an ethnogenesis?
And he said, I don't know. Right.
All
right.
And soon as he said that,
wait.
I said, enlighten me.
Okay,
you know
brother, hey, King Rooster, respectfully, this live today, this subject ain't for you. You can come on the next live, but we just explained it to you.
No, it ain't for me.
3-4 times. Okay, all right, we'll get up. See ya.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, but now we're not going to explain something to him. We all explain it to him, and we ask him again, what is it? He says, I don't know. Okay, you got to go.
Exactly.
You got to at least try to understand what we're saying before you start rebuting and responding. Bro. Yeah, but look, that's a case in point. Where he did say he's from Mississippi, and he don't represent all Mississippians, but most likely he didn't go to school at all. No schooling. He was homeschooled, probably worked the farm. And apparently he don't know how to converse.
Right. Because we don't know where he's going with it. It's like he came in almost like an immigrant, right?
Yeah.
He basically came in like an immigrant.
I was going to say that, yeah. Like I was going to say that, but I be trying to get people the benefit of the doubt. Like he said he's from Mississippi, but he wouldn't tell you though, right? He wouldn't tell where at though, right?
Yeah, he
right. And what I believe, what he
wait.
Go ahead, bro.
1 second. What Mississippian ain't gonna be proud to tell you where they from?
Thank you.
Right.
Yeah. So Yeah, so when he ain't want to tell me where he's from, I'm like, yeah, okay, come on, dude. Like, you're weird, bro.
Like we could identify you in a whole city.
Right.
In
Like, we know. Like, dude, like, it's definitely not Mississippi. Like, first of all, nobody's going there. You're not going there.
No.
You're not going there. Yeah, it's nowhere near like where we live at now. Like, there's nowhere like it's gonna be a whole different look. It's probably worse than South Carolina. Okay, yeah, it's not gonna be appeasing to you, and you're gonna be scared. You're gonna be scared because you're gonna be thinking, if I catch a flat tire, look where I'm at. Yeah, nah, listen, there ain't nothing to play with.
He did the dumb man move, which is why it was clear that he needed to be exposed, because he wanted to jump to incest, and then we all brought up different points about that. We were like, well, how can it be incest? That would mean the stock would be weaker. If they're breeding people for more value, why would they use
I thought about that
incest to
too.
do it?
You'd be slow. You'd be slow.
Yeah.
You'd be like not.
You'd be mentally slow. Yeah. You'd be
You have
physically slow too.
many
That's the worst
problems.
part.
Many problems. You have so many problems when you're growing up. You have problems with your hair.
Why?
You have problems
but
with
why
your
would they
everything.
do that? Why would they do that if they're trying to make the best creation to make America great? Like, why would you inbreed if you're trying to make America great?
And if they were, we wouldn't be where we are now. We wouldn't be what we are.
Well,
It doesn't make any sense.
There'll be no such thing as of America the way we know it today. We were inbreeding.
Destroyed.
It'd be a third world.
Absolutely.
SHITHOLE.
And he's lucky. He's lucky. He's lucky and he's blessed that his mother and his father and his grandfather and whoever he had, you know what I'm saying, don't share that. Because I can tell he's on an island. You know, he's on an island by himself. He's one of them people that everywhere he go, he's arguing. Man, he's arguing with the young people. If they have a cookout, if they have a party, he's the guy that's trying to explain them about space and everything else.
Right.
Because
Yeah.
What we call him? Oh boy, Oswald Bates. There you go, right there.
Oh yeah. And I bet you he got a big fat white girl with Daisy Dukes. With Daisy, the big fat white girl with Daisy Dukes. I guarantee with two big ponytails.
It's not even that. So the reason why he was staying on the whole inbred thing is because he was trying to take a shot at the lineage.
Yeah.
Because as soon he tried to do that, but then as soon as we cornered him, suddenly indigenous. Like, where are you getting indigenous from? It ain't even in the conversation. You just
Right.
Indigenous
and that's
people
why I
for
said,
no
like,
apparent reason.
he's calling us tribes. I heard that.
Right.
And then he said black. I said, okay, which one are we going to distinguish us from tribes or the color of our skin? Like, bro, you're everywhere. Yeah. So he most likely, and then he'll know what part Mississippi's from. Most like, almost for certain.
Correct.
He's a tether.
Yeah.
Almost with pure certainty, he's a tether.
Yeah. You don't.
And he getting tossed from every space he get in.
Right.
But that's what I was trying to explain. Like, if you ever talk
and his name Michael. Oh yeah, that's definitely a tether name.
But if you ever talk to one of our if you ever talk to one of our coons, they don't talk like that, right? They go a different path. They'll talk down about the lineage, but not the way they do it. And the first thing he tried to do was take a shot at the biological portion of it, right? Trying to say, well, how can y'all be one people? Then that would mean y'all being inbred. Like, where did you get that from? There's a whole bunch of different cultures that has nothing to do, that was never built on inbreeding. Like, literally in history, right? How do you determine a lineage, a group of people aligned in ethnicity, but say they're inbreds, right? There's really only one group that exists that way right now. We know who they are. Everybody else who's an ethnicity doesn't do that, but somehow we have to be that. So yeah, man.
And look,
people talk.
Go ahead, bro.
Can I ask Ron one thing? I got a request, Ron. I would like for you to do a show about that. Make that one of your prompts. You know what the brother was talking about. You know why these other people, these other nations, feel the need to denigrate our lineage. You understand? And you be as creative as you want to be. You know how you do, but please make that the prompt of one of your lives so we can hear what these people got to say. You know what I'm saying?
They're just really, that's already written in history. It's called scientific racism, right? So he's just adding to it. That's all.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I'm gonna do a show on scientific racism.
People out of their mind, man. It's real. It's ridiculous at this point, man.
And yeah, they are losing their mind.
I don't think he's being taken serious anywhere. I think he landed over here because he's going everywhere and everybody's throwing him off. He's getting thrown out of FBA sites. That's why he tried to take a shot at FBA, because he want us to understand something. This dude almost sound like he just got out of prison yesterday, right? And he was in prison. He was a Christian. He was a Moor. He was a Jew. Buddhist. He was this. He was that. He was a Buddhist, and he got pissed off with all of them. And he came home to create his own thing.
They go to every faith and still don't learn nothing.
Yeah, but they don't do what he did. He pissed off. He came out, and now he's going to try to explain to tribes. Because look, he went back to tribe. He said the tribe is right beside you. So that means, just imagine that. Okay, so this your tribe, the one next to you. So the one next, so if the guy over there start talking something crazy, where do we go with this? See, he was saying you don't lead a leader, but then he's trying to create a leader. Because that's what these immigrants want to do.
When he started doing the leader thing, you see, I just moved away from that completely. I don't know where you're trying to get. The leader's right beside you. Like, he's a politician's my leader. Like, dude, that's why. Like, dude, are you again? Like, talking like that is enough. Like, dude, so you don't know what delineation is? The code is, you know what the code as a leader is? You fool. But look, I didn't entertain that. I act like I ain't hear that. Good.
And we should have questioned him even more, because this is the thing, and this is the great thing about FBA.
No. You know, y'all did the right.
What I mean about.
No, Essa, what I'm saying, a guy like that, you don't question. You just make your point, because they're not going to listen. We explained ethnogenesis 100 times, and he has no idea what it is. I even broke down the word. He said I was struggling. Yeah. No, guys like that, you don't ask them nothing. He can't. He's a motor mouth. Ask him something, you give up your mic, and now he talks again. So no, you don't want him to talk at all. Like, he's the guy you want to give a lecture to. Like, just go for a whole hour.
Right. The thing I wanted to just question him on was like, okay, so, you know, like he told us his age. I was gonna be going basic questions like, okay, so what school did you go to? You know, stuff like that.
It's like I told True Teller one day, it's not going to work once you relieve your duties of speaking and give it to him, relinquish your mic. He's not going to stop. You won't get a second question in.
Yeah. As you can see, because even when he cornered us, when asking the question and it cornered him, right? Because he agreed that, you know, all the Africans over here didn't come from the same place. All the slaves didn't come from the same place. So how can it be inbreeding if you are...
Yeah, I thought about that too. I was like, okay, yeah.
So when he acknowledged, he's like, okay, like, then how can that be inbreeding if you got people from tribes, you got people mixed with white people, you got people mixed with Africans, and you making kids out of them, and the whole point of you breeding is to make stronger human beings. You wouldn't be, you know, having people breed with their own direct family members, because that would make a bad outcome of a product. You would not do that. You would actually move those people. You know, one owner would sell a couple of women to another owner that has a couple of dudes, and they would mix and match that way. And you sell a couple of the kids to somewhere else, and there would be no reason for them to inbreed. It would hurt the product and hurt the whole effort and hurt value. So that's just absurd. But he just was saying it because
Somalians, man.
Exactly. I didn't want to say him out loud.
And bro, not to cut you off, and you can continue with that when you just said that. And that's one of the reasons why we have family reunions. Listen, on a plantation, when we would get mixed like that, and when we do it, and this is another thing where you can tell that we're not like everybody else. And that's one of the reasons why we have family reunions. That's the reason why your grandmother and your uncle and stuff, well, you got to find your family, you got to do this. And then you find a lot of our movies where we're looking for our family forever.
Yeah.
That's why you know we're not
the first people. Were we the first people to come up with that? Like,
family reunion. Yeah. And we did that coming up out of slavery and being also with the indigenous and mixed, because they had that same, that look, this is an American thing about this family reunion thing. Listen, because we do that right there in order so that we don't run across our relatives. Our relatives and our lineage has always been number one. Theirs is not. That's why they leave.
Because you can imagine once Emancipation Proclamation happened, like people were trying to reunite with their relatives, right? So that just makes common sense. Like, yeah, like because the Southerners live with each other, the Northerners live with each other, right? There's no family reunion for them. Yeah, so that they had tribes, equal tribe, the Haitian, so that would be something solely us. So when they say culture, like, are they nuts like that?
We are the culture.
That's like they really think that the indigenous folks was over here twiddling their thumbs. That's the problem.
They think they like them. They think we're like them. Look, bro, the stuff they try to hide.
But how could you be lazy living in New York climate? Just think about it. How?
Yeah,
how is it possible to be lazy living in New York, Philly, Jersey climate? How? Connecticut, Massachusetts. How you gonna have civilization up there and you lazy? You'll die.
Bro, we look, even when you talk about the Great Migration, listen, look, this is how crazy this is, even talking about it. When we go up north, we know exactly where our family are, or we'll look for them. When we migrate, when they come down south, it's the same thing. Or when you go to west, that's what you talk about, the great expansion and forging America. When we do this all the time, we always have questions. We always have questioned people in a way. That's how you get the Green Book. This stuff does crazy what he's talking about. Bro, we had the Underground Railroad. Everything that we do, we always is built off our lineage. We the only ones that do this. These people keep on talking about these tribes, but we really are the people that are better lineage bound. That's why when the Caucasian came over, he started letting those people come over here through Ellis Island. First thing they wanted to do was check them out. And because they knew who was coming over here, even when they opened up the prisons. Everything that they do, they're trying to figure out why. Because a lot of them are basically did the thing that he's saying, dealing with family members. But we have always rejected that. If even when you see us coming in contact with the Europeans, even over here, we would almost unalive to do what they wanted. They saw it. It's something in us that rejects certain things like that. It's like we don't need to be taught that. That's why when they come over here, they think that we're like the worst people in where they came from. Because normally we getting the better of them, right? We always get the better of them, the ones that lighter skin or have some sort of education. Those are the ones that are able to come over to America generally. So they look at the ones that they treating like that, and the colonizers that like that that's in those deep woods and all that stuff in Africa. They call them savages and things like that. When they come over here, they basically want to look at us like that. But when they see us, the first thing comes to their mind is, I have made the biggest mistake of my life. I have been lied to. Because they look nothing like the people that we're coming from. They don't operate like that. Even the way that they walk, the way that they move. Bro, where do you think you got swag from? Where do you think you got that gangster lean from? Where do you think you got that walk? Nobody walks like us. They don't even talk like us. Everything that we do, they watch us and they try to copy it. So how when this gentleman is saying that, it's like none of it makes any sense. We created all this stuff to know who our family are. When Elijah Muhammad came, the first thing he said, knowledge yourself, know who you are, knowledge of who you are. And even within that, they had a hierarchy and a structure sometime of who you can marry. Bro, you remember Jump the Broom? That Jump the Broom was for people that did not have their rights. What you think the freemen were doing? They weren't doing that. We always have been living off our lineage. We can spot a tether. I think one brother called it the tetherator or something, whatever you call it. We can spot them, but we'll deal with them because we know when you go through colonization, you know who your open enemy is. Your open enemy has always been a different color, but they're so caught up on that. They think that dealing with the colonizer the way they deal with it is the way that we should deal with it over here. It's like, no, that's not the way you deal with this. This is not something that you can deal with like 8 hours a day. It's not like a job. See, you can't be FBA and like clock into a job, and then you're gonna say, okay, now I'm gonna deal with the white tee this way. You don't deal with them that way. You have to deal with FBA the way that we deal with you. We deal with people on a basis of truth and justice. We try to bring justice to the world. That's why you're able to come over here. You should honestly honor some of these younger people that you're now integrated into our spaces with, like our HBCUs and our public schools. Those young people, those FBAs are that lineage line that you're coming over to see. Those are the real people that you need to be honoring instead of over here trying to compete with them, because they don't look at their country as a competition. We're the only people that don't compete for America, because we don't think it's something that you fight for, because we are America. These people got it really confused about, well, the first thing they say is, when we get at them, go after white people, go after white people. It's like, dude, you're talking about a lineage here. When you say go after them, you don't understand that right there is the person that you ran from. Why aren't you going after them? You don't understand all of our ways, the way that we deal with stuff in the 30s and the 40s. And I keep telling them, why don't you study that dollar you so in love with? Won't you look at them people that's on that dollar, on that money? Check out when they were actually in the White House, or when they was building the White House, or whatever they was doing when they called themselves a president. See what we were dealing with when you running over here to grab one of them dollars with one of those presidents, except for the one that's not, and that's Benjamin Franklin. But even study his history. Study his history. You'll see us there. Study George Washington. You'll see us. Study the British Revolution. You'll see us. You keep coming over here trying to go into HBCU. Man, look here. You study them presidents before you get here. You probably won't come. Because if you study them, you'll know who we are. They put their face on money like they did with Garvey. Every time you see them put their face on the money like that right there, that is idol worship. Y'all are trying to worship idols, and we don't. We do this by lineage based. And we're trying to teach everybody to be grounded. You have to be grounded to this earth. You have to be grounded to the land. You have to be grounded to where you are. So when you leave from where you are, you become something called an alien. Even the white kid is an alien. You'll never feel comfortable in America, ever, because you see the people that are from here. We're not concerned about trying to dominate America. We believe we are America. That's why y'all was able to get over on us so much. That's why you always think they call us slow. I guarantee you that, look, they'll call us slow, and I guarantee you those immigrants are calling them New Yorkers that been in New York all day like slow. Because they look at them like as if they came here and they know something that you don't, because you're not fighting for it. You don't fight for what you already got. That's how they got in. It's called a polite society. We are the real polite society. It's not these people that you keep running over here to because they gave you a green card. That's not a polite society. Somebody give you a piece of paper. See, we dealt with something called paper genocide. My brother is teaching a master class on it. If you want to be taught about FBA, my brother is on here 24 hours a day. You want to know what paper genocide is? He'll teach you. That's why we're teaching that. We're tied to this land. We have to teach you people. This is the miseducation of the immigrant and their children. We're trying to give it to you for free because we don't buy our land. This is our land. That's why y'all get everything for free, but no more. Now we only asking for respect. RESPCT. It's free. These people don't know nothing except for buying everything. Buying and selling, buying and selling. That's how you got yourself into trouble now. Buying and selling your own self. We're not you. We're not for sale. That's why you got in hip hop, because it's not for sale. That's why you can try to put a man like Kool Herc over hip hop like you're trying to put Garvey over something, or Tariq Nasheed. We know you didn't create it because you need a leader. Our lineage is the leader. We don't follow no particular person. You have to distinguish yourself. We're a warrior class, man. We gangsters. You don't get it. You think gangster is running around with a gun trying to tackle people. No, man, that ain't gangster. That's why they say real gangsters move in silence, but we let you in. We made this gangster SHIT. It's not because you came over here talking about you can swing swords or you can unalive somebody or you can do something for white tea in the 80s and bring all those drugs and become an agent Jamaican. You need to apologize, but you won't. But that's go ahead, bro. I ain't gonna hold this up.
They definitely need a part of. Let me share an update on So this is Willie D. I don't know how good it is. I don't know how legitimate he is, but he has an update on Chud the Builder. Okay, so now I don't know how good his information is. If y'all can't hear it, just let me know.
Family, Chud the Builder, the talentless streamer who goes around rage baiting, calling black people the N-word, and trying to provoke them into a fight. He wants a confrontation so that he can have an excuse to shoot them. He woke up to bad news, family. Yeah, I mean real bad news. As you may know, he's raised over $200,000 on a Give, Send, Go fund. And that money is money that he probably intended on using to bail himself out of a $1.25 million bond. But the prosecutors say, no can do. You can bail out, but you can't use that money. So the prosecutors want to know where the money comes from. Check it out, fam. This is according to Times of India. Controversial streamer Dalton Etherly, better known online as Chud the Builder, may face another major setback in his ongoing Tennessee shooting case. Prosecutors are reportedly planning to stop him from using money raised through an online fundraiser to help secure his release from jail. The update comes days after a judge set his bond at $1.25 million, following charges connected to a courthouse shooting in Clarksville, Tennessee. A Give, Send, Go campaign created for Etherly and his family has already raised more than $200,000. That amount is higher than the typical 10% payment needed to work with a bail bondsman on a $1.25 million bond. However, reports suggest prosecutors want a special source hearing to investigate where the money came from before it can be used for bond purposes. A hearing connected to the matter is reportedly scheduled for May 21st. We can stop right there. There's Chud. Look at Chud. Chud looking like a crud. Chud the crud. Yeah, fam, check him out. But I wanted y'all to check out something else too, fam, while we're at it, while we're checking that out. I should have had this ready, but I wanted to pull up this right here because I think this is important to see when in regards to Chud. You know, I just absolutely enjoyed Chud court hearing. The way he closed his eyes when he heard that bond amount, he looked so defeated. He looked like who he really is, not who he pretends to be. Check him out.
That initial bond at $1.25 million.
So we just got a hold of an arrest warrant for Dalton Etherly that reveals new details, including the name of the man that he got into an altercation with and is alleged to have shot, that he's facing this very serious charge of attempted murder. That other man has been identified by Montgomery County officials as Joshua Fox. We also got a narrative here within the affidavit. They gave a lot more details into what happened outside of that Montgomery County courthouse on Wednesday. Officers noted that they watched surveillance video, and in that video, they saw that this started out as a verbal fight, that Etherly turned toward Fox and then reached for his firearm, and then a physical fight ensued. Etherly, according to this affidavit, then shot Fox multiple times. Fox was then airlifted over to Vanderbilt Hospital where he underwent emergency surgery. Now, Etherly live streamed himself, the interaction, it's caught on audio, the interaction that he had with first responders shortly after He's alleged to have shot Fox.
He said, "You start saying all that me, I'm gonna hit you." He hit me, started wailing on me, even after I had to defend myself by shooting him. He's still wailing on me.
Now, in that live stream, Ether Lee says that he didn't start shooting until Fox started to beat up on him. But it's important to note that in the actual narrative of the affidavit, officers note that in the surveillance video that they witnessed, this never turned physical until Ether Lee pulled out his gun. Of course, we've reached out to his attorney for comment. But again, this is a live streamer who's made a name out of himself out of essentially rage baiting, of saying vile content, of going up to people.
Self-snitching. Yo, Chud the YN builder. Yeah, my man snitched on himself with the video recording. He tried to do a Zimmerman. Failed. His own video, she said, got him pulling out his gun, and then the tussle happened. Obviously, the guy is trying to fight for his life, right? Yeah, this guy is done. I told y'all before, the fact is 1.25 million. Let you know that they don't believe him at all. Like, they got, when your bill is that high, it's because they believe like you're not going to beat your charges. All right. Secondly, he can't get access to the send me money, right, to bond out. So that means that if he doesn't plea, he'll be in a county jail for 2 to 3 years, like everybody else. Like Julio suspects, like the YSL, YN Melly, right? He in jail like 6 years and ain't been, no trial yet, or no conviction or acquittal yet. So yeah, man, looks like he's gonna be in a county jail for 3 years, waiting on his trial date. Oh, that sucks. So even if he wins, get acquitted somehow, you did 3 years already. Yeah, that sucks, man. You can't bail out. You're basically guilty, even when you get acquitted, because you did the time. You did some time. Yeah. So, okay.
Especially minorities and black people, calling them the N-word, calling them chimps. So there's been a major backlash from the community about this individual for a long time before this happened.
So check out how much money he raised, fam. The dude already at $237,000. They got what? 5,791 give, 1,927 share, and 258 prayed. Is praying for this guy, right? This guy is an uncivilized mutt. And in order for someone to be empathetic, or
let me see more details.
He's on the internet, him being a lazy, check out his victim. Yeah, fam, check that out. $231,590 raised for the good guy.
Oh, that's dope. That is so dang. he he matched Chud, yo, except he's coming home. Dig? So he's coming home to a little something.
Oh, wow,
something.
I didn't know that.
Yeah, now that's dope. You take one for the team and you reward it. Yeah, then that's the right. You're gonna see, yeah, okay. I seen a YouTube video of some white guy trying to do a Chud the Builder on his young YN. Man, he put the feet to him. Oh my God. Yo, look, it made you want him to beat him up to feel sorry for him. Like, yo, get out, leave him alone. Yo, he put this YN dude, look about 18 years old. He put hands and feet all of this dude ain't see a punch coming. This dude was Mayweather, Muhammad Ali, and Sugar Ray Leonard all in one. Yeah, this dude puts the beats on him. This dude was falling over the damn parking lot. Everybody was yelling at him, even white people like, yeah, you deserve it, you deserve it. I mean, failed mission. Cost the beats. Yeah, so this ain't looking good for team white supremacy right here. This ain't looking good, man. This is a complete L. What was that?
It ain't looking good at all.
Yeah, complete failed mission.
Supposed to happen though.
Yep,
All this
failed experience.
Time is up.
Brave dude put the beats on him. You know, he took him for the team. Now, bye-bye, Chud. Chud gonna have a rough time in prison. And I ain't talking about some old Paul stuff. I'm talking about just getting beat up. Because other folks talking about the whole GAY stuff. Look, I don't promote that, so I'm not, you know, because who's supposed to do it, right? It ain't gonna be somebody. Who you want to do it? The FBA? You promoting, you know, GAY stuff. Nah, I'm just saying he gonna have a rough time. He gonna be getting beat up a lot in that county. Yeah, because I don't see counties ain't like prison, you know, where prison you're protected by like a group. I don't think counties like that. I think counties like it's open. It's open. But that's good that Buddy's coming home with something.
Yeah, that's for Josh, for the good guy. For every single person who has donated so far, got to get activists put in. Malcolm died broke.
All right. And yeah, we gotta stop keep going the same people. Malcolm, stop with the Malcolm shit. You gotta stop. Like we like over inflating Malcolm X. Like we gotta stop. Was it Tariq Nasheed or somebody? I think it was Tariq Nasheed was explaining. Now that's what I wanted to do. I want to do that. Michael is do one on Booker T. Washington. Cause Tariq piqued my interest. He piqued my interest because I knew he built it, but the Tuskegee. But when we say he built it, we really don't believe he built it. Like we'll say it, but we don't really believe that. But yeah, like he did.
He's definitely the truth.
Yeah, so I'm gonna do something on him and how the school.
He never wanted to be a part of this system. He always wanted to be separate. Always. He just wasn't. He wasn't brazen to the point where people would say, "Yo, he's a rider," but he was a rider. He just did it his way.
Well,
you know,
the only people. Listen, you gotta understand, bro. The people who don't call him a rider are Pan-Africans. Like those, so if you go back and think about the pushback that he got, the pushback A. Philip Randolph got, W. Du Bois, these are Pan-Africans.
Yeah.
Who's doing pushback? Yeah, these ain't Black Americans having a problem with. Look, this guy has a big old institution teaching Black Americans. Who was mad at that? Right? Who mad at that?
It was more to the address that he made at the 1895 Chicago exhibit. You heard?
What did he say?
The speech that he made, he basically was
summarize it.
He was telling the government that he wanted to be separate. And he was like, he think that Black folks should stay separate. You know what I'm saying?
Okay, so now at that time, so he couldn't have said separate. He would have to say segregate because there was no, like you said earlier, like there's no working model of a separate society.
In the speech, he said we could be as separate as the fingers, right? As the 5 fingers, but we could still come together and make a fish. You heard?
I got you, but you got to understand this though. There's no conceptualization of being separate from this system. So when people say that, like that's like the Garvey going to Liberia fallacy. Like there's no working model of anybody living in America and being separate from the system. So that's fairy tale type language, like Liberia, like going to Liberia.
No, he meant segregation. He meant segregated the way it was. He's saying that it should stay that way.
No, okay, but why would you be segregated means you're being Jim Crowed and you're being terrorized. You don't have no rights to the white man's bound of respect.
He just felt that.
But he was wrong though. I got it. No, he was wrong. No, Black people can't. Our towns got burned down. Our towns got burned down. But yeah, so you could feel a certain way, but it's wrong. We had Rosewood, Durham, North Carolina, Tulsa, Oklahoma. We had many places in Virginia. We had business districts. They got burned.
So he didn't see that yet.
Okay. Well, All right. So now look. Okay, got you. That's Black Reconstruction. What happened? The KKK came, right?
Yeah.
And reversed all that. Right. So what? So this separation stuff didn't protect you from the KKK. They came and ran. And they overturned everything they done.
That's
They
a fact.
ended Black Reconstruction. Yeah. So like when people they get to these fairy tale talking points, I can't, like, we gotta be realistic. No, we're in the system and we gotta try to survive the best we can and figure it out. Like try to make it work for us. But trying to live out the system, just show me how it's done. Just show me a Black American living out the system and he's just so prosperous. Like this is fantasy Garvey talk, and like it's useless to even like to even deal with that. It's like, nah, we're in real life. We're in the system, and you're in the system, right? And you got to work that system the best you can until we get stuff in our favor. But
That's how
there is
they were doing it though. Even when they had us segregated, that was the only way we could do it. That's why we're so resilient today. That's the only way we could do it. And we had to practice group economics. We had to play the game. You know what I'm saying? Otherwise, we'd be dead.
And then what happened when the glitch came in? Because we're playing a game, and then most games got a glitch.
It's like when I say play the game, I'm talking about basically not trying to
I get you.
destroy the we didn't try to destroy the system. We wasn't like nihilistic, you feel me? You know what I'm saying? It was
Well,
like
we had like our own little system.
Yeah, we had to come up with our own joint. You feel me? Be a nation within a nation. You understand what I'm saying? And that's basically what helped us survive. You know, we was like a nation.
Yeah, facts. Facts. Yeah, but right, I get all that. And that is, getting it from the mud, right? I understand that. That's pulling your bootstraps up. We're the only people in this country to ever pull up the bootstraps and get it from the mud. Everybody else had welfare. They had government assistance, everybody. Every tether, every white T person, every Latino, they all had government assistance. We're the only people in America to actually get it from the mud and pull up our bootstraps. Everybody else begged and got assistance. So I agree with all that. But the wealth, while we were doing the hard part, our wealth was being redistributed to foreigners. You dig? That's our money. So we like, ho. Like, hey, we don't mind being segregated, but that money that's circling the economy, half that's ours. So y'all funnel that over here. We'll stay to ourselves. I agree with you saying. Like, we made it work easily with ourselves, amongst ourselves. Like we were cool with that. Like we weren't begging to be a part of white tea society. Like that's what they thought. They thought we was gonna be like, yo, master, let us. Nah, we good. Just that money that's circulating, just y'all owe us. So go ahead and tap that.
They stole so much. It's just like it's hard to calculate. They stole so much.
Yeah, it's hard to calculate, but it ain't, because we gonna put a number in that thing. We gonna work out a number, because we gonna get. I just got paid.
I'm gonna tell you like Friday. To fix the problem as far as the economic problem, the economic part of reparations, that's an easy fix. That's an easy fix. I mean, just to think about it, you could do 5 million for every single Black American. This is just figurative speaking. For 20 years. And you probably won't even crack 1 billion. But you probably won't even crack 1 billion. What is that? That's probably like 1.5 billion. How much is that? It's like,
you're right though. Like, it's not as much as people try to make it. Like, it's not as much people, like when we said, like you said, 5 million, like the white people acting like we're gonna crush the economy. Like the money that we're actually asking for 20 years or whatever, it's not really that much.
I'm talking about if you do that for 20 years, right? That's not even 5 billion, right? Like, come on.
My brain ain't processing, but I'll take your word.
That's the easy fix right there. Like, come on, man.
So 5 million times 50 million, that's 250 million, right? per year.
Yeah. So you times that by 20. That's 5 million, right? 5 billion,
Yeah,
right?
shit, man. Yeah, we might want more money then. Yeah, you know what? Yeah, that ain't nothing. Hey, man.
Yeah, you see what I'm saying, sir? Like, now you see my vision, like
Those
what I'm talking about. Like that is
those 30
nothing.
million on. Yeah, put 30 million on that now. And that 5 million. That's light.
That ain't nothing. They
Yeah,
donate
put
that to
30 million
one
on that
country
thing.
every year.
Yeah, because look, shit, LeBron James getting 40 million a year. Yeah. Derek Jeter getting 25 million a year.
That's a
Yeah,
fact.
oh Lord.
You see what I'm saying?
A-Rod getting 60 million a year. That ain't nothing.
So these study groups that they have and all of this reparations study groups, and it's not really needed. It's just stalling tactics. You know,
Yeah,
numbers don't
exactly.
lie. It's simple fix. I
Yeah,
mean, the
it's not
economic
that
part
difficult.
is a simple fix. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, it really is. That's the easiest part to get off the ground, the money, the payout. The other things is going to take more strategy and coming to the table and negotiating. But the money part is it's simple. Look, the PPP loans, the money for war, all that stuff is simple.
That y'all destroyed, all of that there, you know, we got to talk about that too, you know, because at the end of the day, that's wealth too. That's wealth too.
You got to rebuild that. During North Carolina, Rosewood. And look, some of us is like, yo, man, throw some states in there. Big, throw some states in there.
But they always want to relegate us to the South, though.
Yeah, the South is tough. I got videos on that. Like, why is the South so poor compared to the North and West? Y'all might want to go look at that. Matter of fact,
I remember that video. That's basically where I'm referring to, like why they want to relegate us to the South. You know what I'm saying?
Right. And you got people. I ain't gonna say no names, but you got so-called FBAs like, yo, we need to go to the South. It's like, yo, do you know why the South is poor, bro? And I guarantee they don't. They don't know why the South is still significantly poor when it comes to comparing that to the North and the West. Like, they don't really know why the South is so poor. And it's so unbelievable. It's so like an easy answer. Like, it's almost kind of it's answers. It's more than one answer. It's more than one reason. But it's like the first. I'll tell you, the first answer is plantation slavery. The South was so heavily reliant on plantation slavery that they kept up with it when they were supposed to had ended it. They kept up with it. So when it ended, when it was snatched from them, they really had no other money. For example, Alabama economy, 80% of Alabama's economy was slave labor, forced slave labor. Right? So of course when it was snatched from them, when sharecropping snatched from them, convict leases snatched from them, how is the state making money? It's not. It become a welfare state and these bailouts. And now, so that part, and then the second part is storms. Storms. You build up, they knock them back down. Like I was watching thing in Oklahoma, like this massive tornado came through there in 1993, and then one came 14 years later and did the same damage. So all those people who were just recovering from the first one, like an F5 tornado, the biggest one that could possibly, funnel, touchdown. Another one came 14 years later. So people who were just getting their life back on track, their houses back up. Another tornado came through the same place and knocked it all back down again. So the sort of weather, and look at the floods they be having. So like the weather is a main issue. The weather and plantation slavery, sharecropping, some of the main reasons why the South can't get right. And then like the third one is like they don't incentivize residents to stay. Like they don't offer anything. So when people in Mississippi get a good degree or North Carolina, they leave immediately.
It's not a real industrial infrastructure.
Yeah. They don't invest in the states. Like these crazy Southerners don't invest back in their state to build up. And then when they finally, and plus like they were in rebellion, so like they didn't want to industrialize because they just hated the North and they didn't want to be like the North. So like they like threw a fit and they just suffered while everybody else industrialized and got modern situation, like they didn't. And then when they try to do it, they're like light years behind. So now they're like light years behind. And then the storms and other issues, the ancestors is keeping them down. They can't figure it out. But man, like if we went back to like the old way, because if it's ours, we can build homes the way we want. Like we need to build it like a damn castle, man, to withstand those storms, tornadoes. Man, you're gonna need a castle. But the only thing about like bricks and stuff is that you're gonna need heavy insulation because it's gonna be cold as crap in there.
That's a fact.
Yeah, heavy insulation, like a good heating system, because it's gonna be freezing.
But that brings me back to another thing that be on my mind, where I have conversations with people and we talk about history, and we talk about the history of America, and the general consensus is that it was nothing going on over here. It's the general consensus, you know what I'm saying? Like basically whatever was going on over here was of a primitive nature, and it's hard for me to understand that. How could people believe that, when they live in a climate like New York, right? We live in New York, we live in New Jersey, we live in Connecticut, Massachusetts, all these places, right? And we know for a fact how it is all year round. You know what I'm saying? It's temperate, hot, cold, freezing. You understand? You get all of it. How could you be lazy living in that type of environment? How could you not be innovative? How could you not know how to build if that's your habitat? You understand what I'm saying? It's like all of these conversations are disingenuous. It's like either people think you're stupid or they're just playing stupid. Because there's no way in hell you could believe. There's no way you could believe that there was nothing going on in this type of environment.
Nah, listen, man. Nobody really believes that Black Americans are lazy. No, like that's suicide. Like nobody really believes that. Like all the things that we have contributed to the world and society and this country, like nobody really believes that. Like that is the brainwash. They're trying to make us believe what they believe, right? Or they trying to make us believe what they want us to believe. So they're trying to incept an idea in us that they don't even have in them. Like nobody believes that we're lazy. Okay, but they're trying to brainwash us to believe that because that's what's needed to continue living like a docile type of life. But nobody really believes that.
I think everybody is white supremacy.
Yeah, and they need us also to believe that too, because of where they come from. Look, we know that if you just look up Jamaica, you look up these places where they come from, you see how bad it is. They know that. So when they come over here, they don't believe that we're lazy. They just don't want us to look at them the way that we do now. This is like the worst nightmare for these immigrants, these melanated immigrants, is to look at them like, on a whole, you're doing terrible. Because if we look at them that way, then they know that they really don't have a refuge. There's no refuge for you if we look at you like the way that you look at yourself. Because when you flee like that, when you flee to one country or you flee to other people's countries like that, you have to understand that is a psychological thing going on. Because you're not only disrupting your lineage, but you are what bro call it a brain drain. What you're doing is taking your best from anywhere. So that means that no matter what village they're in, no matter what remote, these people can go and pick whatever they want. And also they have an issue with marriages. Not trying to be funny, but a lot of them have religions that give them the authority to have multiple wives and concubines and things of that nature, where they are producing children from several different places, with 3 or 4 different women living in the same area or within a couple of miles of each other. And then you might get 1, 2 of them that you might want to bring over to America. Just imagine this now. You're going to bring one of your children that's from one particular particular woman because you're sending money and y'all just trying to get lucky. You're trying to get one that you can get over here. And that one that you're going to get, what's going to happen to the rest of them? They're going to want to leave. Nobody wants to stay in Africa. Africa does not want to stay in Africa. That's why when you have 54 countries, you have 54 countries. Nobody's like fleeing to like Zimbabwe. They're like, oh my God, when I leave Chad, I'm going to Zimbabwe. No, these people going through country after country in their own continent, right? And imagine the top of that is what the Europeans are. That's where Europe is, right on top of Africa. It's right on top of them. They have been dealing with the Caucasian for man. Look how long they've been dealing with them. They come over here and they start telling us, well, you need to deal with them. That's a lie. They have been dealing with them. So when they're telling us to deal with them, that's just a way for us not to look at them and the shame that they look at themselves. See, this tether thing and this flee thing, they cannot stand those words because they know that they did that. That so describes them. But they want to call themselves anything but that. They'll come on these spaces and start stuff like we started at the beginning, attacking some of our people that's having that pushback because it's, well, you can't call me a tether because y'all fled from the north to south. All these disingenuous arguments, all the things that they say is to try to rehabilitate Africa, try to rehabilitate the Caribbean, try to rehabilitate South America, trying to rehabilitate their image of fleeing, of leaving. That's why they what they call us. Baby mamas, what they call us, fatherless homes. This is them. We are structurally we are dealing with this because this is a war on us. That's why we deal with it. They're literally doing it to themselves. When look, you can't even afford one woman and you got 5 in Jamaica. You can't afford one in Haiti and you got 5. You can't afford not one child in Africa, but you got 5 women and you got 5. This right here is structural. This is a disaster of the whole kind. You cannot have that mindset coming to America. When you look into a ghetto and try to compare yourself because somehow you got lucky to have a talent. You have a talent to be able to do something in this world that somebody's already set a place for you to just come in and do. And now, do you tell us who you really are? Because that's culture, right? See, you don't run from your culture. You're not afraid. Why don't you just tell us, I left 3 kids over there in Africa? Because then we would look at you like you need to go back. Because like Godfrey, you never hear Godfrey talking like that. You'll never hear Hurt and his family talking like that. You'll never hear people talking like that right there. But it's like y'all are leaving children at a rate that's causing them major damage and their low self-esteem and their knowledge of themselves. The Most Honorable Elijah Muhammad said that's the number one knowledge. They're running from it. And I'm saying if you're running from the knowledge of yourself, that means you don't like your children. And a nation cannot live with a war on children. You cannot win that way. You can't win if you're running from your own children. You're running from your future, you're running from your past, and you're running from your present, all at the same time. That right there is a fleer's nature. That is a coward nature. But they don't want to talk about that. They're coming in our spaces trying to talk about, oh, well, the South did this or North did this. Like that right there, it should be the least of your worries. There's people over there waiting on them. I mean, come on. If you got 3 wives or 4 wives, it'd be nice if you let us know. Because see, if we know you got 4 wives, we're gonna be always wondering, are you taking care of them? Because they constantly talking about us. Oh, you're on welfare. Oh, you got baby mamas. Oh, you're leaving this. No, what about y'all? How can all these people keep coming over here? And are y'all really relatives? These people are not even relatives. They're coming over here talking about this is my brother, that's my cousin. His name Matumbo 1202, number 2. All these lies. These people are not relatives. They're not friends. They are in a system of white supremacy. They're coming over here for benefits. They're coming over here to take from us. They don't want us to expose them. And now the great exposure or the great delineation is exposure for them. It really is actually it is a healing for them, because knowledge of self is to hold a mirror up to your face and find out what you're not doing. See, most of the stuff that you're not doing, that's why you're running. When they say they coming over here and they had $5, impossible to make it in America with $5. See, you can go from New York to North Carolina with $5 and see if you're gonna make it. And you can be an FBA. You got to be on your grind. You can't do this being lazy. Even our homeless are not lazy. They move. Look here, some of our homeless are some of the most fit people because they're on their feet all the time. They're constantly begging. They're constantly moving. They're constantly getting run around all over the place. So you be thinking they're going to be gone. The homeless are outliving us. We know homeless in our neighborhood. People give them names. They still there. They still there. They still there because they got to constantly move. But what they're doing over there, they're running from their homeless. They're not dying unaliving. They're not passing out like that. They're not passing away. Y'all are sending us pictures of them talking about they got flies crawling over and they need that right there. No, them not the ones that y'all leaving. Those not the ones that y'all leaving. Y'all are actually producing children over there and leaving. You're double. Look, they are committing what they call a humanitarian disaster in the Democratic Party, right? They want these people to come over here while they're leaving their children. Now you ask your politician that. How about that, Godfrey? How about that, the rest of all of you rappers and you cosplaying freaking what they call them scientists or your people that come over here? What about your cousin and your uncle that you left over there? They got about 15 children, 10 wives. You're not talking about them. You're over here talking about our FBA children, our FBA friends. Look, y'all are causing a calamity all over the world. But you don't find a whole lot of sometimes from South America. Some of them countries not fleeing over here like that. We don't have a Brazilian problem of fleeing. Argentina probably are fleeing because their hierarchy is built off a caste system dealing with white supremacy. But they like it. So you're running from it. And see, when you run from white supremacy, you can only help it. Nobody runs from it to come and fight it. Bruh, you got to fight on your own 2 feet, bruh. You got to fight where they say you got to be at where your feet are, not running. Your feet is not supposed to be running in hard times. They're supposed to be fighting for the children that you come over here and talk about our children about yeah, FBA's got their pants pulled down. They're not doing this. I'm like, bro, have you seen what has anybody ever seen what what's that place Somalia look like? Somalia is a disaster. You look at it right now. They're over there doing terrible. I mean, from one end of the coast to the other one. Even the rich people look terrible. Everything's over there is a disaster. And the only thing they're doing over there is what? Nothing. Nothing. The colonizer done left them. Most of the colonizers done left them. They begging for the colonizer to come back. Ask Ilhan Umar. She think that we are supposed to be her supplier, which we are. We are the biggest supplier of everything because whitey give it to them. Our politicians will not take our side because everybody want access. They want access to every exotic type of freaking person in the world. But they want to do this for Ken. They want to do this for Becky. They want to do this for Chad. And they want to do this for what's the other whitey chick name? This is what they doing it for them liberals. Them liberals want to be able to have. They want to have they want to have jollof rice. They want to have all this stuff with whatever strong one they can get. And they want a quick supply. Because you know white supremacy do, once they done with you, they break their tools. And then they leave them here with us. These people are coming over here, want to get with Becky, bro. And I'm saying, he get with Becky and he got a whole freaking tribe over there in Africa with I don't know how many children that are begging for an opportunity. They're over here smiling in our face, talking about they create hip hop. How you don't create hip hop running from your land? You don't create hip hop there. You might hear skip, hop, and jump and swim. You'll create that. But hip hop is a revolutionary tool. It is a way to get messages through. It came through the plantation. It came through the indigenous way of being able to speak around people that they call ops. Guy, y'all think we are the one?
Sorry to interrupt. I want to ask a real question. It's truth.
Yes, sir.
What music do they create? Any of those countries? I'm sure they got music, and we don't know what it is. Like, can they at least tell us what the genres of music that they've created in their own culture? I never hear about it. They just be arguing about
Incredible question. They don't have one. That's why the argument is always about us. Look, bro, if they had a culture, we would have been talking about it. They literally letting these people in through every freaking possible place you can come in America. They're coming from the Canadian border. They're coming in from the what is that, the Atlantic Ocean. They're coming in from the Pacific Ocean. They're coming in from the Gulf Coast. All of them are coming from everywhere in the world, and none of them are not bringing us jazz, hip hop, rock and roll. None of them brought it all these years. Now they're trying to say the Chinese gave us something. The Chinese was over there in California too. They didn't create anything, nor are they saying it. But now that their young people are now saying it. But why didn't you have it then, China? Look, the 14th Amendment, after the 14th Amendment, then you got this guy named Wong. Y'all know that one right now that these immigrants love. For him to become, he wanted to become white, first of all. You know, Wong really sued America to be white. They don't never say that part. Democratic Party won't tell you that. Wong really sued to be white. But they say, okay, well, we just gonna go with the people of color. That's how they constantly erasing us. That's why I tell people all the time. Well, I'm not telling them, but I know a lot of FBAs are, and people in the chat will tell these people about this paper genocide. See, this is what paper genocide is. They had it over there where they were when the colonizer came there. Because what he did was he put them in the caste system. They know what paper genocide is. They know what it is. But they come over here and they want to join with it because nobody wants to be at the bottom. They keep on coming over here. They want us to be at the bottom so that they don't have to ever look at the bottom, which is their countries. Donald Trump called them S-hole countries. And they're coming over here trying to say the ghetto is an S-hole. Anything to make them look better. Anything to try to say that anything good for them, that they somehow got it. Like we're going to, just imagine, bro, we need Kool Herc. This dude is so obscure that nobody really have never really met him. When I was going back and forth to New York, my auntie, my grandmother, them up there, nobody was never talking about no Kool Herc. That wasn't even no. There was, man, this Kool Herc thing came out of nowhere. But sometimes you get even people from New York sometimes trying to give that freaking fallacy something. That's just like Tariq being the leader of FBA.
Well, a lot of those people are not FBA though. Just because they
right, but what I'm saying is the ones that are in New York, because they are, put this way, when you are a celebrity or you are a particular politician, you have to operate as such because you think that your base is overseas sometimes. See, a lot of these people believe that they can only be carried by overseas and other people. I understand that sometimes. There was a man called, I don't know if y'all know his name, Ray Charles. Y'all remember Ray Charles? This man named Ray Charles. This man named Ray Charles was banned from Georgia. Did you know that? He was from Georgia. He was banned from there. You know why? Because he wouldn't do like the rest of these dudes. See, you wouldn't have this argument about hip hop. You wouldn't have this argument about hip hop if our people did more like Ray Charles. See, Ray Charles was willing to give up a lot of money, but he knew that we were going to protect him. He knew that we were going to pay him. But see, these celebrities, what they keep on thinking, I got to go overseas. I'm going to do this right here. Kendrick showed you that you don't have to do that. You could do better. You could, but I'm not going to put all the onus on them. But we have to understand. We have to continue to push this message because our children need to be able to differentiate between people that are trying to trick them. Because you can't believe right now that these people have been getting snatched up since Donald Trump been in there, and they're not teaching their children a way to survive. That's the number one thing is what survival. Survive. You want to try to survive. So when you're having immigrants and you having blended families of immigrants and all that stuff, you're not American, bro. But they want it to be. You can't be having a baby and then you're not legal, but you want to be American. You can't grow up wanting to be American. Either are you not. We need them to step up.
A lot of these people have a disingenuous spirit and they are mischievous. So it's one thing to mark it on paper, okay, Black African American. That's bad, but that's one thing. It's another thing to be living in person and saying with your mouth in somebody else's face, I'm a Black American, when you're somebody else. That's extremely mischievous. That's borderline demonic. You feel what I'm saying? That's you basically saying, I'm gonna take this person's place, you know? Like the person in the movie Us, how she took the girl's place. It's like that. You feel what I'm saying? And that is mischievous. You know what I'm saying? That's disingenuous, but it's also mischievous. It's evil. You understand what I'm saying? And when it's a lot of them that do that. It's not just one nation, one set of immigrants. It's all of them. You understand? In one way or another, they do that.
And it's good that people like yourself step up, because you're from New York, right?
I'm from New York. Yes, I watched my neighborhood turn into Little Haiti. I'm from Flatbush. You understand?
I'm from
And
Harlem.
I'm 44 years old. You understand what
so
I'm
both of
saying?
y'all from New York.
Yep.
So when you
I'm
ride the
47.
train, when you ride the train and you pull into my block, which is Church Ave, right? You pull into Church Ave, it says Church Ave, Little Haiti. You understand what I'm saying?
Oh, that's what it say now? Oh, wow.
That's a fact. That's on the subway. That's the subway announcement, you heard?
Oh, wow.
We got streets called Dessalines Way and shit like that, for real.
And those are new, because you remember just like
That's all new.
those are new.
Yeah, no.
Right.
They got
those are new.
I
You gotta
left New York.
understand
I
that
left New
they
York a
get the
number of years ago.
representation though. They get the
was not doing that.
representation because, like, people don't know that this has always been a battleground, this country, between us and the powers that be. You understand? So they get the representation because the powers that be know and recognize they could use them as a buffer, you heard? Because these people ain't got no alliance with us. And so they have no problem coming into a historic Black neighborhood and turning it into one of their enclaves. They have no problem doing that. You feel me? So this is why they put foreign representatives in these districts. You understand what I'm saying? And a lot of us never really differentiated between a native-born politician and a foreign-born politician. We never did that. We basically went with, you see a Black man or a Black woman or a melanated man or a melanated woman against a YT person, you tend to go with the melanated person. You feel what I'm saying? Because of our struggle in this country. You feel me? And so a lot of those seats got taken up by immigrants. Yes. You understand? And I'm pretty sure that a lot of the natives of New York regret that and they recognize it now. But back in the day, there was no way to recognize it. You understand what I'm saying? Because we wasn't on that time. You heard?
Yeah.
So it's like, yeah, I watched my neighborhood turn into Little Haiti, though. That's a fact. You understand?
When I hear you say that, bro, and I mean to cut you off, when I hear you say that, though, it's like it hurt, right? Because I know that my brother, my cousin, them, my grandmother, my aunt, them, I actually showed my grandmother and my aunt, them, and stuff on one of Ron lives. If anybody want to go back there and look at it, but when I was going there in the 70s, in the 80s, and in the 90s, to visit, and then when they used to come down here, it was just like a euphoria with our family. But they would always tell us, and when we went up there, we always knew where not to go, where the Puerto Ricans were at, where some of the Dominicans was at. It was like, because they was beefing with them. I don't know where all this. I know that. I know that. That we get along with them regardless, because all of us got these grandmothers, if you know what I mean. These grandmothers have held this alliance together, this world together in a lot of ways. Because these grandmothers always tell us, don't be mean to people, don't do that to people, don't say that. They have always told us that. So we don't really, we know that we take a lot from this system. A whole lot of names have been called about us. I don't know if you can go to certain places where they got like Aunt Jemima faces, Black faces, all throughout the South, and certain places, even in New York. If you go Western New York now, let's don't get it twisted. You start going to Western New York and some of them rural places out there, and Pennsylvania, you'll think you further than Mississippi. Now, but
you're Alabama all day.
Right. So those particular pictures and those images, those are all about FBA. So they know that they have to do that. So we're constantly in a war with them. So when these people come over here, they actually have like a colonizer at a minimal level, meaning that one colonizer or just one white man. This is crazy. One white T man can make them do a lot. Where a white T man know he need the FBI, he need the CIA, he need the freaking state, the local police, the politicians to deal with one black man. Period. There's a difference. They need, look, they created so many what you want to call it, law enforcement organizations strictly because of us. A lot of police were created because of us. Most of these organizations were created because of us, because they need overwhelming force to come up against us. That's what you call a L mob, right? Those mobs come grab us out. They got they got the flame, they got the torches, they got all that stuff. Y'all know what I'm talking about. They come get us with 200-300 people, and that's the same thing that you hear about when you hear about Rosewood, when you hear about women to race, when you hear about, even in New York, they got this stuff, bro. They was burning down stuff in New York too.
They had Operation Impact out here, and that's basically what they used to sweep the street before they started the gentrification. You understand? The Operation Impact, look that up. You know what I'm saying? That's a program they had in New York City. And my neighborhood was one of the neighborhoods that they used it in. It's basically they blitzed the neighborhood with police. You understand? It's like basically a foreign occupational force. Police on every corner type, you know, that type of vibe. You feel me? You know what I'm saying? They called it Operation Impact. And my memory, you know, hindsight is 2020. You know, that program was implemented right before they started the gentrification process. You know what I'm saying? You feel me? And yeah, it's always been a
brothers,
military operation against us. Always.
Yeah, I would hope that you brothers like continue to do what y'all doing. You and Truth, bro. You know what I'm saying? Because y'all got to do this. Because look, you remember when the brother spoke out at the National Action Network? You remember that brother that spoke out against Al-Shabaab? Y'all remember him? That brother from New York, right? Now look, it had to happen in New York. This was like a throwing up of the hat when you came that Montgomery brawl, because we know that our family up top, we know what y'all going through. So when you have that going in New York is the epicenter of these tethers, bro, and Cali. But New York got a different type of it. This liberal stuff is out of control. But when he did that, it was great that he did it, because we need that. We need to stand up with our families in Jersey and New York and DC and Connecticut, Boston, all those places. Y'all have to continue to come on here and speak, because a lot of our people, they're not afraid. They just keep on having, look, bro, we got such giving hearts. We don't like to continue to just pound on people. You know what I mean? It's like once we win the fight, a lot of time, man, we want to go back to just like, but when the immigrants came, man, that's when the stuff never stopped. You gotta understand what the Jamaicans did when they came here in the 80s, bro. We used to actually have fights and could actually not fight again. But with them, it's over. You know what I'm saying? You got a friend, you think, I didn't even know you were Jamaican. That's why he keeps starting that stuff. He don't see himself as American. These Haitians don't see themselves as that. They keep stuff going. But when they grab you and those statistics come on us, their family are telling them, stay away from them now. Stay away from them now. Why now? Why now, grandma? Because when you came over here and you and whoever you came over here with when y'all was first coming, y'all was writers. Because some of those people were writers. But as soon as they started bringing all that stuff in, they started paying off grandma. Listen, man, they're paying off grandma, uncle, and everything else. Because you got to understand, during the C generation, or I don't know if I can say it. I got to try to, you know what I'm saying? The CRACK, right? Y'all remember when that came in? We was dealing with the H stuff at first. Now, when that came in, that's when a whole lot they started saying grandmas are into it, uncles. It didn't start with ours, bro. It was theirs. They was bringing it in. That's when the Jamaican grandmother started to turn a blind eye. The Haitian grandmother started. The Puerto Rican started turning a blind eye. All them knew they was flooding America with this stuff, bro. They knew it. And our grandmothers and stuff was crying, trying to figure out what happened. Because this stuff hit like boom. The CRACK thing hit like a bomb. It was like people went from good to losing everything and out there on the street naked, selling everything. That's when people started stealing everything. You couldn't put down your money, you couldn't put down your watch and everything. But you notice who was being really insulated. That's when they started coming more violent towards us, because they were trying to protect their grandmothers and stuff from getting deported. You got to understand, this immigration thing has a lot to do with this DRUG too. Because every time you find out about these immigrants, they're always doing something, got to deal with DRGS. They're always tied to that somehow. Look, you remember when they started unaliving those boats that was coming, and our government was saying that, oh, they were transporting stuff, right? They transporting stuff. That's just a small part of this stuff. That's just a small part. But they always tied to that. And they always want to be down with us when it comes to that. But when they want to get the shine, oh, I'm the PLUG. Y'all got to come to us for the PLUG. You got to hit I-95, come up here and get with these type folks. Ain't that right, y'all? You going in, what is it called? Knickerbocker. That's in Brooklyn. And I'm talking, that's about all PRs. You just go and where you going to get them from? Them. Even the New Yorkers, they with their plugs. Immigrants. These people flooded this stuff along with these agents. And now they running around us, calling us like they saying this stuff to us. These are their anchor babies. These are their anchor babies that are living in complete denial in America. They don't want to go after their grandmother. They don't want to go after their auntie. And I'm telling you like this right here, we don't have a big problem with you. Because see, you don't want to attack your auntie and your grandmother, but you don't got no problem with attacking ours. They act like all of us are the same age, like one. So they can attack our grandmother, our great-grandmother, their great, you know what I'm saying? These people attack us like the lady came on here. Oh, I can't understand why they talking like that. I can't understand why they talking, which brought all of us out. That's why we on this site now, because we heard her. But she's not talking about her auntie. She's not talking about her uncle. She's not talking about her grandfather. These people don't give a damn about our children, man. They're like all of us 1 year old. But when they come over here with this stuff and flood and everything, they don't say, oh, well, you know, the Jamaicans is the one that made all y'all neighborhoods messed up like this. We did it. You can't get that to come out of their mouth. Only rioters do that, bro. They're far and in between, but they are there. There's a few out there that's fighting, and I'm gonna tell you, they get major threats. Just look, bro. Some of these people that are going up against their own getting threatened and everything by their own government. This is not a game. So I tell you too, from New York, man, keep it going. Don't turn your back. Keep coming back. Subscribe. Send. Give money, not to y'all. Anybody who watching, help your content creators. Send them $1 if you can. Back your people when you see them in there, because these people are lying. They don't care about our grandmothers because they look at all of us as one, because they're protecting their own. We don't know how to protect America because we're from the soil. We don't understand what that means. We don't understand what it means really to protect America. These immigrants have showed us what it really means, and they don't like it. And I'm saying, I'm sorry for you, because y'all showed us right now that we have to actually protect our country. This is crazy. We got to protect our country from you. And you're sitting around here lying, talking about, oh no, go check the white man. Go check the white man. You ran from the white man. We can't keep playing games with you people talking about to focus on the white man so that you can be okay. We don't do the math like that. We want to start
amazing when they do that. You gotta watch that, because that's a redirect. That's a redirect when they do that, right? I found it amazing where you can actually flee the country that couldn't do battle against the white man, but come to the country where people who have been battling them for centuries and feel like you have the audacity to tell them, hey, you should focus on this. You just left the place of your origin with no desires to go back to it, but yet you have the goal to tell the people in their homeland what they should focus on for the benefit of their homeland. Your whole plan is to flee. No matter what happens, you gonna leave. So if the new place you go to ain't good, your descendants are gonna flee there and go somewhere else. How do you think you could tell other people how to do a battle? Your people have no experience or interest in entertaining. It's amazing. These people are amazing.
Because their battle is with us. And see, that's the problem. And you just laid it out. They want to fight. Don't get me wrong. They want to fight. They're just fighting us. Because like I said, even in the 80s, that's when it really exposed a lot of them. In the 80s and the 90s, when it really exploded like in the 90s. When all these people started to become a plug, bro. You know what I mean? See, the plug really is about them. Y'all know what time it is in New York, man. It became them.
Miami. I know Cali.
Right. That's when this plug started coming out, because prior to that,
Texas.
right there, we talked low on that. We had a whole arc of the way we talk. You saw American Gangster. Now, American Gangster, you saw the guy, and then you also know people like Nicky Barnes. Barnes is from New York, right? You know all about them dudes, Bumpy Johnson and all them. Now look, when they were talking and they was running Harlem, y'all get me? Come on, New York, let's stop it. When they was running Harlem, when you went up there, them Frank Johnson is from North Carolina. His family was in New York, bruh. Now, what I'm saying is, why they're doing that, even when he started to do other things, Frank was the plug. Frank had a different sort of thing until they came. Once they came and they started like, and you have to wonder sometimes, how all of them become the plug, bro? How all these immigrants become the plug all of a sudden? It's like they went from being poor to just starting to wear stuff like where they came from, because it was like you be thinking that's him. No, he just came from off the boat, bro. You remember New York started flooding in the white, because you would be dealing with one dude that you thought was not. He thought he was FBA for years, right? Then all of a sudden, 3 of his cousins down here. Next thing you know, his cousins are the plug. These are immigrants. They're illegal. They're a plug in the 90s. You grew up with this dude from the 6th grade all the way up. Then all of a sudden, he got all the rest of his family. You like, damn, man, you got a whole lot of family from Jamaica. Oh, yeah, Jamaica. All of them into crime. Matter of fact, they got us under threat. Oh, look, they used to think that all them people, we were scared of them. They used to think we were scared of them because they were talking about how violent they were. They were violent because we were already dealing with white supremacy. We know what it is to get caught with some of this stuff, man. These people literally like, oh, come here, do this. You know what I'm saying? It's like, oh, next thing you know, where you at? They done grabbed you and 5 of your FBA friends. Where's the plug? It took the FBI and the CIA 20 years to get these folks. They got us like back to back to back. Look, conspiracy on top of conspiracy on top of grabbing on top of grabbing. Next thing, the conspiracy is going from New York to North Carolina to daggone Georgia down to the Florida. Almost all of them FBA.
Once they was done with them, they broke them. But they needed to give them those 20 years, those 30 years, because they were the tools. They were the ones that was going to be used to sabotage the natives. You understand what I'm saying? And that's always been the game. You know what I mean? They had the drug laws in place before they flooded the neighborhoods. You understand? Yeah. They flooded the neighborhoods in the early 80s, but the drug laws was implemented in 77. You know what I'm saying? If I'm not mistaken. So they put the laws on the books first, you know, and then they set up the play. You know what I mean?
Sound right to me.
All those people CIA. You know, Shower Posse worked for Edward Seaga. That's CIA.
Yeah.
Rick Ross was dealing with Danilo Blandon. That's CIA. You know what I'm saying? I'm pretty sure there was a lot of CIA operatives within the Colombian cartels operation. So it's CIA thing. You understand what I'm saying?
And which we need to start giving ourselves more grace, because it's a setup, right? Look. They'll start calling all our people rats, turnovers, all this stuff like this when they've been set up. Now, mind you, because look, they got to understand, we are the people that built the Underground Railroad. We know how to keep a secret. Yep. They don't. Now, look, We got the Green Book. We know how to go. We got thing called sundown town. Up north, they got them too. They just out west. They're in the western part of them country. Now look, all of this stuff, we have always known how to move like that. When they came, they started running their mouth. Because every time they got caught, you notice that, oh, he went back home to Jamaica. Oh, he went back home to Haiti. They ain't go back home. They're telling them people what's up. They was not getting grabbed like that. You know up top, what dude that, oh man, he went on the vacation. That's why people start trying to be like them, like, oh, I'm ready to go on me big vacations too. Them are not vacations. They're working with the CIA. The CIA sending you on a vacation, man. This is a lifelong journey. It's not a vacation. They got you forever. And they don't even go to jail. Why you think they always trying to go hard at our youth? Trying to say, oh, they just gonna tell on each other. They gonna tell. These people are international snitches. That's all they do. We have to stop talking about our people so much and talk about them. They tell everything. Look, and even now they telling on each other. They're calling ICE on each other too for money. Look, some of these people even took money to leave. This is a reverse fleet. And look, not only did they take the money, they came back and got deported again. This is what they love to do. Some of these people that have been deported, they grab them like, oh, he been deported 5 times, he been deported 15 times, he got deported. Like, you have to wonder sometimes, bro. They can come in and out like that right there. But if you get one ticket, because you got a social security number, you won't be able to get a job. They might stop you from getting a job. Well, you didn't pay this right here, you got this right, or you got a trespassing charge. That's when you know you FBA, bro. They got a trespassing charge on you from 1980. They keeping them records. That's why they say a lot of times, and bro keeps saying, going back to it, paper genocide, folks. Look, they got your paperwork. They got your paperwork. Them, we don't know who these people are. When Donald Trump, well, let me forget, I don't know where I'm on, but when our government says, we don't know who these people are, they really don't know who all of them is, but they know the groups that they're letting in. They know the groups that they're letting in. When these people come over here, they don't eventually, look here, bro. You don't see thousands of homeless of them. You wouldn't be able to tell the difference if you did. But a lot of times when they come over here, you know who clean up their homeless better than anybody else, especially down south? Spanish people. You will never see 25 Spanish homeless, now, even if you go to Charlotte.
Oh, this country is heavily sophisticated with their military operations, especially their defense systems. So you cannot fool yourself into believing that they are letting people in and they don't know who these people are. Like, they're letting in real deal gang members from other countries,
Absolutely.
Right? Don't know that these people are gang members. You understand what I'm saying? Like, come on, man. People think we are really stupid and they think we slow. That's the problem.
I'm gonna tell you another thing. Because I'm ready to drop. I'm gonna get to tell y'all something, y'all brothers and sisters, to my family out here, about how you look at each other and how you understand and how significant this time is. And when you think about where our people have come from and what your duty is now to one another. A lot of these people that come over here, these immigrants that come over here, they literally like want something from you. Okay, they want something from you. No matter what it is, they want something from you. You have to always stand up for our lineage. We can't like go back again. This is not a thing that you can do one day and take it off. And I know I see a lot of people on in the chat. Y'all be here a lot, but y'all gotta understand that this really is a whole nother movement. You gotta understand the war you're in. See, back then when they used to say that stuff like the revolution will not be televised and all that stuff, a lot of times they be talking in the here and now. This is a whole new generation. So when bro went over to TikTok and he's here now, that right there is basically like a zone, a WAR zone. You're being attacked by people that are highly sophisticated, that are being backed up by the law enforcement. Let's just get this out the way. These people, look at the Supreme Court. The Supreme Court will let these immigrants stay over here before they allow us to get reparations based on race. But they'll let these people come over here based on race. So we have to always be strategic. We always have to understand that when you have people like Brother Ron Dim in here and some of our other sisters that be on these things, we're getting our talking points down. But what we're doing now is equipping you with the attitude to say that right now it's about us. I have to protect this. I have to protect my family because you people are coming in. The brother mentioned a movie about us. If you understand that, you have to understand that your children are going to school with them. They'll be in college with them after a while. They'll be on a job with them. These people are being taught how to deal with us. We cannot allow people to keep telling us that we're doing something wrong. Our children are too forgiving. They created hip hop, blues, jazz. That is a welcoming thing. It does not have a name. Our children create things on the fly. We the one make flick TikTok. That's why even the Chinese knew it from the gate that we the one turned TikTok into TikTok. We the one started making the things, and I'm not on TikTok. Everything that we touch, we make it real for everybody else, but they always benefit. We're in a war for the unaliving of our whole entire lineage now, because people want to be able to get stuff and run back. They want America to fail, people. They want people to they want America to be failed. They want America to fail so they can go back home, so they can feel good about themselves. But they don't understand how white supremacy is. When brother said that we've been in every war, where do you think we had them wars at? They keep on look. These people want this to happen to us so bad that it always blows up in their face. When you saw a war in America, you know which one it was called? Mexican, Spanish, and it was called also the ones against us. We have internal wars or those line type wars, but when it comes to them other ones, guess what they're gonna happen, man? Islands, South America. Y'all over here trying to undermine us, thinking that y'all gonna be able to run back home to some safety. That's not how this system works. You keep on trying to undermine us over here and get everything. Then you think you're gonna hate on America and hate on us. You anti-black, you anti-American. So when everything come back, they're praying for China to do something to us. They're praying for Russia to do something to us. They're praying for all that stuff to do to us. They want people to come over here and drop them, you know what I'm saying, them black things with the fuse on it. They want them to do that to us so they can just finally tell us, see, I told you. You can't tell the makers and the owners. We've been living right here with our oppressor ever since he showed up. You people want him. You coming over here talking about he invited us. That's what Revenue said one time. Oh, he invited me over here. Oh, okay. So somebody that you're talking about that you can't stand, that you want us to take care of for you, sounds like an op. Sounds like a very weak person. Sounds like a person that our children need to know about. We need to know about who these folks are. I don't know exactly how we get it, because like I told you, the heart of an FBA child is not built like that, bro. We just not wanting to see people just get hurt. We don't like people to be downtrodden and in bad situations. That's why you get all this aid going everywhere. They never got to push back from us. We didn't care if you send an aid. Look at Ukraine. At first, black like, yeah, send it. Oh, that blonde, go give it to him. Oh my God, those people over there. Oh, my people over there. Anything but us. That is the biggest example in the world right now. It's anybody but us. The world should be giving us reparations too. We've done so much for these people, man. It's just outrageous. Every country, they all should be throwing in a little pot. But they don't want that conversation either. But they should enjoy that conversation. They're like, man, we need to look out for FBA. Everybody need to get them something. We need to do something for them. But no, because every time y'all see white tea, y'all want to get near him. It's like, damn, he over there where you at. He's over there. You don't like him enough? They're over there building your infrastructure. They're over there building your infrastructure, and he's over there putting all that money. You got the Russians putting out money. You got the Arabs over there putting out money. And then what you think they're going to do? Just leave? They just going to leave. Okay, I'm going to build all this stuff for y'all, and then I'm going to leave and let y'all have it. That's not how it go down. And if they do it, guess what's going to happen? Y'all going to be back on TV with them commercials again, showing these fictitious children with flies flying over them. Now, mind you, y'all do have that But y'all got this thing where y'all know that y'all can shape public opinion when you come at our heartstrings, when you come at our grandmothers, when you come at our grandfathers, when you come at them, because they'll always tell us, well, you know what I'm saying? You're going to be all right. That's when they say you're going to get yours in the end. Ours is right now. We're not going to get ours in the end. We have to let you people know right now, if you go up against us, we probably want you to leave. We want either you tell Jamaica to start sending some money, because y'all caused us a lot of problems. Y'all caused us a lot of problems when y'all started working with the CI sending all that stuff over here. And y'all don't want to take no credit for it. You want to take credit for everything else. And then y'all want to be the big time gangsters back then. Y'all was from New York and wherever else y'all was at. Oh man, don't mess with no Haitians. They'll pull out this on you. Oh, they'll do that to you. They'll do this. They'll do this. Look out, look out, look out. Oh, okay. Well then, cool. If y'all was so tough, tell us about how y'all just help flood all this stuff in here with y'all main guy. I love to see the movie that y'all show that y'all helped do all this stuff. But they so weak. They so weak. These are very weak people. They don't want to take. That's why I say you can't create anything scared like that. See, you won't create hip hop. You won't create jazz. You won't create blues, because those things came out of a struggle and a fight. You people running to the CIA to send stuff over here to us that don't want to make a song about it. See, y'all should have songs like that. Tether music. We'd love to hear it. We'd love to hear how y'all undermine people everywhere y'all go. Then we'll start to recognize that you made music. That's why the brother said, do they got any music? Nobody knows what it is. These people think because they got 2 hands, 2 legs, and a head, and they move around, they created something. Just because they can walk, just because they can talk. They say they created hip hop because we got to go find some remote guy in some village in Africa that he somehow created it. You won't create it when you're running. You won't create it when your colonizer is basically still building stuff to this day. He's building your infrastructure. And he's taking all the money. You cannot create things while people are doing it for you. You could do better. You could do better, Africa. You could do better. All you people could do better. Stop coming over here telling us who we are. You're not going to be able to scramble this. You're not going to be able to remix this.
I'm gonna have to interrupt you, man. They can't do better, man. They can't do better. That's not how they build.
You said they can't?
No, they can't. Mentally and physically can't do better. If you have been brought up into a culture where, as them folks like to tell us, pull yourself up by your bootstraps, and we actually did it. If you don't come from that kind of culture, there's no way you can work with a culture that's built that way, right? Our culture is built on, let's put it this way. It's like a dude walking around with weights on each of his limbs, on his back and around his neck. That's how we move. We move with that kind of pressure, that kind of weight on us at all times. That builds a certain mentality and a certain ideology. You know, we have our own criticisms about our own, right? You know, which is why we have such high levels of expectation of how men and women should act when we argue amongst ourselves about what people are doing right and wrong. It's always on a particular level of ethics, morality. You know, sometimes we pull some religion into that to give it some viability. Sometimes we give it to our culture. Sometimes we just say, hey, what's right and wrong is right and wrong. But we're the only ones that talk like that. When we're not trying to get it for ourselves. We're the only people that talk like that when we're talking about everybody else except ourselves. Everybody else talks like that when they're talking about getting something for themselves. The morality, those characteristics, the honor, all of that stuff, people don't talk like that about how they should treat other people and how they see other people and how other people should be seen. They only talk like that when they're referring to themselves and how themselves should be seen by other people. We have an inverse mentality when it comes to people that are not from here. And even some of the people that are here that didn't have to go through what our people went through. Which is why we're always talking about, hey, we go high, right? when a certain first lady said that. We go high, and that, you know, when she said that, a lot of people was like, you know what? Yeah, I mean, that's how we've been. That's what we always been doing. That's how we fought the way to the point that we fought. So you got these other people who they don't think like that on any level. There's no honor in what they do. They don't think about that. Now they'll talk about honor in reference to their tribe, but even then they be stabbing their own tribe members in the back. So I mean, they don't. Their idea of honor is only if it benefits me at the same time as benefits somebody else, or if it's just benefiting just me. We can't work with people like that. There's no way to partner. Our way of doing things versus their way of doing things is complete opposite. There's no way for us to even train them to be better. They would have to transform their entire culture. And when I say their entire, they've been like this for thousands of years. This is not new. How can you sell? How can you? And I want to make sure this is clear because Ron's been saying it, but I need to make sure everybody understands. White people aren't the first people to enslave us. It was actually Africans who enslaved us. You can't sell somebody unless you've already owned them.
Wow.
Right? You enslave them so you can sell them and make money. Their role as a slave for you was to now no longer be a free person, to be a slave that can be sold for gain. Now here, when they sold us, we were already slaves when they sold us, right? Our ancestors, that is, when they sold us. Our enslavement happened the second they put us in them dungeons and had a plan to sell us to other people in other countries. So I know there's a lot of people that's not going to like that because, you know, they don't even like to admit Africans sold us, much less enslaved us. They actually are the first party to start the enslavement. And we need to get that in our head. They enslaved
and they don't want to hear that.
No, they don't want to hear that. Not the white man enslaved us. The white man bought us. They just sold us. Oh, they had slavery already. It's the second they say, oh, well, they had slavery, but it was different. Oh, so they did enslave us. You're going to acknowledge that now. Oh, well, they didn't know. I don't, as a ancestor, as a descendant of the victims, I don't care what their understanding was of the other party's slavery system. They had to enslave my ancestors in order for any of this to kick off. So at that point in time, I'm done with trying to understand why you would take away other people's freedoms, right? Oh, there was war. And for the majority of the transatlantic slave trade, they were just kicking off war so they can grab people to sell, right? If they did that, most of the time they was kidnapping weaker tribes, having weaker tribes kidnap other people. Sorry, not kidnap, enslave. Make sure we say that. They weren't just kidnapping people, holding them, and then the white man came along and said, that one's a slave. No, you didn't have your freedom no more. If you couldn't be sold, guess what happened to you? You were still a slave. You couldn't be sold. You was just a worthless one. And who knows what they did to them folks who nobody wanted to buy, right? The sickly, right? The ones who might have had disfigurement and inability to do something, too mentally incapacitated to actually do any kind of work, i.e. they had low value. Who knows what they did with them folks that the white man didn't purchase. So if they're willing to actually enslave people, sell them, and then centuries later say, hey, it wasn't us. What kind of people are they, man? We can't coexist with that. And I know for some strange reason they want to go over there and be brothers, and I don't even know why we would want to work together. We've accomplished far more by ourselves than partnering with anybody else. The only thing that would happen is there's no benefit that they could bring to our effort. Even their numbers won't help us. So why would I want to shackle myself to somebody who's going to cost me more? And I asked this to Pan-Africans all the time, how exactly are they going to help us? Like, what's the plan? Well, why do we need them to partner with us? Well, what are we going to do? Then they'll say something like finance. We can do business with them. What do you mean we could do business? I don't have to go to Africa to do business. I could do business right here, right? And if I want to, I could do business with Africans right here. I don't even have to leave this country to do business with Africans. Why do I have to go to Africa, employ Africans over there, establish a business over there, to come back and sell products to the United States? Because the Africans don't have money to buy your stuff. If you go over there to do business, you're going to have to, your products, whatever product you make, you're going to have to sell them outside that African market for you to make any real money. They don't have the financial capacity to actually allow you to make a profit on your products.
And they discourage competition. They discourage competition for FBA. They discourage it. They don't want us to come over there and like get a job or something. They want us to start a business and only employ them.
Correct. But there's a reason for that. And this is to the folks who always think, hey, we should just leave. So there's a problem with that, right? We cannot travel anywhere in this world as a significant population anywhere. You can't have a large number of first world people going to third world places without completely just destroying their economy. And when I say a significant number of people, I don't even mean 1,000. If you send, and this happened in Mexico last year, you send 200 people from the United States to live in a Mexican city, look it up, see what happened. They wanted the gringos out. Because because of your finances, you're going to increase the cost of all the people living there. Problem, they don't make as much money as you. So the fact that you could pay more money for the same stuff that they were paying less money for, well, of course the business people there are going to sell it to you because you won't pay more. Well, guess what that means? The price for those things go up. And what happens when the majority of the population of a given place can't afford what they used to afford there? They're not going to blame the business people. They're going to blame the people who cause the price to go up, i.e. the immigrants. So you could think that you can go to Africa as a first world person coming from a first world country with first world economy experience and first world financing and go to a third world country, developing nation as they're called, and think you can go there in significant numbers. It'll be basically a war against you no matter where you go, if more than 100 of you go to any given specific place. So that's out the window about, hey, we just leave and go somewhere else and build our own. Where you gonna go? Who's gonna take you? You're a threat to their economy. The second a significant number of you get there, you're a literal threat to their economy in that place. So we gotta rethink this nonsense.
It's good you said that. And Michael, I don't know if you're still here, but it's good you said that, because you remember that guy 19 Keys, right? He was saying that stuff about go over Africa. I got all this stuff. The dude sitting here just selling us a dream. It's like every time they find some sort of, these Pan-Africans get some sort of a foothold with something, they start trying to tell us that we need to go back to Africa. And it's like, they're not even going to Africa. It's only a few of them that's really even doing anything that's in Africa. But just imagine you go there. They can't hire you. They don't want you to take away jobs from the local economy. They say that every country you go to, they don't want the competition. These people are bred to be our competition or wherever else they go. Because right now, even in the European countries where they're going over there, competing with each other, because really you're not competing with FBA in London. You wouldn't even know. Because FBA probably over there doing this thing, not paying you no attention. But they basically are coming and competing with the Europeans over there, which they want them gone. But when they come here, they literally competing with us. They're just coming here to compete with us, find out what we're doing, and get as many of them, because they have an infrastructure in place already. They've been here 60 years, some of them 70 years, and of course a lot of them longer, but a lot of them been here. These people are happy when illegal immigrants come over here. Just imagine you didn't have a lot of money and you were just letting every homeless person come in your house. You wouldn't do that even in America. You're not gonna do it. But they somehow want all these illegal immigrants. They're fighting for them to come more. It's the strangest of things. Why all of them want more immigrants come?
Well, what happens, so just remember a couple things, all right? Immigrants come here, they still have the connections in their home country. They're sending money back, right?
Exactly.
That's the first thing. They sending money back. They come here, they're cheaper labor, so they're willing to be paid less than the people that are already here, right? So there's a term for it, but for basically for people who have less knowledge to do harder jobs, they can easily pay these people lower and get them to do it, which is why places like Florida, New York, the cleaning ladies in some of these buildings and hotels and stuff are illegal immigrants. They're getting paid under the table. Construction sites used to do it too. It works out to where people can make more money because these people are willing to be paid less. And then on top of that, they sending money back to their home country. If they're working in their home country, they're not sending money back, right? They're using the money in that country to work, and then they're going to be paying taxes, but they're not paying back the taxes that equates to the amount of money that has to be used to support them in the country, right? Because they don't even tax the land like we do. That's some of the other things. People like, you go there and buy land, it's not taxed. Well, yeah, that's the reason why, because if it's not taxed, you don't get all the benefits you get living here, like roads,
Right.
Like sidewalks, sewage systems. You don't get those, right?
Hey, and I just saw something in the chat, by the way. I just saw somebody said that Somalis are building high rises in Kenya. And yeah, but if you go to Somalia and you look at them, they need them high rises in Somalia. Man, Somalia, oh my goodness. If you look at the way they are, it's
You went out there for a second, can't hear you.
They over here talking about high rises in Kenya.
High rises for who? Who gonna live there?
My earpiece went out.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, my earpiece had gone out. But yeah, when they're building that stuff over there, it's like, well, then why are you not doing it in Somalia? Because Somalia is still really dangerous. It's a very, very tribal. It's super tribalistic over there. And it's like, sheesh. I mean, you're talking about living in like the 80s or the 70s. I mean, it's almost like that Black Hawk Down happened like 10 years ago. If you go over there, most of the places that they go, that you go in Somalia. So when I see these immigrants that become politicians that be in our spaces, and then when something happened to them, she said, "Look at what you're doing to a Black woman." I'm like, come on, our politicians now that are immigrants, that are immigrants that are cosplaying us, that's another thing that we still need to continue to have everybody still continue to push back on, because we got a lot we got to deal with. That's why when these people start coming on to these things, they start becoming irritating us. They don't understand what it means to be live like right among your oppressors. I mean, like right among them for hundreds and hundreds of years. But they keep trying to say that they have done that. It's like, but you didn't do it. You didn't do that. You don't understand how to fight that. You can't say that you know how to fight that. You're leaving, coming over here arguing about hip hop. We never go any country talking about, hey man, I want to talk to you about something over here. Where do you get us doing that? These people are coming around and man, let me explain to you what happened, man. 1930, Martin Luther King. These people talking about Martin Luther King. Martin Luther King. None of them know Martin Luther King. There's a lot of FBA don't know Martin Luther King. They know who he was and know he stood for. But these FBAs, they got family members went through the same thing as Martin Luther King. It's like you want to explain to me about Martin Luther King. Now I am now concentrated on Martin Luther King when I have a whole uncle that was that's in this war, that fought in this, that did that. Now you're talking about Martin Luther King. Now all of a sudden you're an important person. Because you notice that's what they do. They always run into Martin Luther King or something like that. Oh, you know, what would Martin Luther King do? And what would he say? It's like, man, what about my mom? What about my dad? What about them?
My mother was in her 20s when he was marching.
Right.
She tell me what happened, what was going on. My mother was in her 20s while he was marching.
She's literally fighting for them. Your mother is literally waking up in the morning fighting white supremacy based off who she is. So when she walk out the door, she got to worry about is somebody gonna be fair to me? See, we know when we step into the system of supremacy, it's not a fair deal. It's always crooked. It's always with somebody with their hand behind their back with their fingers crossed. So we know a lot of times when we deal with them, we know what it is. But with them, they trying to explain to us like, dude, you don't understand the whole intricacies of this. We know, see, redlining, when they say redlining, it's just a word to them. It doesn't really mean what it does.
Pretty much,
you know,
yeah. It's a word.
When we say redlining to them, they be like, well, that was like a long time ago. And be like, you know, but now things are different because, you know, we all together. And it's like, do you know what redlining really means? But if you start telling them about their history, if you start telling them about their culture, oh, well, you've never been to Africa and you don't understand. It's like, well, how do I not understand Africa, but you understand America? So you're willing to tell me right now that I am xenophobic. I'm xenophobic because I don't know my own history. Just imagine me seeding that ground to you. Just imagine me being able to explain to my son that I lost to an African, calling me xenophobic. No matter how many degrees you got, no matter how much you've done in your life for your own child, no matter how many times you got them up in the morning, no matter how many times you took them to school, no matter how many jobs you got, you're going to concede this argument to an immigrant. They don't want us to reduce them to that. And I'm saying, reduce yourself. If you really knew what Black history was, you'd understand what I'm saying. See, when we've had enough, white supremacy understand. That's why when you hear these brothers start talking about Rosewood and they start talking about these matters, because we be getting pissed off, yo. And when we get pissed off, we backed into a corner. It's like, man, we give a lot. We give a lot for people. And when we get backed into a corner, we know what the damage is going to be. It could be your whole building. It could be your whole business. It could be your church. It could be your car. It could be all your money. It could be unalived. This is what it means to us. And these people over here talking this foolishness. Pan-Africans trying to convince us of Martin Luther King or Frederick Douglass. I'm like, bro, Frederick Douglass wouldn't have gone for this, man. I'm telling you right now. Frederick Douglass would have been delineating. He understood what it meant to be in America. He sent his sons to fight for America. He said, my sons are coming. This is our land. They're coming over here. You know what they're saying? Oh, y'all next. Look, if you say that I'm next, that means
so yeah,
my son next, your daughter next, your infant child is next, meaning they're gonna snatch them up. So you want help from me? Look, you want my child taken out of here, snatched up and thrown into a building. We used to call them the jump out boys. They call them many a thing. There's something called a battle ram. That's in Cali. They made a song. This when you know you about rap, right? There was a song called a battle ram. Anybody know what the battle ram is? That's when they grab them thing, they'll bust your door down and knock everything and knock it off the hinges and come in there and just grab you. You know what I mean? Snatch you up out of there. You know, your mama, your grandmother, your dog. Just snatch all of y'all out of there and take all of y'all downtown. It might take y'all 3 weeks to come out. This is in the 90s. Look, before they clear all that up and just let y'all go, and then because they made so many mistakes, they'll start trickling you out. Oh, grandma got out yesterday, auntie, they say they didn't do nothing, and y'all coming up with money on money, just trying to bail each other out, and these people over here talking tough. You know how much money we done had to do just to bail family members up off trumped up charges? We know what it means to be grabbed. We know what it means to be running from something. We know what it means for people to tell you that you did something when you know that you didn't. But these people want us to understand these immigrants' plight. And we're saying, we do understand your plight. You need to understand that we always have understood your plight. That's why you're here. That's why you're here. We asked for respect, and that was it. And guess what we got? You're next. These people are not like us because they think if we stand up to them, they want them people to do what they used to do in the movies to us. These are Hollywood kids, yo. This is the tether generation. These people grew up on cell phones. These people grew up on watching black people getting unalived on TV, and then they look around and say, "Oh well, you know what? They were slaves." They got names for us in almost every African country that they call us a slave. Stop it, man. You think it's just a kata? You go all over Africa and South America and Mexico. They all got a name for us, bro. But we ain't have no names for them. But the colonizer had one for them. We didn't even look. This is a slur, but this was actually a government plan. It was called Operation Wetback. Now, mind you, that's what the Caucasian called. We never really called them that, but we found out that it was a slur. You don't see that no dominant culture of us calling them that. We don't call y'all nothing, but they want to fight to call us the N-word. These people say we should be able to say it. If you should be able to say that, why you can't say that you came over here to be an op? Just say it. Just say, I'm in opposition to you. I want what you got. I'm jealous. I don't like the colonizer that y'all got because we believe the colonizer, y'all colonizer is so good that he made y'all so great that we jealous that we want to come over here. Why not that conversation? Because see, if you talk like that right then our children will be saved. We love to hear you talk like that in public. You don't have no problem with saying the N-word, but you don't want to say, I ran to your colonizer because my colonizer ain't about nothing. He's so sorry. We can't get food stamps. We can't get this. Oh, you don't have infrastructure like that? So you running over here to actually get the infrastructure that you are saying that we're on but when Trump came, we found out that we're below. We're at the bottom. We're at the bottom. Becky and Brad is even over us. It's you, Becky and Brad and the immigrants, and then us. DEI, what you call the other stuff, when you get into college, all that stuff is benefiting these minorities. All of a sudden, Becky is a minority. Brad is a minority. They're minorities too. So all they got to do is just get Hector over there and Joanna man, get him in, and now you done filled your quota. You don't have to deal with the black man and woman in America. You don't want to say that? Why not make a song about it? I would love to hear it. Oh, we came over here and we just stepping all over these black Americans, man. We getting all of them. We getting everything, man. They give us everything. We would love to hear songs like that. Because see, when we make songs, we actually might go almost to jail for them. Almost all of our artists and stuff have been threatened with jail if they keep singing, if they keep rapping, if they keep talking, if they keep doing anything. We have always been under threat for our voice. You people coming over here talking about, I got a right to be able to say the N-word. Look, you know that we don't need them over here if that's the most important thing to them. These people say, I want to be able to say it too. Well, I say this. You can say it. Say it when you're in the mall. Say it when you at a basketball game or a football game. Say it when you're around us. See how that worked out for you. I mean, you want to say it so bad, but you can't say that my family were cowards. They didn't want to stay where they were at. So I'm here now. They dropped me off. They wanted to have me over here so that I could be what? Anchored to America so that they couldn't toss my family out of here. That's your story. That's your story. Where is the rap song? Where is the R&B song? Where is the jazz song about, oh, we are the tethers and we are the cowards and we are the fleers? We don't hear none of them songs because that's supposed to be a genre of squandering, a genre of running very fast, very fast.
No, but you know what? You have a good point because remember, jazz, came out of us expressing how we felt about what was going on, right?
They try to make it illegal.
Relationship. Yep.
They try to make it illegal. Look, bro, I'm gonna let you go because I gotta go.
But I'm just saying, if they have hardship, why they not you know, putting something together like that. Why they can't get a musical genre? I don't know what the instruments are, but play something.
They can't because they're under a caste system. They look, you can't go after the caste system because look, their cousins and their uncles are at the top of the caste system. They just happen to be dark. Now, mind you, they're living in a system where the darker ones in their family, they done cast away.
Wow.
They don't even like them. So the dark ones that come over here trying to treat us like that. It's like we're under assault from these dark skinned immigrants that can't even say nothing to the lighter ones in their own country because they think that they are white tea. So now you got them. Look, bro, you know how many of them come over here dark as I don't know what, some of the most dark freaking Africans you ever seen. They're white on their paperwork. Look, they're not saying that. They're not saying, you know what? A lot of us are white when we come over here. You won't hear that on a song. Because if you heard that on a song, I guarantee you a lot of their support would plummet. If they said, we came over here as white and we want to get all the benefits, you know what I'm saying? Make a song like that. make a song like that right there. Be strong, stand on your own, you know what I'm saying? I mean, what they call it, you know what I'm saying? Stand on business, man. Stand on business, say you about blurple. Look, they so dark, they blurple. But if you look at their paperwork, it's white. This is a fact in America. And most of those islands, almost 60% of the islands classify themselves as white. They don't want to say that. Oh, I'm Spanish. I'm Hispanic. Oh, you Hispanic over here. Grab your paperwork, you white. Which one do you want? Y'all want it all. But y'all want us to be able to benefit from what? Y'all, we got to benefit from y'all problems. That's what we get. They said they're calling us slaves throughout this world. And these darker sections of the world, they're calling us slaves. They got names for us. They got names for us. These the tough guys, yo. These are tough guys. And then they got grandmothers sitting over here in America, about 50, 60, 70 years old, quiet as a mouse. Let me tell you something, Granny. This delineation thing is not going to discriminate based on age. If you don't stand up and start checking your family, because I know you're sending them out here online, they starting to ask y'all questions. Why are they calling us tethers, Grandma? You said we was all, hold it, don't listen to them. Now they talking like our grandma. You just got to just ignore them. But why are they saying it, Grandma? They saying you are the problem. You did this. It wasn't us, it's the white man. Now your grandma saying the white man. She was saying, be proud, fly your flag and all that stuff. Now you got your anchor babies running to you. Say, why are they saying that? Oh, you don't want to flag not becoming so strong no more, huh? Now you don't know when to display your flag. You don't know whether to hide it, whether to put out, whether to wear it out. Some of them just bold with it. They just do it, but some of them just don't even want to say it. Where you from? Who would you ask me that question for? It's like, you ask them where they from, they getting all pissed off. What'd you ask me that for? I know where this is going. If you knew where it was going, you already know you're not American. Who the hell says, oh, what you ask me that for? I know where this is going. Who where? When we say what's up, that's why they say in America, say, yo, what's up, man? What's up, man? Where you from, man? Man, we just start rattling it off, you know what I'm saying? Start talking, oh man, I was there. You know what they say? What you ask me that question for? How are you American? What you ask me that for? You know, in the hip hop song say, what's up, man? What you ask me that for? Now, if you were to get songs like that, you would change the world. Then we would know who y'all were. Y'all be out there dancing. You know what I'm saying? After y'all done stole copies. I mean, even salsa, y'all got that from us. It won't call salsa, by the way, though. It won't call salsa. It won't call reggae. It wasn't called dance hall. All that stuff came from us. You people didn't even have no music. Brother already said that early. Not even one freaking tune, man. Not one tune. Not one tune. These people are literally over here talking about, we was over here too. Why not where you were at? And then when we flip it, they go trying to find some tribe somewhere talking about, see, they really was doing this. Like, man, there's no record of this stuff. Y'all ain't been listening to YT so long, he even got y'all involved in our freaking hip-hop story, which is absolutely insane. These people will accept Cool Herc but won't accept Pig Meat Martin. How? Pig Meat Martin made Here Come the Judge in New York. Some people in North Carolina believe he was the guy that started hip hop. But they want to say, oh, well, you know, Jamaicans was here, Puerto Rican was here. But I'm like, why not? Why not Pig Meat Martin? Why not? Why not some of our other elders that was making some? Well, you know what? You know what tell you? They didn't really hip hop. They didn't really rap. But when we tell them Kool Herc didn't do something, yes, he did. Yes, he did. Yes, he did. It's just yes, he did. You tell them Flash didn't create, oh, yes, he did. Yes, he had to. But if you say anybody from any other corner in America, you're going to get, how can you say you're not from New York? This is absolutely insane. These people got to understand, New York is a very, very big state, by the way, y'all. And I'm going to tell you right now, there's Buffalo there, there's Rochelle there, there's, let me see, Poughkeepsie, New York, right? There is other places in New York, like I told you, look like freaking Alabama. You people don't know nothing about our country. Because if you run your butt up in there, like you might be able to make it up in White Plains. You know what I mean? Leaving up out of Bronx. Look, you might be able to do that right there. But when you start going west, you don't see the immigrants there. Oh, they there now because we done did so much for them. You know, they got them building every freaking thing. But I guarantee you, you're not going over there telling them that you taught these white tea people nothing. These white PT people with us was arguing with us about they took it first. Y'all is like second. These people said they created rock and roll and country. We don't beat them people into submission with that crap. And they come in here secondhand to, well, we getting hip hop. It's like they are like their colonizer. They just want to say they did something and then they want to bring a force against you. See, we used to fighting hand to hand, one-on-one. That's what they say back in the day. We used to be like, okay, everybody gonna fight. Everybody put them ones. You know, back in the day, sometimes we used to be like, hey, man, we come together, man. We let the first two, they get out there and fight. If it's got three, they'll just come out there. We be in circles like that right there. And then sometimes we used to just roll out after that fight. Not them. They just like the colonizer. Zoe and all this crap. All of these weapons. More and more firepower against the black man. Like we ain't have enough aimed at us. Y'all so weak. Everything y'all buy, just like Africa. Oh, what you gonna sell? We gonna sell them for money and arms. That's what y'all do. But you can't even, you won't even have enough guts to say that you sold your people. Oh, that just can't put that in there. We want this music. We want these movies. You got these freaking people from what they call them over there in Europe coming here getting into our films. You're not seeing none of these tether films. They come over here with a tether mentality, knowing what they're gonna do. Because Idris Elba, I forgot his name. The dude said the only way I got that part was I had to act like I was from America. And as soon as he got it, what he say? Oh, I like to thank Jamaica. I like to thank Trinidad. I like to thank all these people. I like to thank all of them. Now, why are you doing that, guy? Why are you thanking all these folks? Because these folks have not created or done anything. Because who in the world want to give? Look, do you think when we win stuff, we'd be like, oh, I want to thank America? Black Americans don't be like, oh, yeah, man, I like to thank America. We thanking our mama. Y'all talking, I like to thank Jamaica. I like to thank Haiti. That means that you never did anything. We're not running around talking, I want to thank America. I want to thank North Carolina for me doing this. You're not going to hear, oh, I like to thank New York. New Yorkers don't do that. They just start yelling and stuff, and it's all about them. We don't be going around thanking a particular country for doing something. Like, we are that. That's why we know y'all not us. Oh, let me thank Jamaica. Let me just thank my mama for, look, trust me. How hard can this story be, y'all? My mom, everything she did to get to America. Now, mind you now, these people think that coming to America was the hardest thing they ever did. But it's the best thing they ever did. They want us to be feeling sad. You know, oh, these people came over here, you know, they were just running from this and they got all this, you know what I'm saying? And I'm like, we got to listen to this damn story for like 100 years. All this stuff we did in America, but we got to hear about somebody that came over from America. Now they're getting some sort of award or they graduate. My mom went through so much coming to America. I'm like, what? What was so hard? You don't understand the immigration process. When first you got to fill out this paperwork, and then they let you stay for a while. And I'm like, man, that is not no. That's not hard. What's wrong with you people? You know how long it took the process to go? I get in and got my green card, got my permanent residency, and that's all the thing I had to do. And then they came and told me I had to do it again, so I was here 5 more years. That is a hard story for them. That's a hard story. And we're like, we don't want to buy that story that was so hard for you anymore. Because if filling out a piece of paperwork is so hard, just stay where you at, man. Just stay where you at, right on the dirt. If you don't got no paper, write it on the ground. Write it on the ground. Stop coming over here telling me, I'm going to get in line. Okay, how long it take me to get in America? I'm going to keep on trying. And then you're going to come over here and start talking crap about us? You don't see the Democrats going to these people for talking like this? The Republicans only want to do it when it benefits them. If we don't step up to these people and keep on checking them like we're doing, nobody is going to do this, people. There's no magic potion that's going to come around here and stop these people from lying. These people are running from their colonizer to another one, talking about it's hard. They know nothing about when, look, we had 100 years of unaliving in this country that are documented, right? They're grabbing our folks up for just praying, singing, walking, riding a bus, walking on a particular side of the street, worshiping, getting married. All of that supposed to be regular stuff. That's hard. When somebody making laws against it, that you can't get married, that you can't own property, that you can't not read, that you cannot buy things, that you can't go in this store, that you can't go on this side, you can't ride on this bus, you can't ride on that. That's hard. Not trying to come over here. That's not no incredible story, people. We know what hard means. That's not hard, immigrants. Talking about, I had to wait 5 years. I had to wait 5 years. My grandmother had to wait 5, and they grabbed uncle last month. You want to know what grabbing somebody means? How about stop and frisk? That's grabbing somebody. All right? Y'all just got caught up in stop and frisk. They was literally grab my folks up in there. Sometimes you Jamaicans get mixed up in it, but trust me, it was overwhelming, FBA. You people were just a casualty of trying to be in proximity of your other colonizer. Which the stop and frisk was really for y'all. Y'all the ones started all that stuff up there. That's why they're always trying to learn and copy everything about us, our mannerism, our walk, and everything. That's why when those, what they call them, actors, when they get their actors up there, they're like, yeah, I want to be like your actor. But your actor is acting like us. He's acting like us. This is how he's getting his money. You should tell him he's a terrible person. Because if they ever do anything, they got to make it here. It's not like our brothers in New York. Like they say, if you can do it here, you can do it anywhere. Bro, that's true. But if you can do that anywhere in America, you can do it anywhere. Anywhere. Because we showed you how to. I told you. And I'm going to tell you again. This is like the Underground Railroad. This is like the Green Book. This is like, a code of silence. We had the first code of silence. Yeah, they don't know what that means. They don't know what it means to shut the F up. See, we know what the code of silence is. Y'all don't. Because y'all used to telling on the other darker people in your own land, and you won't say it. Now they terrible because they're doing it to us. This is a weak culture of telling everything that you know. See, the Underground Railroad movement, shh, 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 shh. Not now, not now. The code of silence is us. We show you how to do that. But y'all don't know how. Y'all don't know how to do that. Y'all think the code of silence sometimes is what? It's not about your verbal all the time, folks. Look, why do you think they wanted us to get in the back of the bus? Why do you think they wanted us to come through the back door? Why do you think they didn't want us to read the Bible? Because of the code of silence. We know what it means to talk without talking. You don't know what it means to have your grandmother and your family snatched out and you never see them again. But you keep looking for them. You don't come over here talking about somebody said you were invited. Oh, the white man said I can come. You'll never, ever get along with us. We have allowed you to do whatever you want in this dance, which you had with Brad and Chad and Becky and Karen. Y'all been doing a lone singing dance for a lot of years now. We're sick of this song and dance that y'all doing. But you notice that Becky didn't want to save them. Becky don't want to hear no Tether songs. She don't want to hear them. Because she knows she the one want them over here. They want every piece of ass. Look, these people, look here. They even want the flavorful, if you know what I mean. The flavorful. And what I mean by the flavorful is they flavorful. Not the ones we got in this country. They want more of them. With Becky them. And it's like these people are coming, they going off on us too. Our people, I don't care what your ideology is, you better start checking these folks that's coming over here. You sitting over here thinking just because you got the same your gender and the way that you classify yourself mean that they're your friends? You think just because that they are fruity, they're good? They're against you too, Fruity. And Karen and Becky them won't they're gonna get them and they're gonna throw them back out to you when they threw them because they want a fresh batch. Let them in, let them in. You remember Arnold Schwarzenegger? He had him a whole freaking concubine before they called him having it. They're just dropping them those what you want to call those Becky and Chad, them just doing them Spanish people up. Boy, they just loving it. They running over here to get with Becky and Brad them and drop an angry baby off. They think they really special. Man, they think they way more special than them other Puerto Ricans and stuff that's coming over here, them other Spanish people. They might deal with a black guy and stuff, but oh my God, let them have one with Becky. They have one with Becky them. Becky them is not going to accept them. But they turn those people into the most reprehensible white supremacists that you will ever see. Because now what you're gonna do that you can't stay with Chad and Brad them family. You got to grow up in a Spanish community with white on your birth certificate, man. What are we doing over here? You want to find out a lie? These people are lying, and the government is helping them, and our children are at risk because they keep on saying that. Oh well, we just came over here for a better life. Then be yourself. Can you at least stop trying to be white? I mean, my goodness, man. People in Africa coming over here black. It ain't black. Dark. Basically blurple. White on their birth certificate. I mean, on their paperwork. Born on the same day, like 20 of them, all in line. We don't got a problem with this. Then they get in. Then they get there. Next thing you know, you thought you're 14. He 22. 22. They're having problems right now in college with them people coming over there to these schools now, saying they're 18, now they find out they're 23, they're 24. They end up in NBA or somewhere else on a job. I thought you just got it. Somebody is screening this stuff and they letting a lot of stuff through. They letting a lot of stuff through. And that's on both sides. That's the Democrats and that is the Republicans. The Republicans just want to be able to do it when they want to them. The Democrats like, no, I don't want you to shut it off. See, the Democrats don't want Democrat Brad and Republican Brad, they want to be able to turn this thing off when they want to. See, liberal Brad, liberal Brad, liberal Brad, he's fruity too now. Let's don't get it twisted. He want him a Jamaican, he want him a Trinidadian, he want him a Puerto Rican, all of them fruity. Now, mind you, he won't go through them, then they in America. He don't mind. They gonna bring some more over here. It does not matter. It does not matter what Brad and Chad will do with these immigrants. But they're not gonna tell us. They're not gonna tell us. We need to start to just tell them like, this is what we're doing. We know what it means to fight white supremacy. This is a 24-hour thing. We do this in our sleep. You people is new. Y'all new. This immigration dark skin stuff with us, that's why they say, where is this coming from? It's new for us, not y'all. Y'all been had this WAR on us. We now looking at it like this right here. We ain't even in no WAR. We always use the truth. You notice something, brothers and sisters? You know, we never been able to survive in America without the truth. We used to go to court, right? We used to go to court against white supremacy in the 30s and the 20s and stuff like that right there, where they would have trumped up charges against us. You know how much truth we had to use to actually go to jail anyway with? We be telling the straight up truth and end up in jail for 20 years. These people running to just come over here talking about it was hard. We're going to try to show y'all what the truth will do to you. It will also end it unalived. We've been living off of it for a long time because they make the system, right? They made this system called judicial system. Yeah, that judicial system was set up against us. We used to have our families going to court, standing outside the courtrooms. Little spaces they used to have our people come in there. It'd be like 3 of them in there. That's all can be in there while you going to court. Your son in there in court. All white tee. We standing outside hoping, praying that a whole group of more white tee people just find him innocent when we know he won't even over there. But you're running over here talking about that was hard. This is America. This is not Trinidad where y'all got a whole lot of people y'all color, where y'all over there practicing caste systems, where y'all over there worshiping this. We keep telling you, black is not the color of your skin in America. You need to learn that quick. We don't care if you do have a little spat here and there between light skin. We don't care nothing about that because our light skinned brothers, man, do not play. Our light skinned sisters do not play. They will slap the living out of you know what I mean? And they'll say, and they'll call you, look here, look. Our families are different shades. We black, man. Some of us don't even like that right there, but we know how to deal with this thing. You people don't. You people literally are treating the dark-skinned people like crap over there. Worshiping everything light. Even our light-skinned people that go over there don't want that crap. They be like, man, get up out of there, get off the ground. Slow down. Oh, you think you sure you're not part of us? Because he light-skinned? Say, man, I'm black. They be like, huh? Calm down, fool. I'm black. Oh, I thought you was one of us. I know. We know you know the difference. You just get confused when you get over here all of a sudden. See, they know the game. They know the game up and down. The Democrats know they know the game. The Republicans know they know the game. And we're gonna keep laying this case out for our family. We're gonna keep laying this case out so they'll understand when they're in school, when they're in the military, when they're in college, when they're on the job, when they're overseas, and when they're everything. That we have to start dealing with you people on more facts. Say unbiased rhyme, baby. See, over here, he letting us get a lot of commentary. This brother's laying it out for you every day. Come by, stop by if you're listening. Stop by if you're listening. If you want a real education, if you really want some real scholarship, if you want some real facts, if you want somebody to put that time in, drop in on this brother's show and listen. You won't hear me rambling. You're going to hear some facts because everything I'm saying, you wait till he comes. See, I can just fill it out. I can fill up the space. This brother right here said, no, let's break the books out on them. Break you down to your very last compound. And I'm talking about coming from your own country. I know. You keep saying, why are you saying that? Why are you saying that right there? Because we got great people here. We great. Muhammad Ali said, I'm the greatest. Coming from another FBA, Elijah Muhammad. And the only thing they want to do is grab onto Farrakhan and they want to grab onto Malcolm X. Talking about, well, they was mixed. I'm saying, you're nothing without my Elijah Muhammad. Absolutely nothing. You'll never have heard of them a day in your life. Malcolm X probably would have end up freaking in jail for the rest of his life. You'd have never known his name and you would have never knew Farrakhan ever if it weren't for Elijah Muhammad. So let's cut the crap. They surrendered. They surrendered to being black in America. That's why they won, fool. See, Farrakhan don't play. Malcolm X didn't play. They knew they were black. They had to try to explain it to y'all. Keep telling you, it's not a color, folks. Some people would say it's a state of mind, it's a being, it's a lineage. You know the one y'all say we ain't got? Ask Farrakhan and Malcolm X. How you think you got them? With our lineage. They was all in it. They dived into it. That look, the water deep too. It's deep. They dived into it and they said, man, it feel good in here. I think I'll stay. We said, yeah, we got you. We got you. See, these waters deep over here. They real deep. When you playing into supremacy game, this thing is deep over here. I keep telling you, pull out $1. Pull out $5. Who's on them? What was going on around that time? What was going on around that time when George Washington was on that dollar? That was years after. But look, he's on there. What was going on with him? He was a slave master. He was a slave master. We right there at the same time. Where you at, Africa? Where at, Caribbean? Where at, Puerto Ricans? Y'all love George Washington until you got to really deal with George Washington. See, we dealt with George Washington. You just want him in your pocket. See, you love him. We understand what it means to deal with George Washington, man. And George Washington's wife and his daddy. See, you don't know nothing about that. But until you do understand, grab that dollar again. Not the one that's on Marcus Garvey, not the one that Jamaicans got. Jamaicans put Marcus Garvey. You already know what's up with them. But if you go look at the money again, quarter, dime, nickel, right? There's a lot of symbolism on there for you. That's why you keep on saying they don't got no culture. What that dollar all about? You ever seen any coins from America in like 1920? Some of that money that they were built, that they were making and stuff like that right there. A lot of symbols in there about us. But y'all just want it. Y'all want these guys. Y'all want George Washington. Y'all want Abraham Lincoln. Y'all want Jackson. Y'all want Lee. You know, we actually know Lee. You people are putting him in your pocket. Look, we know who Lee is. We dealt with Lee firsthand. When we go over there, you know, we don't want y'all money. We gonna do exchange. Only we want y'all money. We put up American money. You know how much money we get for that? Y'all running around here talking about, oh, America's going down, America's down. I look at America go down, everybody going down with us. Look, if Trump causing problems, that's for the whole world. You see, when Ukraine and Russia having them problems, that lasted a little while. Ain't nobody care. It ain't messing with the dollar. It ain't messing with the stock market. Ain't doing nothing. But the minute America do something to everybody, everybody's in trouble. Stock market, your money, your value. China too. China's in trouble. These people keep on thinking China's gonna do something to it. China's gonna do something to it. I guarantee you, China freaking GDP plummeting too. China won't even look. China manipulate all of their currency, all of it. Russia too. They don't want to give you the clear picture of what their money is all about, tied to this dollar. Elijah Muhammad wrote a book back in the day called The Fall of America, tied to the dollar. Man, what we want in this country from everybody to understand, this is delineation and reparations. We are repairing our lives. We're repairing our ancestors. We have to respect them more for what they went through and thank them and thank for our lives that the seed was able to pass that long going through what we went through. And people are so quick to just go up there on a freaking stage, get drafted by the NFL or basketball and say that we're doing better than Americans. dude, you'll never, ever, 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 ever do better than an American. It's impossible. It's absolutely impossible. I put everything I got on it. You're just rapping. But you're not rapping the rap that we made. You're lying. We want you people to start standing up for yourselves. Stand up for yourselves. Tell the truth sometimes. Stop thinking so much about the worldly things, about these trinkets and stuff in America, about sex and about money and about status and stuff, and understand how you got here. Why you're here. You are literally standing on soil that is soaked so deep with our family's DNA that is absolutely insane. You're on holy ground, people. You're on holy ground. You're running to America. This is holy ground. We got headstones here so freaking old, you'd be shocked. We got black cemeteries exclusively. They're in every state. They're everywhere. You need to come here sometime and understand why you're here in the time that we're living in as an immigrant, to sit up there and talk about that you're giving thanks to anybody but FBA. That need to be your first thought. But see, these people really, really confused. Well, we can't put you over God. You're doing it for the white man. You said he said you can come. But when it comes to us, oh no. No, we can't praise nobody. You can't bow down to idols. I can't tell. You're filling out a form to come here. Tough guy. You're bowing down to join white T supremacy. Bottom line. If they say you can come based on a piece of paper, who's your God? And then they start coming here, well, you know, nobody's illegal. Then why are you filling out paperwork? Well, I didn't fill out paperwork. I actually broke the law. Why are you breaking the law? What are we going to do with these folks? If you say you're not bowing down, then why are you filling out paperwork? And if you didn't fill out paperwork, you said you came illegal. That means you broke the law. And guess what? Two sides of this coin, both of them want you over here for different reasons. Republicans want you for one, the Democrats want you for another. Republicans are willing to get rid of you, though. The Democrats have no interest in not sending out one of you home, which is absolutely insane. But they're willing to do it. And we're saying that right there is a threat to us, because you people don't like us. You people saying that Mexico is America. Mexico's talking, oh no, it's still ours. It's still ours. Mexico, California is ours. How you gonna make sense with folks like this? They said Mexico is California is theirs. Arizona is theirs. Texas is theirs. And then you got people in Texas that are really that's American and that Americans there, that Spanish saying, I want you gone. Texas don't necessarily like a whole lot of immigrants. I'm talking about Spanish. They don't want you here. They sick of this crap. We don't need the problems with you melanated immigrants if you're not going to come over and get in our politics and get in our way of what we're trying to do. We have been way too open and inviting. And for the darker ones, you people really got to get yourselves straight real fast. You got to get some straightening real quick. Because if you think for 1 minute we're going to stop talking about what's happening in our own country, in our own life, in our own politics, in our own stuff, we are sending people overseas right now in uniform. Them is our people. Have you lost the freaking mind? You coming over here to join us to go over there against your own country? The freak you doing? We already here. We've been here. We need to understand. We need you to understand that over here, you need to start checking in. A lot of people don't understand what that means. You need to check in. See, you need to start checking in, understanding that we do not go by the same rules that these people tell y'all to come over with. We don't. We don't understand what immigration means. We don't understand that immigrants supposed to get food, clothing, housing, cars, gas, school. Look, if we knew that right there, I think some of us look, whoa. Hold up. It's a little too much there. And then they come over here and say, what? We came over here with nothing. We don't want people like that around us anymore. We think you should stay where you at. You don't hear no rap song say, I came over here and I got my EBT card and I got my free housing, I got some free EBT, I got some. You won't hear songs like that. But that's how you create a culture. That's how you tell people who you are, by standing up on truth and business about who you are. I came here from America, not with dimes in my pocket, but I came over here to get EBT, free this, free that, free that, free that. That's what you need to say. And then we'll be like, word. I'm so glad. Now we won't have to tell our children because you did it. But you are so weak. You are so weak. You don't want to say it. So now we're having to explain to you the same way. Because see, that used to be the Pan-African stuff. See, the Pan-African stuff was the reverse of what we doing. They went over there lying to y'all, talking about y'all great. They going all over the world, finding out that Africa won't doing none of that stuff. But then they're going to come back here to America and start writing books. Pan-Africans. They playing games with these immigrants, telling them that, oh, you great, we cousins, and we just long lost stuff. And then you go over there, be like, man, none of this stuff is not happening, Pan-African. Yes, it is. You just have to just go over there. We're going over there. These people don't even want you to start a business in Africa. Well, they do want to start a business, but they want you to give them the money, want you to build their economy. They want you to do things for them. They don't want you to challenge them. They don't want you to say nothing about them. They don't want you to do anything. They got so many laws to protect them against foreigners. But guess which foreigners they really put the laws on? You go your way to anywhere. These people got some foreign laws for your butt. They mess around, lock you up. Man, what? You don't get that in America. These people literally have been caught going over the border about 20 times. What country are you going to be able to do that in, y'all? Go try that in Africa. Go try that in Russia. Go try that in Caribbean. Go try that in Venezuela. See what happened. They're going to put you in a Venezuelan jail. You ain't coming home. You better hope Donald Trump is your friend. Because I'm telling you right now, these people got some of the most sternest, hardcore, freaking laws against immigration that you ever created. This stuff is freaking prehistoric what they doing to somebody that crossed the border or somebody that's over there illegal. Go over there, and even if you got a passport, go over there and mess around in one of these countries and get in trouble over there, and you'll be begging to come back to America. That's why FBA understand. You're supposed to understand the people. You're supposed to respect them. You're supposed to understand their culture. At least don't go over there and start trying to just insert yourself into all their politics, into their religion, and start telling them what they're not doing. We're not doing that because we'd be getting like that. But every time one thing happened with one FBA, I don't care where it's at, all of the white media is on it. And sometimes they mess it up, but then they got an immigrant. They want to just turn the stuff, flip the page. Because they want it to be us. They want us to be causing problems all around the world like they are. But that is a very, 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 very small percentage of what we do. We don't go around places trying to go to jail, bro. How you think the jail system was created in America? We don't like going to jail, folks. We know what it means to go to jail. You ever heard the pipeline between high school and jail? That's about us. It is designed to get us in jail. So you think we want to go over there and mess with y'all jails? The penal system built for us. You don't want to listen. You don't want to listen. Y'all got some of the most strenuous immigration laws that you ever see. These immigration laws that Haiti got against Haiti and Dominican Republic is absolutely insane, y'all. They literally just snatching them up, just taking them and just pushing them and throwing them in things. And lighter ones too. It's light-skinned Dominican Republicans. Dominican. They just snatching up Haitians, telling them to go home. Treating them bad. Telling them you don't belong here. And I bet you if they send them to the United States, you know what they're gonna be saying? Oh, you don't got no culture. Y'all don't know who y'all are. Y'all be doing all this in their life. Y'all ghetto. This is what you're going to get from a Haitian. This is what you're going to get from a Caribbean. This is what you're going to get from them. Except for the writers. The writers almost underground. The writers learn it. It's hard to go up against their own if you standing on business. They treat them all like suckers. And I'm going to tell you, that's what they was doing in the 90s. That's how they was able to get over all the time. That's why they flooded our daggone communities with law enforcement, and they end up putting us all in jail because of these silent immigrants. That's the only time they know how to be silent. It's when they getting us. Other than that, they telling on us. They running in front, running up to their teacher in college. They run up to the police down the street. They running to the grocery store man. They running into the department store guy. They telling everything on us. You wonder sometime why? What happened? What happened? You blaming your brother. You blaming your cousin. Okay, keep it up. We gotta wake up. We gotta wake up. Look, the miseducation of the immigrant and their children is what the new book is. They got to go in reverse. They got to be a new education system for them. They keep trying to cater to them. Oh, we don't get English as a second language. I mean, Spanish as a second language. Oh, we don't get Japanese. We don't get this. Damn, we already can't hardly know what they talking about already. Now we got to just make. Oh, it's constantly making everything better for them. Everybody always talking about us in another language anyway. That's another leg up they got on us. They literally talks about us in our face because we don't understand the language, which means you're not black. They're constantly practicing this anti-black, anti-FBA rhetoric 24/7 in 2, 3, 4, 5 different languages against us. And then turn around, hey, what's up, bro? What's up, bro? What's up, bro? They get together. You get two Puerto Ricans together, they over there slandering the hell out of you. You get 2 Jamaicans together, they over there slandering the hell out of you. You get 2 Jamaicans over there, they slandering the hell out of you. In 2, 3 different languages. But they need all the help. They need all the protection. Our children going to school with people that speak in 2 languages, people. Good luck. The only thing we've ever been able to live off of is the truth of ourselves, the knowledge of ourselves, the knowledge of where we come from, and most of us, the knowledge of the God that we know. That's how we do it over here. And it's all internal. It's all internal. It's all internal. We deal from the inside out. These people deal from the outside in. And I'm going to tell you right now, as long as you're dealing from the outside in, you will never make it in America. You'll never make it here. And we can't live among you because you will always be setting us up because we look inward first. We've always done that. That is the code of silence. That is the way that you move. That's the green book. That is be home before the lights turn on. That is don't go down there, don't go around there. See, we know how it is to try to stay away from folks. We know what gentrification is. We know what redlining means. We know what driving a highway through your neighborhood means. We know what segregation means. We are the experts, people. We're the experts. Stop going to these Caucasians talking about, oh, where should I move? What school should I go to? Oh, what neighborhood should I move in? How about just stay home if you need all that help? You need to be coming here with our young people. Our young people over here already up against white supremacy. We don't need to be up against 3 or 4, 5 different languages. We ain't nothing. We sending our kids to preschool. You smiling while you going to preschool. She's sitting over there talking straight up trash about you. You bringing her in church, they over there talking in Spanish, talking straight up trash about you. You helped to get that daggone promotion. Now she over there talking to your boss in another language, talking straight up trash about you, setting you up 24 hours a day. Oh, she just Maria. Good luck. We got one language, people. We got one people. We got one mind. We got one God. We got one soul. We got one aim, one goal, and one purpose. We got one country. That's why they call us number one. And we are the number one target of America and her hate for us, the people that come here. We can't allow y'all to keep on putting a target on our back like this right here in these different languages and then playing in our face. I know it's making y'all very, very sick, constantly cosplaying, constantly lying to us. Because you know you can't do that. Because sometimes when they go around them white tea, when they talking like that, while some white man might stand something, I can't stand these damn foreigners. Oh, they shut up then. They shut up then. But around us, that's all you hear. That's all you hear. Ask them what they saying. They're not going to tell you. They're not going to tell you. They don't want you to know. You think they're going to give up that benefit? That's why they say we don't got no culture. Because they got technology with them. It's called another language. See, you can't teach nobody not unless you know their language. See, we didn't understand that language. But see, we have different codes. You people are bowing down to come join white tea supremacy. Bottom line. Bottom line. I just proved it to you. You got a different language. You use it against us. If you put them in a lie detector test, I put everything I got over there. They're going to be lying. You put a Spanish people or anybody that's speaking a different language against us and put it where they say, have you ever tried to talk bad about a black American, get them in trouble? And they're going to say no, and they're going to be lying and you're going to get paid. Challenge any of them. Pay for the lie detector test and stuff. I guarantee you they ain't going to want to answer it. Because why start talking another language? Why try to trick people? Why try to fool people? Oh, well, you need to go learn another language. It's your job. Our language is English. What was your language prior to that? You're questioning the master. No, you're questioning the people that's from this country about we need to go learn another language. We need to go to Africa. We need to be more cultured. We need to go do this. You need to be this. I'm like, my God, man. I got to grow up in the morning. I got to get up in the morning and I got to be concerned about how I speak, what I do for immigrants. Because I have not been anywhere. You have not been anywhere. You don't know how it is over there. But everybody seems to know so much about us. If you know so much about us, then why aren't you doing the things we do? And if you know,
yes, let me speak on that language part.
Sorry about that, bro.
The language thing. That's another thing that holds us open and vulnerable. So we're already in a racial box, and that racial box is what keeps us vulnerable and open. Unprotected. So the fact that people have all these different languages and we're stuck with just English in the English speaking country is like crazy. But we didn't get the memo. We didn't get the memo in high school that you had to learn English or your employment can be compromised. Like that's the memo we didn't get in high school. Like when we took language, when I took Spanish, I thought that was like an elective. It's cool to learn. I didn't, they never told us this is gonna be mandatory. This is gonna be a preferred language on an application. I just screenshotted an application that's you don't need to speak English to, like, let's say run a machine.
Brian, you had broke up a little bit. Could you start back at what you were saying?
Yeah, I said you got certain jobs like that like running a machine. Like you don't need to learn to speak English. I mean, you don't need to learn to speak Spanish to run a machine. You just press a button or two and that's it. But they have weaponized like these different languages, like to preserve employment for foreigners, especially the Hispanic community. So if I'm pressing buttons on a machine, why is Spanish required when all the buttons are in English? The person that's telling you how to work the machine is speaking English. But once I learn how to get the machine going, I need to know Spanish for what? What am I learning? So how does Spanish help this job be more progressive, conducive? Like, how does learning Spanish help this company at all? It doesn't. Like, that's a way to gatekeep Black Americans out of that, specifically out of the company. Like, that's like a clean way to say, or that's a clean way to practice systemic racism. So I broke down yesterday the difference between systematic racism and systemic racism. Right. So systematic racism is right in your face. It's not hidden. It's not covert. It's right in your face. That's Jim Crow. The signs are right there. Whites only, colored only. That's systematic racism. Systemic racism is more hidden. Like you said, to prove systemic racism, you got to find the pattern. You got to find the patterns. So, for example, you would see in Alabama, you will see certain banks denying Black Americans loans that you're qualified for. Okay, so you have the same profile as a white man, but you're being denied at a disproportionate rate. Right, that's Alabama. Right. So now, according to America, laws, that's not enough. Right, to show a pattern of systemic racism. So now you got to find that in Jackson, Mississippi. Right, the same thing, the same dynamic, and then you see it in California. Then you see it in New Jersey. That's what makes it systemic. The patterns which makes it systemic. That's how hard it is to find. Like how hard it is to call out. You got to follow the pattern. Without the pattern, it'll be shot down. Like they'll look at that as just discrimination for that particular population, but not national discrimination. So once it becomes national, that's when it's systemic. But that's systemic racism, where it's hidden, and you got to find a pattern. School to prison pipeline, like one school sending, penalizing Black kids for the same offenses as white kids, preferably out school suspension, right? That in, let's say, New Jersey, let's say like hella schools in New Jersey is a suffering school to prison pipeline. Well, that's not enough to prove systemic racism. Like what they'll say is, hey, that's just New Jersey. New Jersey got to stop doing that. It's discrimination. But if you see it in California, Florida, now it's systemic, right? Because it's more state than just one or two. So that's systemic. It's hidden. It's not supposed to be in your face. It's supposed to be hidden, and you got to figure it out. You got to connect the dots. So when you see these jobs that are, you just pressing a button and it's telling you got to learn Spanish. Like you're not talking to customers, you're not answering phones, you're not speaking to clients, you're just working at a factory. You need to learn Spanish. So Dr. Claude Anderson talked about that in Powernomics. He talked about like people using their language to close the gates, to close the doors, and you're seeing it right now. Yeah, so that was crazy. And no, you shouldn't have to learn, like you shouldn't be forced to learn a different language. Like for example, you got Hispanic teachers in New York and New Jersey, and I'm sure somewhere in Philly, who barely speak English, but they're allowed to teach kids who only speak English. So it's like, wait a minute. So you're speaking broken English, but you're employed to teach Spanish-speaking kids and English-speaking kids. So you would think that they would need how to speak English, because it's just the curriculum is an English curriculum. So you would think that, these teachers should be forced to speak English. You're speaking kids that speak English, and the curriculum's in English. But that's not the case. They'll tell them, what you doing? Don't do that, Yugi. Don't do that. Yeah, so they won't be forced to speak English in an English-speaking curriculum school, but you're forced to speak Spanish, and the job has nothing to do with speaking to the Spanish public. You're not a bank teller. You're not a salesman at Verizon. You dig? Like, you're not somebody who go out to take censuses. You're just doing your job in the building. So those are the ways where they try to finesse us out of work, and then gaslight us and say, "Hey, man, preferred." They'll tell you they got language. Spanish preferred. And somehow that's not discrimination. Like, how do you prefer something that's not discrimination? Like, if you was to do a race-based program, right, and you say, "Hey, all races are welcome, but we prefer Black Americans," Edward Blumby with his AAER organization be suing that place. You be suing that place. Like, how do you prefer the Black race over other races? But everybody's included. So how's everybody included, but you prefer people who speak Spanish?
So how we just being finessed in a lot of places, huh?
Yogi, stop. He's busy. Yeah, we're being finessed, and it's all good. Like, according to the people they want us to vote for, like the Liberal Party, or the liberals in the Democratic Party. Like, it's cool as long as we're being exploited. It's cool as long as we're being excluded. It's cool. Nobody says anything, but the minute we say, "Hey, man, we want something where we're included and preferred," right? Reparations is a preference, and not only that, it's specific. It's exclusive. But we can't do that as a race. That violates all type of constitutional laws. But you can prefer Spanish over English-speaking people, over anybody speaking a different language. But you can prefer Spanish, and somehow that's not a violation to no constitutional law. That doesn't. When we heard about when we know the Latino community, like, for example, if I just spoke Spanish, like, let's say if I spoke Spanish, because you got some foundation Black Americans who actually speak Spanish, and like, let's say if I got back on my Spanish grind, because at some point I was learning Spanish, but I gave up. But let's say if I was back on my Spanish grind and I learned Spanish. Okay, so now I can check the box. Okay, yeah, or I can fill out my application. Yeah, I can speak Spanish, right? You prefer it. But guess what? Hold on. Okay, so where was I? My son distracted. Get off that bike.
Talking about speaking Spanish.
Use your bike. He's being bad at the park again. But where was I?
Took an FBA that spoke Spanish.
Oh yeah. So now we speak Spanish, right? So we can so-called qualify for that job. But guess what you don't qualify for? You don't qualify for programs that is for Latinos and Hispanics, even though you speak Spanish. Hey, I speak Spanish. Hey, man, that's fluently, like, just as good as the natives, in Latin America. They'll say no, and they'll say because you're not culturally Spanish. You're not ethnically Spanish. right? So you're not, that don't apply to you. You're Black American. Now look at this. So that same language I'm using, I'm saying these folks are not Black ethnically. Right. So I use that same language to say, hey, all right, well, look, you guys are not ethnically Black. Even though you fit the preference in the racial category, right? You fit that requirement, you're not ethnically Black. This ain't something lived. This Black American thing ain't a lived experience for you back at home or in America. But somehow, like, everybody's invited to us, but we speak fluent Spanish and we're not invited to them. So it's this exclusion thing. So exclusion is the backbone of systemic racism, is to exclude Black Americans specifically. So you have African scholarships that exclude, you know, other people too. They exclude Chinese, Hispanics, but so what? That's not the target. The target is to exclude us. So they don't mind excluding white people, white people. They don't mind excluding Hispanics and Chinese. The goal is to make sure that exclusion extends to Black Americans. Like, we already targeted audience when it comes to exclusion. It might exclude everybody else, but make sure that program, that fund excludes Black Americans. Make sure that's there. And that's part of the, like I said, it's part of systematic racism back with Jim Crow. And that's part of systemic racism post Jim Crow. And that's part of paper genocide.
I'm so glad you did that series on that. I think you need to stay on that. And I just want to ask you this too about so when they say we just got here and you know y'all done got a lot, you know, we just got here and we're doing better, or they say well, you know, y'all got so much. You know, when they say that,
okay, so you gotta have them clarify. You gotta have them clarify what is the got so much.
Right. They always, well, they really never hardly clarify. It's just that because we can't
be no conversation.
Right. We can't articulate.
But if you, well, they gotta, it's not your job to, it's their job. If they're saying you have something, you have a lot of something, they got to be able to articulate that. What is it that we have a lot of?
Right. And they be saying, I just
explained the exclusion. Huh?
When they say we had a 200-year over them, you know what I mean? Like y'all been out of slave for this long.
Yeah. But what is the a lot? Okay, but I got that part. So we got a lot of exclusion. Okay, yeah, right. The only a lot of I hear about is exclusion. Okay, so what is the a lot that we got that's positive? We got a lot of negativity. We got a lot of exclusion. We got a lot of negative terrorism. We got a lot of housing discrimination. We got a lot of the negative stuff. Ask them, what is the positive stuff we got a lot of?
All right, bro. So when they say that they family came over here with not a lot of money and you know, they have a lot of money and they're doing well. They're doing well for themselves. They got a degree and you know, we complaining.
No, that ain't happen. Those two don't go in the same sentence. If they didn't come with a lot of money, they don't have no degree. A degree costs money. So this is why you got to have a conversation with people. So a lot of times we don't listen. We just ready to respond, and we let them just sometimes just have a conversation, and when they make a point, stop them and respond to that one point. Don't let them say 20 points and then you try to respond to 20 points. Stop them, sir. If you came over here with not a lot, then I know you didn't come here as a school on a school visa. I know you didn't come in with an H-1B. You came here as an asylee, evacuee, refugee, those or illegal. Those are the only people that come into this country without a lot. So now when you came here like that, then you should for sure got government assistance.
Government assistance.
100%. If you came like that, then you got assistance. You got government assistance. And that government assistance was pulling from our resources. It wasn't like it's a set aside resource for these people. Like they got a pot of resources separate and designated for evacuees, asylees, refugees, and undocumented. Nah, there's no separate pool. That's our stuff. So these guys get invited to pull from our resources, without adding to the resource pool. So now we're competing with these recent arrivals. So what could have went to my uncle, what could have went to my cousin, is now going to this person right here.
Man, without a doubt. And have
so that answers that, right? So if you came with nothing, then you came with nothing, but you got a whole boatload of something from the government.
Okay, I got another one for you that we hear a lot when I've been in some of this space. Why do you believe that these people immediately give credit to their countries prior to FBAs really knowing who they are? Why do you think they're able to pull that off in such a public setting all the time?
Wait, do what?
You know, when they always give credit, they're giving credit to their country or to their parents. But we as Black Americans a lot of times didn't know that they were not.
Right,
but
right.
they're able
to,
yeah.
Well, you can't stop nobody for like being like, you can't stop somebody. Like, for example, you can't stop a white tea person for practicing white tea supremacy. Like, you can't stop an African immigrant from being a tether. Like, you can't stop somebody what they want to do. They want to banana and collect. You can't stop that. You can expose it and highlight it and point to it, but you can't stop somebody. So like that's different. Like, people are gonna feel how they feel, regardless of what's in front of them. Yeah, so that part ain't even worth going back and forth.
Right. So do you believe
like,
that
you can't make somebody go ahead?
Yeah. I saw it. So do you believe that by them doing that? So I'm just asking you from your own point of view now. So when they're doing that, what is their objective for doing it? I mean, I know that you said we can't stop them feeling way. They could actually feel that way, but is there a cost to us? Is there a cost to FBA by people doing that? By giving credit to not us?
Right. This is why a piece of history got to be learned. So with the 1790 Naturalization Act, that was an act for free white persons, right? So only free white persons can own land and appreciate rights and liberties in America. That was only for free white persons. The 1790 Naturalization Act, right? So when the Irish, when some of those immigrants came over here, and even like the later ones, the Italians and the Jews and the Armenians, the Eastern, Southern Europeans, they all argued and fought to be white because they understood it for the white status, because they didn't have the white status coming here. So they all fought and they argued actually in court. Like the Moorish sovereign coons got that from them. That's why, like, you see the Moorish science coons arguing in court to be white, which they don't get. But so anyway, the Jewish, the small hats, the Irish, the Italians, they would literally argue in court that they should have the whitey status, because having the whitey status, you're allowed to operate in America. You're not excluded from welfare, the government welfare. So all these people that came after that, the 1965 Hart-Celler Act, Immigration Act, those same people, not the same people, those people are doing the same play. Like, you have to be so like they're trying to be honorary free white persons. Like there's no benefit, and keep in mind, to be a free white person, not only do you got to prove that and behave like it and assimilate to it, you got to now join the exclusion party. You got to now join the Haiti, black people party. Like, you got to join white tea supremacy, and this is how you're allowed to move without any hindrance, any bumps and bruises. So all of them are trying to join honorary team white supremacy.
You know what, bro? I'm glad you said that, cause I knew that, you know, and while I was speaking while you was gone, I just knew it, and you know, it's real disheartening though, you know, because it's like so many of us in America did not know that this was going on, bro. You know what I'm saying? It's a lot of people, and still, like you say, a lot of times when you say a lot of FBAs don't even know this, they don't even know this is actually going on. And you know, when you do find it out, somebody like anyone, you know, especially if I'm talking to somebody, you know, because I still got young adult children too, bro. You know what I'm saying? And you know that a couple of them, like, yeah, you know, they don't like it at all. But the other one sort of try, you know, my other one is sort of like, why? You know what I'm saying? I think I see that right there because you know they're around them. And they have said things about when they're around some of the immigrants that's growing up, some of the problems. Sometimes, you know, one of them said that they got somebody fired one time, you know, and they're not really understanding the gravity of what the immigrants know and we don't. Because I really do believe now that we are suffering from a lot of lack of knowledge of what's going on. You know what I'm saying? What's really going on in America. And, you know, for us to have these spaces, I just think it's just major important for to have you and whoever else is having these platforms for us to get, because every day I know when you get on here, you reach somebody. That's why I do believe Tariq, she knows you are. I know he is. I guarantee you that, because he does things in a way sometimes, if you listen to him, he sort of like is sort of losing not his patience, because of course Tariq is very savvy on what he's doing. He's a businessman. But he sees what's going on. Even when he asked the family that time, he's like, "Well, do y'all want me to drop them off of the new I think it was the Hidden Color 6?" He said FBA told him to do it. He said he wouldn't have done it without that. So he's hearing it. He sees, he picks and chooses who he wants to acknowledge. But I think he really starting to get this, because throwing that title on him of being a leader, which he knew he wasn't from the beginning, because he know he's not that. You know, of course, this man wrote so many documentaries, and a lot of people don't know him. A lot of people don't know who Tariq Nasheed is, and it's just, you know,
yeah.
I just think that what you're doing.
Yeah. So before we go too much left, I want to stick to the exclusion thing. So part of assimilating to whiteness to a free white person, like I said, you had to jump on a white supremacy bandwagon. And part of that bandwagon was you had to not associate with the Negro. You had to get away from the Negro, right? You couldn't live with the Negro. You had to live with the free whitey people, or at least desire to. So, and that was the language of those folks when they assimilated to whiteness, the Italians, all those folks. So you start to hear the white supremacy rhetoric. That's why when people will call in Tariq Nasheed's show and they'll be like, "Hey, what about the small hats?" He'd be like, "What about them?" I mean, it ain't about them. It's about white supremacy and who's joining that. So a lot of these recent arrivals, they have the same rhetoric. What they say: stay away from the Akata, stay away from the Yankee. That sounds very similar to what the Irish were saying when they were accepting to whiteness. That sounds very similar to the Italians, everybody else that came over here. Like that rhetoric was shared. So now you're hearing it from people from Africa. It's the same play. It's in order to be accepted, in order to thrive and be allowed to do your thing, you got to not only be honorary whitey, but you got to disassociate with the Negro. You got to stay away from that man. Stay away from that woman. And that's why y'all come with that rhetoric. It had nothing to do with, hey man, we're being brainwashed by the music and the movies. No, they believe this is how you get close and closer to white supremacists.
You know, just saying that, you know, it's sort of funny because like we know that deep in, like FBAs know that. We don't need to get taught that part that these people want to be close to them. But when you really think about it, it's like real strange, because that's not something we wanted to do. You know what I'm saying? It's like of course, you're gonna have, you know, who don't. You can't tell people who to love who they want to be around. But in mass and big numbers, we didn't do that. We always want to be left alone. But to always hear all the time from them that they want to be around, and they immediately reject it. You notice that? They reject that they want to be around them. It's almost like everything they doing shows that they want to do it, but they don't want us to say it. I think they would take it from anybody else though. I think if somebody else said it other than us, I think they probably just be quiet. Because it's like they trying to say it before we do. It's like we wasn't saying that about y'all for years, you know. Now all of a sudden they trying to tell us that we're talking like them, we're trying to be like them. But when we say it's them, it's like it's an automatic repudiation of, oh, absolutely no way, you're talking like the K. These people all of a sudden become a authority on the KKK. You know, it's like any of them. They might be like 23, 24 years old, talking about, I've been around Black Americans all my life. And I'm like, I never see them bring one on. Where's all these Black Americans that these people be on that won't vouch for them? Now, I know if you're on a Pan-African thing, but, you know, we never see one like bring somebody on, show to your best friend or whatever it is. And I know someone plays sports with them, but that's not what I'm talking about. You know, sports will bring you together, but, you know, a lot of times you're in sports, you still got a boss. That's called a coach, and that's called a structure. We talking about just regular. If you have a, you know, where's these FBA people? Because everybody always say we got along so well. And I'm telling you, bro, when I was going up top, back and forth on my younger days, New York, I didn't see none of this. It was literally stay away from them. Man, you talking about segregated up in New York. Oh my God. They all in their same spots. So you knew where to go. You knew how to you know, not deal with them no matter who they were. You knew how to get around them. But all of a sudden it's like, oh, we was all together and all this. It's like, if you were around us, you must have been really nice to us or being good, or everybody knew the prejudiced people. You know, if you got somebody prejudiced around, all Black people know the prejudiced house, or the prejudiced folks, or the prejudiced group. With them, nobody's prejudiced. Nobody. It's like all of them are together. I didn't see it. You got to be from New York. You wouldn't know. I'm like, I actually was there. I actually went to school there for a little while. I'm like, I saw none of this. I saw us basically having very hostile relationship. They did not want you talking to their sister, brother, nothing. They gatekeep their females. That's number one. They definitely gatekeep them. It didn't help them out a lot of times, but they definitely gatekeep them. All of those Caribbeans try to gatekeep the females. It's like that's their number one thing to do. So I don't see how you get along, how we was getting along like that. But I mean, did you see that? I mean, because when I did not really see a lot of that. I saw a lot of, this is where you don't go. This is how you get around in New York. You can't go anywhere like they be saying, like most people here know, man. You got different communities and you got different blocks. You can't even go through there. But for some reason, these people keep on talking like they were just living. Yeah, when y'all started to come into the community that we were already in. But whenever y'all got what y'all got, it immediately filled up to y'all, and we immediately couldn't go there. It became, that's what the Puerto Ricans at. That's what it's do. That's where they at. That's where they at. We used to live there. Oh, grandmother them used to live there. Auntie them used to live over there. Then they came. You didn't hear that? I used to hear that. So for them to keep saying that we was getting along so well, it's always strange because it's like they want to make us be the problem for them. And it's only white people, it's only the problem when we call them out. They want us to now go back to talking about white people. Like we can't never tell them that they're doing something that's basically racist or basically prejudiced or discriminatory towards us. It's like they have a default that you can't talk about.
They want you to, well, you gotta understand the game, man. If one white person does something racist like Chud the Builder, like they're gonna be like, so Chud the Builder's racist, okay, and like what they got to do with white people as a whole? Okay, Chud the Builder. So just because you prove Chud the Builder is racist, you didn't, by that small sample size, you didn't prove all white people or majority, like by Chud the Builder, like that doesn't say anything. So in order to prove prejudice, as I said earlier, white supremacy, discriminate, all those things, You got to prove patterns. If you can't prove patterns, nobody listens to you. I'll tell you right now.
I agree.
If that one person is you believe is racist, like you got to prove intent. So Chud the Builder made it easy because his intent is like on camera. He makes it very known. But if you had a white tea person that was saying things to you, and only you know what they said, and you try to say, "Hey, this person racist. I want to sue," or blah blah blah. Nah, ain't not happening. Like you got to document all that. You got to have that recorded. Get your smart glasses. And it's more difficult than people think to prove somebody's actually discriminating based on lineage.
Yeah, I get you. I agree. Well, either way it go, like I said, we need these spaces. We need these conversations broken down because I just don't think that our people really are good at this. I think this was more of a Pan-Africanism conversation where people like that seem to have the other talking points against us. It seems like Pan-Africans, to a certain degree, to me, from my understanding now, are the ones to argue the other point that we're wrong. And it seems like they have a lot of knowledge and studying, where the average FBA, and when they say, well, y'all never been wherever, y'all think America is the focal point of everything. Yeah. You know what I'm saying? So it's like, I think that the FBA that basically from America is like, that's it. But they try to make the FBA like that be like dumb. They don't know anything. They're gonna go, seem like Pan-African take the side that you don't know anything. You need to go to school. You know, all these people are really good for us. It's just white people. It's always white people. It's never nobody else. And I think that right there is dangerous. I really do. And I think Pan-Africans, they don't, I don't know what it is about them and what this is all about, but it's very hard for me to really like deal with them when they act that way. It's almost like you are basically wiping out so many of our people when you talk like that. Like we're wrong. Yeah. Yeah. When they
So
talk
let
like,
me get back to let me get back to the prompt. The prompt is reparations, right? So we talked about a good significance of it on TikTok. And I just want to close out with that topic. Right. 1 second. One second. Yeah, I gotta get y'all TikTok accounts, man. Yeah, your TikTok accounts. I'll be trying to explain y'all the algorithm with YouTube, and that's why you see I talk, I stop, pause, because YouTube is different from TikTok. TikTok is more you go in until somebody hop on and join. YouTube ain't that. Like the audience of YouTube, you gotta slow it down. You gotta, make sure you're not, you got some good angles, some good points, and then it's okay to reset. Stop, reset. Like I try like basketball. Like you can be running fast, right? You're very fast in basketball, but you're trash. Like the person who's good in basketball knows how to slow it down. It's called change of pace. Like they know how to change pace, right? It's the same thing with this. All right, so let me so I was gonna share my screen, so I realized my laptop did. Like how my laptop died? I didn't even use it. Was it dying when I left earlier? I don't even remember. All right. So let me play this video real fast. We share me screen on this one. Second. I did not know my laptop was dead. Yeah. I'm gonna pick up where I left it, right? So just like we got time wasting tethers when we talk about delineation or anything else, we have the same when we talk about reparations. Like, so people, but gaslight is there too, and you kind of don't know they're gaslighting you until it becomes apparent and obvious, and that's the tricky thing. But that's why listening to people is important. And that's why slowing down, talking, and communicating, make a point, stop, let them respond. They can't respond, you make another point. Okay, so that's what he did. So what he was doing, he was just rambling. He wasn't making points and stopping. He didn't want me to address anything. And when people do that, it's normally disingenuous. They normally don't have a point. That's why they don't want you to address one by one. They throw 1,000 out there, you debunk 3, they're happy because 997, we're not debunked. Okay, so I played this a little earlier. I'm gonna go back.
Yeah, so I'm gonna give you the link to this. What's it called? Restitution, slavery, and then we're gonna go to her site and the laws that was passed. Restitution, slavery, Deidre Farmer. Yep, there she go right here. Where's the link to her thing though? Her case is there. But in any event, the argument in court was the judge said, how could you prove you are African? That was the question he had. So then she was like, okay.
They didn't ask her to prove that she's an African. Like, this is the Pan-African spin to it.
What about DNA? And then she said, okay. The judge said, well, you're going to have to go get that because anybody could say they are African. We could just give money to anybody.
Okay, so now nobody in their right mind on earth in America was trying to prove they're African. Like he like, this is just a Pan-African spin to it. Nobody was trying to prove they're African.
Like, how's this going to work? So this is when Rick Kittles first comes out, and then right after that, he does the thing with the Black Cherokee to help them get on their rolls and stuff. That they got to prove that.
So now Rick Kittles is like, I think, a Pan-African geneticist or something like that. So like they be praising these Pan-African scholars.
So when she came back with that DNA, he said, okay, you can prove that, but now how can you prove that you have been affected by this slavery?
So you heard that? So just off what he's saying, the judge is asking her to prove that she was affected by slavery, but he's misrepresenting the case. She was suing corporations that she said that were tied to her ancestors in forced labor. So she was saying, I get to directly collect on their behalf. I could sue on their behalf because you guys are tied to forcing, like, these people in particular, in specific, where their slave labor was helped to fund these institutions. Like, their wealth was amassed on slave labor. And she's saying, like, my aunt, cousin, whatever was part of that. So I'm suing on behalf of them, basically. So now he's misrepresenting it, but the judge is saying, okay, prove it. Not DNA. This guy said DNA. DNA. These Pan-Africans be like borderline spectrum. So they wanted her genealogical records. Like, can you prove that this person is you're a descendant of this person some way, somehow?
How can you prove that? So now she went at insurance companies like Athena, multiple different banks, and what it came down to was, because we don't know our names, like, because these people have, like, if we doing our genealogy on ancestry.com, you want.
So now he said genealogy. You hear that? First he said to prove you're African, and now genealogy. Like, the dude was all over the place. And as I'm talking to him, I'm just trying to understand, what is he saying to me? Like, what are you saying? Like, you're all over the place. It's not a coherent sentence. Like, I'm trying to he's fragmenting his point, and I'm trying to piece it together in real time. And, I can do the best I can.
We're going to go to a certain point. If you look at the feedings, bro, you only going to go to a certain point. But all of these companies have our ancestors' documents so that we can trace ourselves. So he said, okay, this is a harm right here, and you can prove that you're a harm via this point. So he agreed with the DNA to prove that you are a person of African descent.
Now, we know DNA doesn't do that, right? So this guy is definitely on the spectrum.
And that's really it. And that slave disclosure laws that she has, that's going all around the place. So if we
now, did that make any sense, bro? Like, did you learn anything from that?
No, it sounds
like a mush mouth. Like, the dude just saying stuff, he doesn't know what he's saying.
All about reparations, then genealogy is a major point, because this conversation.
Now look, he's going against me. Like, he's going against lineage-based reparations. Like, how is lineage-based different from genealogical records? The same thing, right? Like, you trace your lineage through genealogical records. I don't understand what I'm saying, but he's using that case to show something. But let me explain that a little better. So she was trying to show direct connections between her ancestors into those companies. So she's trying to sue them, right, and get something from it. Okay, so the judge was saying, well, you got to prove you were tied to this ancestry wise, right? You got to prove that somebody that you're defending was part of this. He said, let's start with that. And she couldn't do that right away. But she didn't care, because she had a plan behind a plan. And he couldn't even explain this part. The plan was, as long as she's suing, even though she's going to lose, she gets to see their discovery. She gets to see, like, their records, their records, right? The bank records. So she gets to see who was the names that's actually there. Like, even though her name's not there, she gets to now see the names that were there. Okay, so, like, that was some slick stuff, but it had nothing to do with what he's talking about. And by the way, he's framing that like this. Is he done? Yeah. So is
what that's the first thing that can. How you prove you are African? Who's a part of this?
Now, it had nothing to do with proving. Like, how do you prove you're an African? Like, you
just giving money to anybody, and that's what they agreed to. So that it's really interesting.
That's a whole. Now, that made absolutely no sense. The dude was just running his mouth. So it was a nothing burger, because she couldn't tie herself to those institutions. She couldn't tie her genealogical records, anybody her genealogy, to those institutions. So it became a nothing burger. But he was arguing that to say, hey, FBAs, you guys are late. You're not doing nothing new. People have been suing for reparations way before y'all. Y'all just copycats. Y'all imitators. You dig? That's what he's trying to say. But my thing to him was, so what happened? Did she win? And he's saying no. And that's why you're not going to win. You're not going to win because she didn't win. And, like, see, he's on that spectrum. He didn't understand, like, what that got to do with lineage-based suing the government. Like, she couldn't prove her case. Obviously, you can't, get anything out of that. You can prove your case. But if you can prove that actually, like, your line is tied to that, that's a different story. We can prove what we're suing for is U.S. chattel slavery and the continuity of things afterwards, systemic racism afterwards. All we got to do is prove that we have ancestors from plantation slavery or the census 1870, around there somewhere. We're good money. So that means everything else just fall in place. So we don't got to prove anything else. Everything else is already assumed because it's a fact. People who were formerly enslaved had came across Black Reconstruction, Jim Crow, and exclusion and deprivation and terrorism. Like that's just automatically known, not even assumed. That's automatically known. Those people were targeted. I just broke down systematic racism. That was to target those people who had that tie to U.S. chattel slavery. So she had to prove something totally different, and he was trying to use that to say that's why we not going to win our case. So basically, I'm like trying to understand. So like, are you against it or for it? Like the way you talking sounds like you're against it, and he would never clarify. Like most people, like he was trying to play the middle. He wouldn't really clarify his position. Okay, so did you want to comment something like that real quickly while I get this out?
Yeah. I mean, you broke it down. I mean, you stopped him at every point, and me listening to it, I felt that same thing that he, which side are you on? But it do seem like he's against our reparations. Want to try to make it like, you can't prove that you're African when really, like you said, she was trying to tie basically her lineage back to those corporations that did that to her specific harm. And she was not able to do that. But the discovery was something that when you said that, I was like, exactly. She definitely got a lot out of that, because the discovery is everything. A lot of times people don't understand that discovery is something that you can go back with. And plus you learning things you did not have. So yeah, that right there was a great observation by you bringing up discovery, which is a court proceeding to try to see what the other side has against you that you're not privy to unless you do bring a case. So yeah, but I was really about saying that, and everything is not always a win. Yeah.
So reparations, they usually require a specific harm group, and in this case, she got to prove she was harmed, like through her genealogical records, a documented history. So that's what she tried to get through suing them. She tried to get the documents, but she got it, but it didn't apply to her. And then you got to identify descendants or survivors. So there you go. A specific harm group, which she already did that. That was us, the lineage, and then a documented injury. She got that, but what she could not prove was a third part to identify descendants or survivors from that. She couldn't do that.
Right.
Okay. So that's what the 9/11 victims was able to do. Holocaust survivors, natives, indigenous were able to do, and the Japanese from the internment reparations. They were able to do that. Okay, so give me a second. I want to pull my laptop up because YouTube had took the clip feature off, and they got something else, which is like it's okay, but it's different. I learned how to do it. But it's different. Like the clip feature was way better. So I'm gonna try to. So I couldn't clip anything. So the whole goal is to clip the parts I'm like playing right now to you guys live. So when you clip it, I just compress the link and then get right to it, and and you have like 1 minute of that discussion. Now you can expand it past 1 minute, but the clip is no longer than 1 minute. Okay. Now the new feature they have, it doesn't stop, right? Because maybe you only want 40 seconds out of it, and you stop it. The new feature don't have a stop. They just it keep going, right? So it'll play where you want to start from, but it won't stop. So if you don't know exactly where you want to stop it at, it'll keep going. It's like really annoying because you be like, okay, I didn't want all that, but all that other stuff is now being said and might be off topic, whatever. So and plus also the clip thing was sent to your clip. So you had a section called clips, right there. This thing all of what you want to clip, like I'm using the word clip because it ain't really clipping, but all of it become a community post. So that means like how I have screenshots and things on the community post. So all those timestamps would be part of a community post. So y'all be looking like, damn, you got like, damn, Boz Ron, you got 30 clips, right, on a community post. Like, you guys be confused, like, what's this? So it's really confusing, right? But so basically, I gotta clip it on a channel that I don't really use that much, so nobody's like, because it's gonna keep notifying you. You feel me? So all community posts, if you're subscribed and you click the notification bell, you're gonna get a notification, right? Once I post a community post. But community posts are something that you want to really get people attention. Like you want to bring in awareness to something. Like I might show, hey, look, this guy was called Haitian when he did his crime. See, we're delineating. That's what the community post is for. It's not to clip stuff. So that's the part that makes it difficult. They got you doing something that you don't want to do. It's like, okay. And then people get confused. All right. So let me go ahead and let me get to it. Are you serious? So I tagged him, by the way. Now, he's a coward. So this guy, and you're gonna see his angle. His angle is just really like I took him seriously because this is a guy that I used to talk to back in the day, and we used to like share information about different stuff like the Nation of Islam stuff. Cause he a 5%er, so like we would like share things about that. He'll send me information. He'll get a good book on it. He'll send it to me. I'll buy it from him. He actually sent me a copy. I bought it from him. I would send him something that I got. It's like that type of relationship. But this delineation man got that dude like hating us now. Like where so I took him seriously. So when he hopped on my live, I'm thinking that he's keeping that same brotherly energy. Like, all right, well, we're gonna just talk about delineation, reparations, in all honesty. Like, let's just deal with it. I didn't know he was coming with this. So if y'all heard the full dialogue, that's why I'm like kind of confused. Like, all right, bro, are you against reparations or for? Because I thought you were supposed to be like unbiased like me when it comes to research. That's how, so he was like presenting himself to like give me information. Hey yo, I'm Boz Ron, check this out. Like how you guys would do. Hey yo, I'm Boz Ron, check this link out right here. Check out this document, yo. Like Street Media TV. Hey, check this out. I'm thinking he's doing that to me. Like, yo, okay, so check out this case. So the case we just talked about is called the Deidre Farmer Pellman. Like that was her name, right? So I'm thinking like he's put me on game, like, but he's arguing as he kept talking. He's arguing her case proves that our case won't work. So when that revelation is becoming clear, I'm like, bro, what they got? So now I'm starting to be emotional now. I'm like, oh, you one of them? You did. Like, I didn't watch what's the movie with the tethers? I didn't watch that, but from what I hear, that's what that was about. Like, oh, you one of them? Right. I thought you were like with us. Oh, you a demon? You dig? Yep. So it really threw me off. So if y'all watch the whole conversation, you'll see at some point I'm talking to him like I'm talking to SL. And then once I realize what he's doing, oh, you're actually against the lineage. Oh, you might be a tethered. I'm thinking he's FBA. So I mean, oh, then I turned up on him. You feel me? But when he called the second, so he was chasing me so bad, he called the second night. And then we debated again. And that time I was more calm and I just ripped them apart. So that screenshot that you see on my community post, it shows you the outcome of the debate. Like he got washed, like I watched him. And he was supposed to be the Pan-Africans like king. As you might not know who he is, but in the Pan-African circles, like this is one of their top researchers.
So you say
that's why I didn't think. Yeah, so I didn't think a guy like that, like that's supposed to be a top researcher, would take a losing position basically. So I gave him the benefit of the doubt that he's with us. I'm like, he can't be a top researcher, and he's against reparations. He ain't that dumb. So I'm like, so he got to be with us. So that's the angle I took until I realized, yo, this dude is anti the lineage, and then I just flipped on him. And maybe I was sipping. I don't remember, but trust me, if I'm sipping, and you anti-lineage, I'm gonna, oh my God, I'm gonna go crazy on you. You know, so maybe I was sipping that day, sipping some moonshine.
I'm on your community page now.
Yeah, so it should be the last post.
The very last one you did? Okay.
Yeah, it should be the last one.
Reparation debate, yep.
Yeah. That's so that now look at the so go ahead and read that to the chat. Like so it says FBA Adolf, that's me. And then it says the opponent, that's Rob Bourne. Can you read that to the chat?
Well, I'm gonna see if it's, I guess I gotta click on this. Maybe come on.
Yeah, click it.
Okay, there it is. All right. Okay, so reparation debate, final score, and what's that? Ray Bourne?
Rob Bourne. He 5%er. Rob Bourne, like Rob Bourne. Number 9, Supreme Mathematics.
Rob Bourne. Gotcha. Okay, so you want me to read that? Okay, so it says here.
Yeah, like just to read the score. Yeah, like line by line, like because it's. Yeah, go ahead.
Yep. Okay, first line item is historical consistency. FBA delineation side, which is Ron, right? That's you, Ron. 8 out of 10, and Ray Bourne is 6 out of 10.
Rob Bourne. Yeah, like Ra, like the Egyptian sun god, Rob Bourne.
Okay, Rob Bourne. All right, okay, so Rob Bourne has 6 out of 10. Ron has 8 out of 10. Okay, then the legal specificity. Ron 9 out of 10. Specificity. How you say it?
Oh, so say it again. Wait, I'm trying to. Oh, specificity.
Yeah. Legal specificity.
Yeah, that's a tongue twister. It used to cook me too until I got used to saying it. Because it comes up so much, but listen, there's videos where I sound like Daffy Duck. But go ahead.
Yeah, legal specificity. FBA Ron 9 out of 10. Rob Bourne 5 out of 10. That's interesting.
Now keep in mind, this is while he's reading the so now it's grading who's winning. Right. So this is one of their top researchers. I want y'all to keep that in mind. Keep that in mind. As this is their top research. Like all of them was calling me like, what happened? Because they heard he called in, because he told them I called in. So they were trying to troll me. Like, I heard he called in. What happened, unbiased? Won't you post it? Won't you post it? Like they was pretending like he won. So I'm laughing like, what you mean? I am gonna post it. Yeah, like he didn't win. Like he told y'all he won. Okay, go ahead, read it.
All right, so we down to the third one, which is reparations framework. FBA Ron, 8 out of 10. Rabon, 6 out of 10. All right,
okay,
next line.
So he's getting destroyed. Okay, go ahead.
We're getting spanked. Debate coherence. FBA
right.
Ron,
So wait. So debate coherence. Wait, slow down. So debate coherence is mean that you actually understand what you're saying and you understand what your opponent is saying. Go ahead.
Right. Okay, and by him saying that, what Ron has is 7 out of 10, and Rabon has 5 out of 10.
Okay, so that means that he's incoherent. He doesn't understand what he's reading. Like he just misinterpreted he misunderstood the Deidre Farmer Pellman case. And the reason why I got a 7, because I didn't understand what he was saying until late. Like I said, it wasn't like a real debate. It turned into one once I realized he's anti-lineage. Yes, I was confused. I'm like, what are you saying? But go ahead.
And he's struggling off his own topic. Okay, so then we got analogies. FBA Ron, 8 out of 10. And then we got Rob.
What was his? We didn't hear his. I'm 8 out of 10. What is his?
Yeah.
Are you breaking up?
Okay, hold up again. I got you. Just hold on a second. I got you.
Yeah, so an analogy, people, is when this is analogy. Analogy is if I'm trying to communicate with him and he can't get it, or he's pretending he can't get it, then I gotta go to somewhere else to show something simpler that's clear and clear understood. So I might say, aren't all frogs green? Yeah. Okay, so I'm saying green. You dig? That's like an analogy. You go somewhere else to bridge it, to connect it. So mine's what, 8 out of 10, my analogies?
Okay. Okay. And now we got historical nuance.
No, you got to go back. Nobody heard you. You got to go back.
7 out of 10.
No. You oh my God.
Can you hear me?
Got to go back to you got to go back to analogy. We didn't hear you. You broke up. Yeah, we didn't hear you. You broke up to analogy.
Somebody kept calling into my phone. I had to get them off. Okay, I'm going back to analogies. Okay, analogies. FBA Ron 8 out of 10, and Rabon is 3 out of 10. That's terrible.
Damn.
3 out of 10. So you want the next now?
Yeah, you could.
All right. So now the next one is historical nuance. FBA Ron 7 out of 10, and Rabon actually 8 out of 10. This historical nuance.
Right. So historical nuance. Don't forget, it'll make sense that he got that part because he's bringing it to me, right? So he's bringing me all these people. He's bringing me RNA. He's bringing me Deidre Farmer. So he's bringing me these things, and he's challenging me with his research. You feel me? So it ain't like I'm challenging him with my research. He's bringing me his research, and I'm debunking it in real time, right? In a real way. Okay, go ahead.
Okay. So now we have the overall effectiveness of this understanding. We have FBA Ron 8 out of 10 and Rob Bourne 5.5 out of 10. This is their number one guy.
Was that the last one? Yeah.
That's the last one. Overall effectiveness.
Right. So his lowest score was 3. My lowest score was
5.
Yep. And my lowest score was a 7. His lowest score was a 3. But this is what happens when I debate people. So I wish Truth Teller was still there because like he's an aspiring debater. He's out there trying to get his feet wet. And I try to give him tips. And sometimes he feel like I'm being a little too hard, but I gotta be. I'm telling you, like people ain't gonna take it easy. They're gonna try to deceive you, gaslight you, red herring. They're gonna throw red herrings and all type of stuff at you. False equivalences, all type of fallacies. And you got to understand that. You got to peep it. Because if you don't, your grade, that coherence grade is going to go against you. And you don't want a coherent grade less than 7, because then it's basically saying you're dumb. Right? You get a grade less than 7, like you're pretty much dumb. So Rob Bourne got a coherent grade of 5, something like that. Yeah, it's saying he's on that spectrum.
Meaning he's lying 50% of the time.
And that's their top debater. Right. And look, that's their top debate. They kept saying, because when I was calling out the other weirdos, they kept saying, why don't you debate Rob Bourne? Debate Rob Bourne. So I'm like, all right, send him my way. So one day he actually came my way. And he's acting like I was going to run. Like, man, if you don't click that link, they weren't running for your weird self. All right. So, yeah, so he got cooked, as you see. So let me play this right here. So, but again, this is what happens when people, again, he ambushed me with stuff I never heard of. Like, I'm learning this stuff through him. So he brought me the Deidre Farmer Pellman case. That was new to me. So I'm learning through him, and it's not making sense. I'm asking the right questions. I'm pulling it out of him that he's misrepresenting it, or the way he's representing it. What that got to do with us? And then he mentioned the RNA, the Republic New Africa. I never heard of them. Like these are all Pan-African movements. So I'm like, okay, what's that? But once he explained it, I'm like, oh man, that ain't what we're doing over here. But he was pretending like this was. So his whole framework was to show that what we're doing about reparations isn't new. We never said it was new, right? And then he's saying it ain't new. You guys ain't doing nothing new. You ain't doing nothing. It was already done, and they lost, so you need to stop. And Reject Reggie arguments the same way. He says the same thing. He came over here and made the same exact arguments. Hey, this was already done. The Pan-Africans lost. Who you guys think you are? You think you're going to come and do what the Pan-Africans couldn't do? You need to quit right now. Like, that's their attitude. A tiny percentage of free blacks were running around saying African American. Okay, so now another thing, SL, what he's doing now is he's doing rabbit holes. So now we're supposed to discuss reparation and delineation. Now we're talking about free blacks. I have no idea why I'm here. I let my ego get in the way where I'm just like arguing whatever he argues. So if y'all guys can't see why this is connecting, because it doesn't connect. And that's why he got a coherent grade of 5.
Okay, so let's go. All right. Let's go slow here, brother. So when I hear you speak about Pan-Africanism and things of that nature, right?
Yeah.
A part of that definition is representing your Africanness. So when you look at the
What is
people,
that?
Africanness, meaning your origin, where you come from, right? So when you look at the first institutions that we make.
Now you see that he's trying to push African on us. He's trying to push African on us while Africans trying to push black on themselves. So they're trying to make us African while they make themselves black. Destiny swap. Yeah, it's a destiny swap. I peeped that really early.
What do we name them? We're not talking about the European.
Okay, so now I'm gonna call him out on his we. He's saying, what did we? He speaks French. I'm like, we who? Like, so again, he's
look at, we see the African
But you
Union.
can't say we because this was not a collective. See, I'm gonna ask you what percentage. So now, if True Tell is listening in the background, and those who likes to debate on these spaces, if you want to be good, like you don't want to be a babbler, right? You want to be good. Like you can't fake being good. So he kept saying we. You can't let people do that, family. You can't let people establish pronouns or present pronouns without establishing the noun first. That's basic grammar 101. That's third grade grammar. Now he's on the spectrum, so he doesn't know that. Like, dude, you're introducing this pronoun, but you haven't established the noun. You got to use a noun first, and then now you can say pronouns afterwards. Like, I just can't say he did it. SL, you can be like, who's he? I got to first tell you the boy with the bike. So once I establish that noun, the boy with the bike did it. Now I can say he. When you say we, that could be three people.
No, it's not three people. And let me build, brother, because we talking straight, leaning.
See, now you just want to build. He don't want to clarify who's the we. Okay, you heard that, right? He don't want to clarify the we. He just wants to build, and that's what you can't let them do. But again, he got it off because at this point we were cool. I'm thinking like I'm trying to figure out where he's going. I don't know he's a lineage hater. I don't know that right now.
It's history, nothing else. We only talking about what black people wrote for themselves, no white people. So when you look at
what black people wrote for themselves,
no commentary. Get right to it. That's up north too, right?
Excuse me. Yes, but hold on.
Okay, so yeah, we people there, but those 300 organizations, they tiny.
I'm trying to avoid the commentary.
There's a reason why people in the North is free, but they was working to free the people in the South. Let's just deal with what we talking about, the term African. So when you look at our first organizations, that the people who are originally.
And by the way, that's not what we was dealing about. That's something that he's dealing with.
Yeah, we were talking about reparations, right? So he didn't switch the topic to free blacks and the North trying to free the South, whatever. Now, what he's talking about, I guess they're trying to free them to Liberia. Like, how you freeing the South? Like, how is that possible? You had to buy people from slavery, or you had to buy their freedom, or you had to buy them and put them in your custody.
That wasn't right. Like, so there's this for a woman. So as you can see,
now I thought this was the video without commentary. I don't know.
There's no you challenge. That's my claim.
During slavery being ended in 1809, and in different states, slavery is ended in different states. So like 1827, these things.
Now keep in mind, I hate to pause it. Keep in mind, we supposed to be talking about reparations. The first thing he did was bring up the Pellman case. He got cooked on that, and now we're talking about free blacks. This is wild.
That nature, right? Every black leader all across the thing, even in the South, you have the African Baptist Church in the 1780s. These people are writing about us being African, where we come from. They're talking about Ethiopia. They're talking about Egypt. They're talking about these things.
Now he's lying. Like that word African was taboo.
When you look at 1827, our first newspaper called the Freedom's Journal, they said we need to speak for ourselves. They're talking.
Now he just said African, and then listed a newspaper, and it's called Freedom. It's not called African. Like, you see how you got to catch that? Like, wait a minute. You just said that they were calling themselves African, and that was the promotion. That was the new FBA, right? The new Adolfs. But now you're saying they had journals called the Freedmen something, the Freedom.
About Timbuktu. They're talking about this, right? So
now he's pretending that they're trying to find their origins, right? In the African origins.
When you're looking at this, they're talking about the things that affect all black people in America. So now we get into the point of what you said. First, we have institutions. Our first ones that we made: African Union Society, 1780; Free African Society, 1787.
So before you go too far, he kept repeatedly saying the we thing, and I kept trying to say, who's the we? And you just heard him say Free African Society, right? And then he said other societies. So one more time.
Because so now we get into the point of what you said. First, we have institutions. Our first ones that we made: African Union Society, 1780; Free African Society, 1787.
You see, he keep playing on his word we.
You see, in my commentary, looking back at it at that time, I'm saying he keeps saying we, but he won't specify who the we is. He's being disingenuous. This is why he got the 3 and got the 5 in coherence. Right. Like he's on a spectrum, and I'm peeping. I'm like, why don't he want to identify the we? Now, if I knew he was a hater coming in, I would have been cooked him. I'm finding out in real time he's a hater.
We the people. That's New York African Society, 1784. And in the South, we have the African Brotherhood, all these things going down the line, right? So now, in 1831, we make a national organization. And this organization is called
We Make a National Organization.
You see? We. Bro, who's the we? But he don't want to answer. Just let him build. And I'm saying you can't let people do this because he'll be so long-winded, I'll forget to address the we thing. Because he's going to make other mistakes. He's going to make other historical mistakes I'm going to challenge. That's probably more important than the we thing. So therefore, I don't hold him to the we thing any longer. I hold him to the other bigger mistakes. So this is something that they do. That's why you got to stop them and say, no, answer the we, or there's no conversation going forward.
Family. Again, y'all start naming people. He's saying we who? Blacks, everybody, all of the blacks in the country.
Negro color conventions. This lasts from 1831 going all the way to 1899, around that point. All of those people, everything from the Underground Railroad to the militias that we built, all of those Boston Vigilance Committee, all of these things that we did in our whole history, these people are telling you we are the people of African descent. We are
these people, we, bro. Who is that? Because he knows in SL, the reason why he's not identifying, he knows that I know who he's talking about. He's talking about the free blacks, some of them. But he's trying to act like this is a Black American collective ideology. This was a Black American collective activism work, right? He's implying that with the we, but I know the we is just really 500,000. Well, I know the way he's using it. The we to him is only 500,000 free blacks. This ain't the mind state of Black Americans that's on a plantation. And that's why he won't say the we and these people. Who are these people?
The people of this. We are the people of that. This conversation didn't
they call it Negro colored people, right?
No, Negro Color Convention is what they called it. But right. The people who are part of it, such as Richard Allen, and the first organization they made was the Free African Society. And it says me and Absalom Jones decided to come together to form this group for our people. And they said, we are two people of the African race. This is what they say. So even to the term of Black people, you have the narrative of the proceedings of Black people during the late awful calamity in Philadelphia, 1793. He's calling the people Black people. So now we
no, he's not. He's saying everything but Black.
Getting mad at because we've been stripped from our home. You got people utilizing European languages to describe
stripped our home from who? See, now that part you gotta kind of say. You said we're stripped from our home. Who stripped us from our home?
What you mean who stripped our the slave trade?
Okay, so now that part's important. You see, and this is what Truth Teller was saying. I'm excellent with making them hold Africa accountable. He said we were stripped of our home. See, he's trying to put it on white people. Okay, so before I go too further, so he was saying we, like he speak French. the African Society and the other early organizations. But I kept pointing out to the dude, yo, who are the we people? All right, because he's using we to imply a collective consensus among all Black people in America at that time. And I'm like, no, bro, that's improper framing. That's not the mindset of the Black people at that time. So I quote him out there, and you see he never identified the fleet. He never identified the we or these people, by the way. But listen, at that time, I explained to him, I said, at that time, approximately 90% of all of Black people in the US were enslaved. So I'm like, yo, this thought you got running around talking about we, that ain't Black people, because most of Black people were enslaved. That was not their thought process. You couldn't think like that on a plantation. Okay, so by him keep saying we, that erases the reality of the millions who were not part of those elitist circles, those organizations you keep naming. They did not call themselves African, right? They identified themselves by their condition, like they were Negroed and colored, right? So he his underlying narrative, as I explained earlier, which it was coming clear to me. FBA is talking about delineation, we're talking about lineage, we're talking about all type of stuff, reparations, but that has already been done by earlier Black organizations and thinkers. That's why he went to the 1800s, SL in the chat. But I didn't know why he was there. I'm like, how do we go from reparations to free Blacks? But he's trying to connect dots. He's trying to make, he's looking at the clouds. And he's like, hey, that's an elephant. Hey, that's a giraffe. That's a pail of water. Like he just connecting dots that don't exist. So, so I'm trying to follow his dot connecting. So it's becoming clear, like, wait a minute. Are you saying that these people already did the work? So there's nothing else to do. We need to just be quiet and take paper genocide. So that's what I'm like, that's where I'm at. The early Black institutions already framed themselves as well, this is what he's arguing. He's arguing that the early Black institutions already framed themselves as African people collectively, right? So he's saying, so we, with the lineage-based arguments, are not historically new or unique. It was already done before. So he keeps saying that. That's his position. Like, yo, you guys ain't do nothing new. So I'm like, I'm saying to him, like, why we gotta do something new? So he's implying, without directly saying, that earlier reparations activism already established the framework, and we're just hijacking their framework and running with it and not giving them the credit, is what he's saying. And we're calling it ADOS, and we're not calling it African Society, all the stuff he's naming. That's where he's going, right? So he's collapsing elite Black organizational language into the identity of the masses. I kept saying, that's why I kept saying, who's the we, bro? Who's the we? Because I wanted him to say it, and he know he cannot say all of us or majority of us. He's lying. He got to say a percentage of that 500,000 free Blacks. So what is the percentage of 500,000 to 4 million? It's very tiny. I want to watch my son. He hold on. Yell at him. And then, I gotta get him. Hold on. He gonna be mad as hell. He gotta go home. Yeah, he gonna start crying and pouting. Yogi, I gotta get him. Yeah, go get your bike. Because it's hot, but it's not ridiculous hot. Because there is like a breeze, but it's too hot to be chasing him around. But for things I tell him not to do, he keep doing it. Like I tell him, because like it's like a spacious park, so he could not be seen around things like certain playgrounds that he keep going by. And I keep telling him, hey, stop going over there. I can't see when you're over there. So he still wants to go over there. You know, when kids hide, they're doing something stupid. Right. Trying to eat somebody candy or something, or pick up candy from the floor, you know, something like that. So gotta get him. But yeah, it's hot, man. It's hot. Yeah. Okay, get up and get your water. Get up, get your water bottle. Wait, do I got it? Wait a minute. Okay, go get it. Run and go get it. Oh boy. Yeah, because you keep now yesterday it was way more kids here, and it wasn't as hot. It was perfect weather. But he's in the face of like these two like teenager girls, like 17, 18 years old. Because normally we come here like today, it's not that many kids, so he can't really play like he should. But yesterday was the most, and when it is kids, they're like Latino or Indian, something like that, right? So yesterday was the first time it was like the park was ran by people who look like they're black. Cause I don't know what the hell they are. They look, and that was the first time though. And instead of him playing with them, having the ball, the year of his life, he's in the 17, 18-year-old girl's face, and I think because they were eating like chips or something. And he wanted something that I won't give him, like chips or candy. So now he kept going over there, and I didn't catch him giving it to him. I was going to tell them, like, don't ever give somebody kids something. Like,
yeah,
right. I was going to school them, but I couldn't catch them, so I couldn't like say anything to them. Right. I want to be the weird dad there. Go on. So I didn't say anything. I didn't say anything, but he wasn't playing. Everybody having fun. And normally he'll be that kid having fun, but he kept going to those girls. I'm like, they must be giving him something. So the last time was enough. Like, all right, come on, that's it. We go home. So we ended up leaving earlier yesterday than we should. Today we're leaving early because it's just blazing. Just blaze. It was like that. It's hot now. Yeah, let me check. Let me check something. Let me check the Cash App, and it's at 0. Okay. All right. All this information should be worth something. Like I'm like single-handed, like debunking like stuff that's not debunked. That stuff that's barely talked about. And it takes time. You know?
It definitely works. Keep going, boy. It's coming. But no doubt. I know this is a lot of work. Jeez.
And then don't forget, then you got to remember it. So it's one thing to like look it up. You got like I'm burdened to remember it because remember, I'm the guy that got the smoke link pinned. I'm the one that invites people up from TikTok at a moment's notice. So not only, so we're talking about new research, and keep in mind. Okay. All right, that's later. So another thing is, when I research something, SL in chat, a lot of times it's new research. Like even when I take notes, this is my practice of all time. No matter what I'm studying, whether it's Greek or Spanish or history, if I take notes today, right, May, whatever the date is, 17, 18, and let's say I got it down packed, and then I got go to look into it in June, like June 30th. June 30th, right? Do you know I don't look at my old notes? I do the whole research over, start from scratch.
Wow.
Yeah, so I don't look at old notes because I know that when you look at it with fresh eyes, like even with movies, you're gonna catch things you didn't catch before. So why limit myself? Because obviously I missed something, right? You don't catch everything when you watch something or read something. You're gonna catch what you catch. So if you rely on your old notes, then you're still missing what you didn't catch. That's why I don't rely on old notes. I look at it from fresh eyes, and usually I see something I didn't see before. That's why I don't do that. One of the main reasons. I'd rather just look at it with a fresh pair of eyes. So, so that means that's even harder because I researched it again, right? And I gotta remember that much, like the new research, not the old research. So it's a lot. And then like my reputation is on the line. Everybody know who I am and how I get down, and everybody trying to be the first person to make me look dumb. So I gotta stay sharp. Now I will say this, when people pull up, like the video, join the panel, that makes you feel good, right? It makes you like keep going because people are supporting you. But also the financial contribution is also a motivational action because when you're being compensated, you're like, hey man, I might could do this. I might could put more time into this. You feel me?
Agree.
But yeah, so it's like you said, it's tough. It's tough to stay on top. It's tough to stay on top. I need the Medi glasses, bro. Yeah, they got on us, Black Americans, for come out, get your water bottle. They got on us for like litter. Like keep in mind, we were marginalized. Now I'm gonna get back to reparations, but keep in mind we were marginalized. Like we were forced to live in tight knit spaces. The term is overcrowded. They even gave it a term. It's called overcrowded. Like they don't have that term for Hispanics or somebody else. That was just preserved for us. We were forced to be living in overcrowded neighborhoods. And then they would point at litter and say, look, these guys are disgusting. Now they're overcrowding us. If you overcrowd anybody, the garbage can is going to be filled with more garbage. That's just common sense. Okay. So and then they'll call those areas blighted because the building. I made the other example, bro. If you live by yourself and your wife and one kid, and you got stairs there, upstairs, downstairs, bro, the chances of you wearing down those stairs are slimmer than you got me in there, you got Truth Teller, you got our families. So the more people in that house, it's going to wear down the house. That's common sense. The building's going to decay because it's being used. The door is being slammed, being open. The door is eventually going to get for a new door. There's more chance of a window being broken. There's more chances for things to go wrong when there's more people in the home. So they will force us to live with each other like a can of sardines and then gaslight us and say, we're sloppy and dirty. Where they won't let us live, get out the hood and live in a more affluent neighborhood. Okay, give me. You gonna stay at Gigi? Okay. If you be bad, you coming with me. Okay, so yeah, so they will overcrowd us. But the point I'm making is that, bro, if I had Medi glasses and all of my experience near these Latino communities, litter, I never really noticed that before, bro. They are the most littering people I've ever seen in my life, man. And keep in mind, when we litter, it was like overcrowding, which is inevitable, or it was our crackhead class, right? That would litter, but it wasn't a foundation of regular Black Americans just littering. That's not what we did. It was the crackhead class of overcrowding, which caused the littering. These folks supposed to be better off, right? They're gentrifying us. Like, aren't they uppity? So why? I'm talking about, you can ask anybody from New York, right? They'll tell you, or Jersey, or Philly, that live around these people. They'll tell you it's unbelievable, bro. Like, at least a crackhead would throw the trash down at your house, right? Not their house. They put the trash in their own house, like in front of their lawn. I couldn't believe, like, they have like 19 Corona bottles in their front lawn. All type of food out there. Like just inviting rats. Like, this is wild. But these are the people who are they're refugees, asylees, and evacuees. You feel me? This ain't their brain game. This is their brain drain. This is their this is their dumpster class, like what Great Britain did with their have not. You feel me? Like they dumped them into America, the colonies. So this is their, but you see how they make sure their dumpster class live amongst us. So now you're getting it. Hey, bro, their brain game actually live in white society. Their brain game lives, they assimilate to white society, no problem. Like you'll see an African and that's like educated or wealthy, he'll be in white society with no problem. He'll buy a house. Ain't nobody out, no Karen out there boycotting the house. And no, like you do us. You live around here, sir? That don't happen with them. That happens with us. That's why it's like stop saying the whole, oh, we all the same. No, they don't, bro. You own a house, we don't. So that right there alone, I'm saying on average, we don't. So that alone tells you, like, yeah, it's something different. Like I think their rate like 60%, like 60% of them that come over own homes, and like we're way below that. So how they don't see any difference? Like what you got going on, we don't got going on. We both got credit, we both work. You got a loan, I didn't. Like explain that. And not just you, don't forget, it's the pattern. It's the pattern that proves it correctly. So we're talking about New Jersey, New York, Florida, over here, over there. They're like out purchasing homes, you know, that they're homeowners above us. So that pattern, that's a coincidence. If you say yes, then you're team white supremacy, because that's what they're saying. They say, oh, yeah, black folks are below whites everywhere in America. That's just a coincidence. That's not racism. And then you'll hear a tether say that. Okay. All right. Oh my God, it was hot as crap outside. All right. So anyway, so from what I was listening to, he was collapsing elite free black organizational language into the identity of the masses. He was trying to frame like that's how everybody was seeing themselves, right? He was conflating race-based organizing with lineage-based specificity, right? And using unrelated legal examples to imply modern lineage claims were invalid or redundant. So I argue that reparations to him, I made it clear, bro, reparations must be tied to a specific harm group and genealogy. I flat out told him. I said race-based claims fail. Harm groups are compensated, i.e. Japanese 9/11 victims. Therefore, lineage matters, documentation matters, not the race-based thing. So I'm waiting for a rebuttal from him, and he don't respond to that at all because he's just building. Like he calls that building. He just get the ramble. So the Deandra Farmer Pellman case was not it was a personal corporate lawsuit. It wasn't a lineage-based argument like when we got FBA Adolf. It was not a federal reparations framework. It was not HR 40. It wasn't in COBRA. It was not a national reparations standard. So I correctly separated that from slavery disclosed litigation from national reparations policy. Hold on one second. So I was bridging the gap like, hey man, you can't tie a personal lawsuit to a national reparations claim.
Right.
Yeah, drink some water, man. Oh my God, it was hot as crap out there. I'm so glad I came in when I came in, bro. I didn't know I was that fatigued and hot.
You're in Jersey right now, right?
To just now. Yeah. But this heat got nothing on Georgia. Yeah, nobody can come outside in Georgia. In South Carolina, nobody be outside, bro. You be the only person outside. That's a fact. If you go to Georgia and you try to like, because I'm like an outside person, well, you'll be the only outside person.
Yeah, with that sun out there will not.
I used to walk to Walmart was a good like mile and a half walk. I used to walk to Walmart to get some things just for exercise. You know, down there I wasn't driving out there anyway, but I could have Ubered, you know, but I wanted to walk, I want to get my exercising because the way to obesity is to be inactive. You want to gain weight, be inactive. You want to lose weight, be active. Real simple. You got to burn off more calories than you take in. This is a real simple concept. But so I told him that Deandra, right, her case wasn't that popular at the time. And it had nothing to do with HR 40 because he's trying to make a connection. It had nothing to do with in Cobra. I said, those are important distinctions. There, what she did ain't what HR 40 is about, and it ain't what Nkobra's doing, right? But he was like subtly trying to blend corporate slavery lawsuits, what she was doing, genealogy discussions with HR 40, with Nkobra, with lineage claims, right? All into one continuous narrative. I'm like, dude, and you see, I kept stopping him. He keep wanting to talk. But again, at this point, I don't see his motive. I see he's all over the place, but I think he's just all over the place. I think he just what the results say. He just incoherent, like he just slow. That's how I'm seeing him. Well, he's just a slow guy. Like their king researcher is slow. Like wow, I didn't realize that before. So I also argued earlier that earlier reparations, like even with Nkobra HR 40 framework, it was race based. Like it wasn't specific. It wasn't lineage based in its origins. Now, what he got me on, which I wasn't aware of, I didn't know that they modified. Well, I didn't know like Sandy Darity ended up taking over HR 40, and he rewrote it, right, where it's lineage based. And Nkobra took a page from our book, and they started to use lineage based framework. Right. So I didn't know that these people made adjustments today. So when I was saying they were race based, I'm talking about the origins. So what he did was like he played semantics. So he looked it up where he's looking at he's reading off the modifications, like the adjustments.
So they modify HR 40?
Yeah, Sandy Darity did.
Oh.
Yeah. It has like more lineage based language now.
I know that.
Right. So I didn't know that they did that either. So when we looked it up, he's showing, look, it's lineage based. So I'm like, wait a minute, bro.
Didn't start out that way.
He's yeah. But he's trying to argue that. And also I said those organizations, the HR 40 framework originally, and the Nkobra stance originally did not distinguish immigrant Africans, Caribbean immigrants from us, descendants of slavery in America. Like they didn't distinguish, like they had us all as one, right? So I said, so that can never work. And of course he didn't respond to that at all. He just, he just didn't comprehend it, incoherent. So now because of after ADOS, after FBA, those institutions, those organizations had to adjust their wording. And now Nkobra is saying lineage, and so that's because of us. That's because of delineation. But they be trying to act like we didn't, you know what I mean? Like they don't want to, because some of us don't know that. Like I didn't know that. So if we don't know it, and he might have known it, but he ain't gonna let me know. You know what I mean? So it's like they're like,
right.
All right. So he you heard him. He said Richard Allen, the African Methodist Episcopal Church, had African in it, and he's going to talk about the African Baptist Church and the Free African Society, right? And this is what they all do, family. Watch their language. They're going to name 5 institutions out of a gazillion that came up from Black Reconstruction. They're going to name 5, and they're all going to have African in them, but the other 9 gazillion isn't. So they would make those 5 African name institutions the exception and rule of what was going on at that time. It's like, wait a minute, you just named 5 institutions that use African, and you're pretending like that was the consensus? Like, no, the majority of the institutions did not use African. You named the exceptions. You named the few that did. Right? So, for example, he ignored the Great Negro Convention, right? Black leaders explicitly debated and often rejected the term African because they wanted to emphasize their birthright as Americans to claim their rights here, like Frederick Douglass and everybody else. So most of those names were chosen in the late 1700s when many people were still, and the people he's talking about, this person had this African that. Well, some of them was actually Africans. That's why he said, that's the fact. SL. Some of the people they named, if you do a Wikipedia on those guys, they were actually 1st gen, 2nd gen Africans. They were actually African. So it's like, wait a minute. So you're naming Africans who are African. You're not naming FBAs with a genealogy saying they're African, you're naming people who are actually African. You know, in the late 1700s. But later on, colored and Negro became the dominant identifiers for the masses, right? And that's all we try to point out. Now, don't forget the we created, we identified our institutions, these people, those people. We called ourselves African. The whole we thing. And I kept asking the dude, who is the we, and he will not answer. So, because I said, you even hear me say, yo, who's the we? Is it all black Africans? Not black Africans. Is it all black Americans? Is it free blacks? Is it just the educated elites? Is it the abolitionist circles? Is it the convention delegates? Is it the enslaved masses, the people on plantations? Who is the we? He never got around to that. But this is their king. And he could still call back in. And then I try to get him back over it for a third time. And he was trying to get me to come to their platform. Now, the dude has a YouTube channel that he never used in his life. So he wants to talk to me for a third time. But he wanted to be on his platform. I'm like, yo, why would I go to your platform where literally nobody's going to be there but me and you? Like, nah, I don't speak in private. Like when I talk my talk, I want people to hear. I don't mind coming to different people's platforms, but they got to at least have like 30 people there, 20 people there. It can't be a 1v1. I'm like, nah, just come back to mine. Like y'all heard him. He was talking right. Let me build. I let him build. I didn't mute him not one time. You know, so I'm like, yo, but you were treated fairly over here. Why would we go to your platform where nobody's there? But when you was in front of mine, like about like 100-something people were tuning in. It's like, so like, nah, so 'cause I already know what's gonna happen. Like you're trying to set it up where you just bully me, like talk over me, and nah, I'm not doing that. And he wanted to pay me. I'll pay you $100. I'm like, dude, you must think I'm an African. I'm just gonna sell myself over to you. So now, how about you come over my channel for free? And he refused to do that. What else? He was implying African center identity language among institutions, AME, Black African Baptist Church, and he was pretending that represented the collective Black consensus. And that's why I kept asking, who's the we? So he never really proved majority adoption. He never proved nationwide identification or universal uses. Because I kept saying, bro, even amongst the free Blacks, what you're saying wasn't even popular amongst them. They were calling themselves Negro and colored, the free Blacks. A small percentage of who you're identifying with this African stuff was a tiny fraction of the free Blacks. Okay, so now we're here. So I want to catch up to here. So I want you to catch this part. So now that part you gotta ask some context. You said we're stripped from our home. Who stripped us from our home?
What you mean who stripped our the slave trade?
Who? Right, but who particularly? Because like we say that. Now you hear me. So yeah, you know where I'm going. S on the chat. I want them to say Africans, because nobody stripped us. We were bought and sold. So I want him to say Africans and the white man. Let's see if he acknowledges it, or he do the whole white man had a net and he just threw it over us from the ships and dragged us like a net full of salmon. Like a net full of salmon.
In a pond that can be like maybe 5 feet.
Right, yeah, exactly. A shallow pond with a net.
All of them just hanging out.
Yeah, my man got no shoes, no socks, but his pants rolled up. Right.
About like 500 in a little pond. You can't miss.
Yeah, like 500 fishies out there. Right. You're gonna get something. You're gonna for certainly get a net full of salmon or sardines. Look at this fool. Now he knows what I'm asking. Listen to this guy.
Okay, so let's
wait. So he said the European. I'm telling you, dude's not on my level. Giving Africa strippers, and then what's the stripping us?
Right, but who particularly? Because like we say that in America.
Okay, so let's
no.
I'm not.
No.
Brothers.
Okay, now you heard. He said, hey, look, I'm gonna go back. He said the European. I said, who stripped us? He said, the European. I said, no. Watch this. Listen, chat. Listen really closely. He gonna say the European.
Who stripped us from our home?
What you mean?
Oh, there we go. Fuck.
Who stripped us from our home?
What you mean? Who stripped Robert? The slave trade.
Who? Right, but who particular? Because like we say that in America.
Okay, so
no.
I'm not.
No.
So real fast, he said the European.
Brother, slow down, bro, because we're not gonna jump around the thing. We gonna get to that.
Now he said we ain't gonna jump around the whole time. He been jumping around.
Nah, but you're using language
like the House of
and
Pain.
I know how that would sit if there's no context behind it. Because when you say that, the average person would say what you said.
What I'm saying,
not European.
No,
the majority
brother,
was African.
Brother, listen. Okay, if you want to say majority was African, that's up to you.
Well, that's a fact. That's a historical fact.
So now that's clear, right? Now we got it. He didn't want to. Oh, I got him. I'm good at that. I'm good at them, but he's a scholar though. They don't want to be correct with history.
So that's not an L. If you want to, Africans can admit. Wait, but everybody. No.
I'm not.
No.
Brother, slow down, bro, because we're not gonna jump around the thing. We gonna get to that.
Nah, but you're using language, and I know how that would sit if there's no context behind it. Because when you say that, the average person would say what you said.
What I'm saying,
not European.
No,
the majority was
listen,
African.
Brother, listen. Okay, if you want to say majority was African, that's up to you.
Well, that's a fact. That's a historical fact.
Listen, brother. Listen. You heard me talk about Aaron.
So he just Eurostepped that on that.
Yeah, so now look. Yes, at that point. So once he did that, now I'm dropping my guard to like swing. I got my guard up blocking his stuff. So I'm like, oh, he's a Pan-African because he kept telling me he's not a Pan-African way before we talked because we were talking on Facebook first. And he said he is not a Pan-African. At this point, I'm like, okay, he lied to me.
No, let's go. Let's keep going.
Let's put him on the screen. Let's put him on the screen. Let's put Aaron Lopez on the screen. Aaron Lopez, slave trader, right? Let's put him on the screen. This is happening in America, right? Where's he at? Aaron Lopez.
Wait, did he say America? How we go from Africa? I told you what people would do is they would pretend 1600s and the 1900s are just 3 days apart, like not 300 years, 3 days apart. They all do that.
Let's put him on the screen. Aaron Lopez.
Okay, so before we go to Aaron Lopez, let's do some fact checking. Like I said, 18. Okay, so now their descendants and who's trying to name us, give us a name that they believe is fitting. Well, you guys, we're small, right?
Anyway, he commissioned over 1,000 transactions of slavery from here. Now, are Africans involved in slavery?
This dude said 1,000. Queen Nzinga responsible for 16,000. 16. Queen Nzinga is 16,000 a year, not just 16,000 total. That's yearly. This dude said 1,000. Now he says commission. That means he just authorized it. He wasn't hands-on. He didn't go kidnap anybody. He didn't go enslave anybody. That was done by his business partners, the Africans.
Absolutely. How do we know this? I don't even have to use them. I can use
Adriano diaries, and we know the Asante, we know Dahomey, we know Queen Nzinga, and we know Ghana itself.
No. We're gonna go. Hold on. I know this is what you want. We're gonna go to that, but first, let's finish off with how we defined ourselves. Let's finish right there. Let's do that first.
He said, "Look, how we identified ourselves." I keep saying, "Well, who's the we?" We read back to that.
Okay, there we go again. How we define ourselves. Who is it? Say, according the masses, FBA is gonna call the masses that, and we're not allowed to do.
Look, listen.
So, and by the way, SL, when he called it the next day, he didn't want to do a dialogue. How we're talking right now, he wanted to do 3 minutes him, 3 minutes me, and that's when you know somebody's full of shit. Because so that means that he don't want to stop. He just want to lie, and then when I catch him, I can't catch him in real time. I got to wait till he's done and then catch him. And then he goes again, but he didn't want to like talk how we're talking right now.
You made a claim and said that this is talking only about 5 people, a little bit of people. That is a national organization.
Yeah, okay. Now he's lying and misrepresenting people. I didn't fact for sure. I said a small percentage.
You saying that, but I just described to you that we can all look up right now and put color conventions in there, and we can see all of the memos and things that they wrote for themselves.
Like we can see all. Look at the language, fam.
Yeah, he said color convention, right? He didn't say African convention. Yeah, right. Yeah, this dude's a piece of trash.
We can see all things. That's
at one point, you had a person named William Whipper who comes along, and he is debating, saying that he doesn't want us to name our institution African no more. And he said,
I know a bunch of them in the AME Church is doing that. I know.
Who? So what do you know about William Whipper?
A bunch of people. I know him and a bunch of people in the AME Church. They want African tied to that AME Church.
Nah,
I know about.
Okay, so why? Tell us why.
Because they felt like African was a term that was a trick bag to deport them back to Africa.
Yep. But why though?
You heard him? Yep. You see? So he's trying to ask me questions like I asked Tether's questions. Like, dude, he said, but why though? Right?
What was going on?
Well, you talking about free blacks. You talking about blacks who have freedom but don't have no rights, and they're sticking around in white folks' mind, causing trouble, and maybe inspiring blacks to be free, or maybe possibly inspire rebellion. So you're trying.
Right. Exactly. And this was.
Right. Exactly. So he was trying to. He was gonna get. That was a gotcha moment for me. And I passed that with flying colors. Right. So SL, he did that the whole time. And look, it's not even worthy playing anymore. Okay. So he did that the whole. I'm not gonna play another second of it. He did that the whole time. He kept trying to get you with a gotcha, and I answered everything. He kept saying right, because before we talked, he was trying to pretend I didn't know Black American history. That's what he told me. He said, "I'm a fry you. You don't know." He said, "When did you learn Black American history? You don't know Black American history." I'm like, all right, click the link. And now he's asking questions. Oh, you're right. You're right. You're right. But so in a nutshell, SL, he would just, before I haven't played anymore and make y'all fall asleep. Just to be clear, he was bringing up. Wait, I gotta do the RNA. All right. So before I close out, let me do the RNA argument, so you can really laugh. Here we. I'm gonna do the RNA one, and then you guys can laugh. There we go. Okay, so that was about an hour. Okay, I got it. This right here. So again, he's throwing random Pan-African groups at me that was arguing about reparations. Yeah, I don't know about. I never said I was a Pan-African, right? So I don't know about these nothing burger groups.
Why you gonna be talking shit about something and you don't know what it is?
No. I don't. Ooh, he got me. I'm saying it doesn't make.
It is lineage based. Now, if you're talking about it asking for money, if it's like, it's not like, okay, so no, it's not doing that. That's what's his name? Henry Bishop. He did that. He asked for bread.
But it's asking it's asking for a federal commission. Why? We're suing the federal government.
Okay, so that was HR 40. So he was trying to, so it finally worked. He was asking me the details of HR 40. I'm like, I don't know, man. I just know it's a nothing burger. You did. Oh, see, so how you speak about something and you don't know all about it, bro? I don't need to know all those details. I know that it was a race-based proposition, and therefore it's a nothing burger. I don't need to know who wrote it, which I do. Congressman Conyers. Like I know that part, but I don't know the whole spill. No, I don't know that, but I do know it's a nothing burger and the race base originally. So he finally got me with. Do you know this? No. Oh, see, man, you talking about something you don't know. Okay. How many babies do elephants have yearly? I don't know. See, man. you can't use the elephant analogy because you don't know that. Like that's what he was doing. Like, okay, all right, bro. I understand. Like you're getting slaughtered, so you're trying to find a way to see what I don't know. Because you see, before he asked about free blacks, I passed that with flying colors according to his standard. So now he's trying to find something I don't know. Like, okay, well, HR 40, Conyers, Congressman Conyers. When was his birthday? Like, I don't know. See, man, you don't know him.
Bro, where are you gonna get okay, what is your reparations bill? Wait. Who's we suing? What are you suing?
Okay.
Because I'm not in tune with what you're saying.
We're suing the federal government, and we're also going to sue the states too, and maybe even companies, but everything starts at the federal government.
So you're gonna sue the people who did the harm to you and expect them to pay you? Isn't that the same thing?
Ain't that how lawsuits work?
Yep.
Don't you sue the people who harmed you and you expect them to pay you? Go, this is a
Maybe you want us to sue Africa. That's a good number.
Yeah, SL, man. This guy said you're going to sue the people who harmed you and expect them to pay you. Yes, that's how lawsuits work.
That's crazy. He said that after he brought that case to you.
Right. And she did the same thing, right, man? All the cases,
right.
He's going to bring a new one. So good observation. So you see what he's doing? He done brought the free Deidre Farmer Pillman. She was suing the people. The same thing he said to me. That harmed her. And she expected them to pay. Right. You see how bad faith he is? But this is their king. This is their king researcher. We got case studies where they actually make payments. The Japanese internment camps.
Well, you know what? Yo, brother, listen. This is why I told you. Study the Republic of New Africa and the reformation
so now
of
the Republic of New Africa. Now I didn't know who they were. When I studied them, like they had to be the worst reparations group ever to like ask for reparations. Oh my God, this was if I knew he was on the spectrum. These guys argue, hey, if the Japanese got reparations, we can get it too, right? So that's kind of common sense because we use them as a talking point, a frame of reference. But what we don't do is use the Civil Liberties Act to get reparations because we're not Japanese. That was just for Japanese people who can prove that they were thrown in internment camps. That had nothing to do with us. That had nothing to do with Japanese people who were not in internment camps. That was a specific act to address a harmed group. These RNA guys, they went to court using the Civil Liberties Act for reparations. And they wanted exactly what was given to, like the whole thing that was given to Japanese people. So the judge was like, okay, can you prove that you're Japanese? They was like, no, case dismissed.
Incredible.
Case dismissed. Yeah, I mean, like, just that simple. and now look, I didn't know that at that time. When I looked at it, so when he called in the next day, that's when I got him, my brother. And he was the next day when I was cooking him. Oh my God, man, he was upset. He wanted to fight. Like we in two different states, but he wanted to fight. Oh man, like he tried to get me into one of those. We threaten each other over the internet stuff. Nah, I ain't doing that, dude. Like you can have it all by yourself. But he tried to like bait me into that. I will delete you. I'll delete you. You know, that type of stuff he wanted me to do with him. But the RNA, man, like that, they asked for 5 southern states. Right? So not only did they want to be included in the Japanese reparations payout, they wanted 5 states in the South. Listen, they said, and they're going to be a sovereign nation. They're recanting their Americanness, like they're shedding it. They're not American any longer. All right.
Sound like Marcus Garvey.
And then that wasn't it. The payout. The payout they wanted, brother, was the entire economy. That means all of the money that America had and was worth, they wanted all of that. So they get paid and America just fall. That's how dumb they were. They didn't even know how to come up with a reasonable number. Like they said a random number, and they didn't know how big that number was. That was the entire economy. And he said, I got to study the RNA.
Reparations.
Japanese internment camps.
You know what? Yo, brother, listen. This is why I told you. Study the Republic of New Africa and the reformation of the reparations movement, because you have to, because they made that.
All right, he said I have to. Okay, I'm sorry. I'm gonna go to Google. Because I want to do this with you, right? Let's do it together. RNA, Republic of New Africa. Where's my Google? Give me 1 second. Just looking for it. The hell it tabs. Okay, all right, cool. All right, Google. Okay, right there. All right, let me share my screen. And we can go to TikTok a little later. Okay. What is this? Okay. I thought that was something else. Okay, so okay. RNA. Republic of New Africa. Where? Damn. All right, let me take that out. That's confusing AI. Where did the Republic of New Africa go wrong in their reparations case? Okay. Y'all can see my screen, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So the Republic of New Africa. Now he said I got to study them. Said they did not fail in their reparation case because of a poor legal argument, rather than their efforts were effectively derailed by severe government repression. Now, this is going to something else because they had land. So this is tied into their land because they got finessed out their land. Ideological clashes with the U.S. and a radical separatist strategy that the courts and federal government refused to entertain. You heard that? They had a radical separatist strategy that the courts and federal government refused to entertain. I told you. So it says the RNA reparation strategy faced several insurmountable roadblocks. Because he said we got to study them. FBA. It says demands for secession. I told you, and sovereign land secession. So now the South got deleted for trying to secede.
Now he want to go to court for
it. Like yo.
After all that we did, he just want to go to court with it.
Yo, Rob Bourne, yo, you are on that spectrum, my guy. Like, seriously, my guy. You got to take your medicine, my dude. He said, we got to study the RNA. These guys, yeah, they're going to court to secede from America. Now, these guys delete people for trying that, right? But they're going to go to court and get permission. Look, the RNA demanded both massive, look what I said, massive financial restitution. Right now, we don't, look, they don't have that wordplay for us. They say FBA is suing for reparation. They don't say massive. This says the RNA demanded both massive financial restitution and the secession of 5 southern states. You thought I was lying, my guy? So look, bro. You gotta look what's going on. The South had a couple southern states, and they wanted to secede from America. They said, "Hey, y'all be America. We're gonna be the Confederates. Okay, y'all do y'all, we do us." Right? And then they said, "Okay, well, you're gonna take it in blood, right?" And then they bodied them. Okay, these folks said, "All right, well, we're gonna do what the Confederates couldn't do. We want those same 5 Confederate states." But we're going to peacefully secede with these 5 Confederate states.
And we want to break y'all in half. No money.
Right.
We want all the money.
Right. Yeah, you just give all the money. Yeah.
You break yourself.
Sammy, these guys are on the spectrum. So Louisiana, Mississippi, Alabama, Georgia, and South Carolina to form an independent socialist republic. This black belt land claim challenged the territorial integrity of the United States, positioning the RNA as an adversarial threat, terrorist, to national sovereignty rather than a political group seeking legislative compensation. We're just a political group seeking legislative compensation. These guys are an adversarial threat to national sovereignty. He said, we got to study them in order to get our reparations claim together, right? It says severe government repression. The U.S. government viewed the RNA's claims as a national security threat. Told you. How you going to say, let's secede, give me 5 states, and they deleted people for that. So how they going to view you?
And write me a check.
Yeah. And write me a check to help us. So, yeah, the government viewed them as a security threat and targeted them with aggressive law enforcement and counterintelligence. They got, bro, what do you expect? They deleted hundreds of thousands of white people for trying this. And you think you're going to say that rhetoric, promote that rhetoric, and nothing happens to you? Okay. So, the state and federal raids, most notably the violent 1971 FBI raid on their Jackson, Mississippi compound, resulted in the mass incarceration of key leaders on charges of deletion and waging war against the state. Look, did I just say that? Did I just say when you use those words secede, you get deleted? They take that seriously because of what happened in 1862. Okay. It says this neutralized their organizing power and bankrupt their resources, depleted them. You wanted money, now you got none. Rejection. Listen to this, bro. He said, study these people. Rejection of the U.S. citizenship, a central pillar of the RNA's movement. This is a Taliban type stuff, man. Burkina Faso type move. A central pillar of the RNA's movement was holding a plebiscite. Yeah, you see the word, bro?
Plebiscite.
Literally plebiscite battle. But we got to study these folks. A central pillar of the RNA's movement was holding a plebiscite babble to renounce U.S. citizenship for Black Americans. Man, y'all can do that.
We asked them to do that. But he's not saying African on there, though, when they go against the United States.
Hey, bro, this is not a Pan-African group at all. This is a Black radical nationalist group. So that's why they're not seeing a whole bunch of African stuff. But even though they see, like, so black nationalists, like, they claim Africa too, but in the back. They claim it in the back. So Pan-Africans claim Africa in the front. So like, so you'll see a black nationalist group with like black on, leather, whatever, and then you'll see a African emblem every so often. Like, you won't see them covered in like dashiki or Kwanzaa imprint. You won't see that on a black nationalist. But they will have a red, black, and green African thing somewhere in the back, right? So Pan-Africans, they wear it on their chest. So that's why you're not going to read African. They like put that in the back because like black nationalists don't desire to go to Africa. That's why the Black Panthers or any of those folks never say, "Hey, we're going back to Africa." They not like, they understand we're staying in America. We just want this, and they want some crazy stuff. So it says, look, so they, by asserting they were a separate, look what they said, we are a separate, sovereign, new African nation, spelled with a K in there. They rejected the jurisdiction of the U.S. legal system. Don't that sound familiar? That's like the Moorish sovereign citizen. It's like Bible talk. So they rejected the jurisdiction. You know what? Look, they don't have no jurisdiction, but they want them to give them 5 states, right? They want them to have jurisdiction. They want them to have temporary jurisdiction to give them 5 states and the whole economy. Wait, you just said they don't have jurisdiction. Okay. Even as they file lawsuits within it, creating a legal paradox that federal courts really easily dismiss. And he said we got to study their antics, lack of political and mainstream support. You see what happens? That's why when people call me and say, "Hey, what should we be doing?" Keep signal boosting. Stop listening to these toxic Facebook groups, these toxic TikTok groups who just arguing. Because think about it, when they're arguing and calling each other names, look what they're not doing. They're not spreading awareness. They're not signal boosting delineation and reparations. So you're actually counterproductive. Like, you're almost like an agent because you're no longer on code. To be on code is to keep signal boosting the lineage, right? And the delineation and reparations. That's your goal as FBA. Like, you're obligated to do that. If you're not doing that and you're just calling people tethers all day, you're in the way. So yo, go. I'm saying you could do that, but don't do it under FBA. That's my thing. So Warrior Cherub, call back in, my guy, and admit you was wrong about ADOS. That's the thing. Like, people be saying stuff, creating these spaces. They never read anything. Like, dude, he knows how I give it up, and he gonna still click that link, come over here and become a fool. I set him up lovely. Oh, ADOS, it ain't the same as FBA. Oh, it's not? What's the difference? Well, they are a group. No, fool. You're talking about ADOS advocacy. They are the group. But ADOS by itself, that is the 50 million Black Americans. You didn't know that. And instead of saying, "All right, unbiased, you got it. I ain't see it like that." Nope, his ego cut in, and he hopped off and unsubscribed. Like, dude, get up out of here. And plus, he was weird anyway, to be honest.
He unsubscribed.
Yeah. Well, yeah. So yeah, no, we don't promote this type of stuff because you see, when you toxic like this, then you crack down. That's the problem with the Black Panthers. Look how toxic they were, and then they gave J. Edgar Hoover the green light to run up on them and do the same thing. So, bro, when you talk that tough talk, the white team man gonna make you prove it. Oh, we ain't afraid of white men. We got guns and then that. Okay, white man staying quiet. Like, all right, okay, we gonna see. We gonna see. We are going to see. And they always show up with the guns. Always. Like, how many Nation of Islam mosques got raided? And they had to fight the cops off. Right? That happened. That was average, right? That was normal. So they will come. You talk that tough talk, they are coming. Now, they were not successful, this Islam. Like, they got beat up. Like, they got deleted. Like, and Islam is still up, right? But these folks, now look, that is a moment right there. The Nation of Islam talked the same talk. They raided the mosque, and both got damaged. Right, it wasn't one sided, and the Nation of Islam still was up. Right, these guys wanted to smoke. The Black Panthers wanted to smoke. They got the smoke, and they were no longer in existence afterwards. So now we need to study what the Nation of Islam do differently. Okay, so they lacked political and mainstream support. So what I'm saying is, family, stop entertaining these toxic groups. First of all, we too old. Like, a lot of us 40, 50, 60, 30. Like, why are we in those YN spaces, right? Come on, like we look crazy in those YN. Like, that's like me attending a battle rap. I'm almost 50 in a battle rap setting. Yeah, go, go, go. Like, I look crazy, man. They're not gonna respect me. Like, they expect us to be more mature. Hold on. Yeah, it is hot out there. Okay. So, look, man, we need to be signal boosting and staying on code. Stop getting derailed. Stop getting sloppy, and stop falling in love with the rock throwing contest. Like we got to stop. So, like, we're trying to set an example. That's why I say a lot of you guys got to get your TikTok accounts. So when I go live on TikTok, instead of being live here, we're live over there, and we're setting the example. Now the YNs got a standard to live up to. See, so it's your fault, really. It's your fault, SL, it's Truth Telling, everybody in the chat, is your fault. Because what do they do? In order to create a blood gang or Crip gang or Black Peace Stones, they got to eliminate the leaders, the people who set the example. You eliminate them, then you get a bunch of wild, reckless people. So they eliminated us from the YN spaces by whatever reason, but we fell for it. So now we're not there. There's no representation there. So now they're following their own tail, and they're very toxic and out of control. So they need to see a live, thriving TikTok space like Tariq Nasheed. That's what he did over there, right? Live, organized TikTok space to set the example of how it's done. So we need to be over there. Y'all need to get your TikTok account straight. Stop being late. Oh, I'm thinking about getting one. So, I mean, what are you doing this for then? Like, what you mean? Like, we got to do whatever we supposed to do to get the message out. Like, so I be missing like people agendas. Like, wait, everybody should be trying to be where our youth is at to guide them correctly, because they are the ones who are going to. Okay. They are the ones that are going to take it to the next level, right, SL? It won't be us, it'll be the youth. Like, they are the ones who are going to take it to the next level. And you want the youth with our talking points. They're going to be way more effective because they have the influence better than we ever going to have it. But we're not over there. We're not setting an example, and where are we doing this for? Okay. So where was I? These weirdos. So these people, the RNA people, Republic of New Africa, they lacked political and mainstream support. They didn't have ABC News covering them, basically. They didn't have Tucker Carlson and Ann Coulter and Donald Trump and whoever, Roland Martin. They didn't have these people mention their name. Nobody mentioned them. So unlike modern legislative campaigns that focus on policy, the RNA advocated for radical grassroots self-sufficiency, plebiscite Babel talk, and socialist cooperative economics known as Ujamaa. So they came with an African term. Their revolutionary rhetoric and separatist goals alienated mainstream civil rights organizations, making it impossible to build the widespread coalition needed to pass reparation legislation in Congress. So they took delineation on a whole different level. Nobody want to rock with them. So Legacy of the RNA's legal strategy. Despite these roadblocks, the RNA formulated arguably the most profound and extensive. This guy. Okay, where she left? Okay, stay in here. Yeah, because she's not supposed to. You supposed to listen to her. Okay. Anyway, so despite these roadblocks, the RNA formulated arguably the most profound and extensive legal brief regarding Black reparatory justice. In June 1973, RNA president Amari Abedel, you know it's going to be some African name, he filed the Article 3 briefs establishing the legal case for the existence of the Black nation in the U.S. District Court in Mississippi. This document laid out structural and constitutional basis for reparations. Today, the RNA's efforts are studied primarily for pioneering the legal foundation of the modern reparation movement rather than for their separatist goals. Okay. So, yeah. So these guys were radical as hell. Oh, here we go. Here we go. All right, this is the part I want y'all to hear. Look at the money they wanted. The Republic of New Africa, RNA, ultimately failed to secure the massive 400 billion. So this is 1973, 1970s. They wanted 400 billion of reparations money and land claims because so now not only 5 states, they wanted $400 billion because its approach prioritized revolutionary political theater over the strict requirements of American procedural law, right? Leaving it vulnerable to devastating state suppression and insurmountable legal technicalities. Like they said, the hell with the courts. We're just going to just bogart things. While the RNA succeeded as a radical vanguard that kept reparations in the public consciousness, its formal cases and demands crumbled due to several fundamental legal and strategical missteps. Inability, now here's the part, inability to meet federal court requirements. Now this Spectrum guy, Rob Bourne, told me we got to study the RNA. The RNA's legal strategy consistently clashed with baseline technical realities of U.S. litigation when similar Black nationalists and civil rights coalitions attempted to bring broad historic slave trade reparations to federal court. It said broad. That's wink, wink for race-based. Okay. The cases were systematically dismissed based on 3 core judicial concepts. Lack of standing. Under U.S. law, plaintiffs must prove they personally suffered a direct, concrete, and individual injury. Courts repeatedly ruled that living African Americans cannot sufficiently claim individual financial standing for a historical slave trade that legally ended generations prior. The statute of limitation. The RNA sought damages for centuries of slavery and Jim Crow laws, but the U.S. courts ruled that the legal window to file torts, we're not filing torts, or property claims regarding these historical acts had expired centuries or decades ago. Indeterminate causal chain. Judges ruled that the connection between historical enslavement and contemporary economic deprivation involved too many weak links. The court rejected these claims because calculating exact individual damages required speculative historical mathematics. A sovereign contradiction. Oh boy. The RNA's fundamental philosophy created a catch-22 in international and domestic courts. The organization operated as a provisional government that claimed 5 southern states, Mississippi, Louisiana, Alabama, Georgia, and South Carolina, as a subjugated national territory. However, international legal bodies only recognize reparation claims brought by recognized sovereign states, right? So how are you going to say we're not a sovereign state but want to claim things on behalf of a sovereign state? Because the U.S. government viewed the RNA as a domestic secessionist group rather than a foreign nation, the RNA could never achieve the legal standing required to sue the United States on an international stage. They can never do that as a secessionist. Vulnerability to federal and state suppression because the RNA openly rejected U.S. citizenship. So these guys are saying, I'm not American. These guys are saying, I'm not American. Dude, you got to be American. Anyway, they're not American, right? And declare an intention to break away from the United States. They were target number one for law enforcement. Rather than fighting an orderly battle in the courts, the RNA leadership was consistently dragged into criminal defense. Wow. The FBI, COINTELPRO, and local police relentlessly raided RNA properties, most notably during a deadly 1971 shootout in Jackson, Mississippi. The resulting mass arrests, delete terror trials, and life sentences effectively bankrupt the group financially and decapitated its leadership structure, derailing their capability to manage a long-term coordinated civil lawsuit. That's that leadership stuff. Over-reliance on street elections over legislative power. Successful historical reparation cases such as the Japanese-American Civil Liberties Act, which I talk about in 1988, succeeded because activists skillfully pressured the legislative branch to pass specific statutes or found clear, unsuppressed evidence of government fraud. Instead of building a pragmatic domestic lobbying apparatus, the RNA focused its energy on symbolic street corner elections like Garvey in court in Black neighborhoods to select provisional RNA government officials while empowering to the community. This approach held zero legal weight inside the halls of Congress or state legislators, which held the actual power to authorize financial payouts. There you go. Yeah, I got to copy that. Wow. I got to copy that. I got to copy that. That was wild. That's a good one. Yo, that was more than what I already knew. Like that, yo, that was a great detailed breakdown.
They basically was operating like a cult.
Yeah, like a Taliban. Like I said they were Ibrahim Traoré before Ibrahim Traoré. Okay, good.
They said they had a compound and everything.
Malachi Z. York type stuff, man.
Right.
Wow.
Yeah,
I didn't know that they were that wild.
I think these Pan-Africanists really want us as crash out dummies for the diaspora. It's really crazy what they think. It's almost like they want us to look at everything about them in Africa with rose-colored glasses. Like, don't really look at the mistakes. That don't really mean anything. Believe what we're telling you. Just keep going along with that. Because when he tell you to go read that, it's like, who you think want to really do this? You know, you want to succeed five states in the United States. That's who's going along with you. You know, in 1973, Nixon is in office. I mean, come on, man. You want to succeed those 5 states. Are those 5 states with you? You talking to any other organizations? And you know, you're on a compound in Mississippi and you're speaking for South Carolina, Louisiana, and you want the United States to give you all this money and you're going to break off as a separatist group and you're basically just calling the United States, you know, like they do now. It's basically like you want to basically destroy any reputation about the United States, anything about them. Nothing is good about them. They're just terrible because of everything. And you want to separate. You want them to give you this money because, you know, You got it. You want them to you move on all the whiteys and everybody's gonna move out of the country or move somewhere else, and we're gonna take over those 5 things, and you want them to give you this money, yo. So yeah. I
Yo,
just think that
I ain't gonna, that was jaw dropping to read. Like really, like my jaw dropped. I couldn't believe like they were that wild. These guys was really wilding, yo. We're not Americans any longer.
right.
Like just like the Confederates. Like that's the comparison. It's like, yo, they took the Confederate approach. And guess what happened? The same thing happened to the Confederates. They ran down and they took their damn land. Dismantled them, locked them up, deleted them, lifelong sentences. Yeah, ain't that crazy? And like, think about how many black families, like little kids, were involved in that because these radicals was on some old Pan-African, like, yo, man, we need our own land. Like, yo, what is going on here, bro? They didn't want. They said they were street level in the streets with it. Yeah, man, it's our land. Like, dude, that doesn't work, man. And you talking about seceding, taking 5 states with you? I'm telling you, once you say that to me, I automatically think of the Confederates. So that's how this country thought of. Hey, they pulling a Confederate move. All right, let's eradicate them.
But the Confederates, at least they had like a government. They had things, and they eventually they had their own president at some point. Had their own army. These people just talking for themselves. They're on a compound in one state, not the other ones. They don't have a consensus. Right. They don't have any other organizations really down with them. Actually, the organizations are saying, "Nah, we not down with you."
Well, yeah, the average black American, like, nah, we're good. Yeah, I need to, I was gonna do. Yeah, man, that's wild, yeah. Yeah, I know that there's a documentary on that, bro. I know it is.
Be.
I gotta see that. Oh my God, New African. New African.
It's like the Pan-African
No,
ideology.
I'm sorry. The Republic, it's called the Republic. Yeah, like that. Now look how wild and reckless. Now he's saying, now look what they say. Now he was saying, hey, they failed, so you're gonna fail too. So he was saying they did it first for copycatting, and they failed, so you're gonna fail. It's like, dude, we're not doing that. Like, why are we studying them?
Same thing with the immigrants and everything. It seems like they want us to crash out for everybody else. It's like we'll get ours in Africa. No matter what happened in America, we're gonna get ours in Africa. But we want to do everything we can to destroy this country while we're here. And while we're doing that, they're gonna give us money. They're gonna do all this when you're talking all that hot rhetoric against America and I can imagine what they probably were saying about some of the black people in America that probably was telling them, don't put us in that group. You know what I'm saying? And they probably wasn't listening.
Oh, yeah.
Just like they don't today. The Pan-Africans just basically keep looking at like, you see us African in the name. You see us African in the name. It's like you want us to go crash out for Africa and do what really? It's like they keep on telling us that Africa is all great and it's all this. Like, dude, we know how Africa is. Africa has not tried to come get us. It hasn't thought that they would try to make us rich while we're over here, try to give us some of their GDP, no matter how poor they are. They haven't thought about any of that. It's like y'all just want us to continue to attack America. Like we have no allegiance to America, like this is not our land. And when you act like that, that's why the United States think you're not, because you acting like you're not from America. You already said you're a separatist, you're on the compound. You think that these you don't want to fall under their laws. You're thinking that you got your own everything and you want them to bow down to your will. But meanwhile, while you're doing that, if anybody that are like you says anything to you, you got the same rhetoric you got. Like you're going against the United States. It's almost like
you went out. Yeah, we can't hear you. Your signal. Here, you going out SL. Let me play a video of the new African Republic. Yeah, your audio's out. Yeah, I got to see this in real time.
Last September, Lofton Mason received a tender offer for a portion of his farmland just outside Jackson. The price was right, and Mason approved of the plans of the prospective buyers, a group of... Over the next 6 months, the group leased the land and began this foundation for one of their buildings. But then last March, a larger contingent of the group turned up, some of them carrying guns. They proclaimed the tract of land the capital of something called the Republic.
Oh, yeah, look at the red, black, and green. Yep. Hey, look. We go. Man, listen, man.
Yo.
Listen. Anybody can tell that they were doomed. These guys got a fake army, and they're talking about secession, right? And they're talking about taking states. Of course, that's an act of war, man.
Yeah.
That's an act of war.
Republic of New Africa. They raised a flag and stated their purpose, to form an independent black nation in the South. This was the first indication Mason had that his land was to be used as headquarters for what local officials have labeled revolutionaries. Mason hired an attorney who advised him that since the group had not paid full rent or a down payment for purchase, they had no legal right to stay on the land.
Oh my God. Yeah, I heard when he said lease. Right. These guys don't even own the land. You know, get your paper, write your name, get your pencil, and write your name. Don't put holes in it. Get the paper. Let me see this, man. This is wild. They don't even own the land.
Court has an attorney who advised him that since the group had not paid full rent or a down payment for purchase, they had no legal right to stay on the land.
They got this from an attorney in advance. Right? An attorney advised them, hey, man, you got to be careful, bro. You have no legal right on this land.
A local court has enjoined the New Africans from trespassing, but the group still claims a right to the land and will bring their case before a so-called People's Court. Mason is keeping his job.
That's the part AI didn't say. They said they raided the land, but they didn't say that part. Okay, so these guys were doing adverse possession. Like they went full plebiscite Babel. They are squatters. You don't have jurisdiction. This is our land. It's owed to us. This is reparations. Consider this land reparations. That's how they were coming.
Oh.
Gun handy, but for the time being is letting the law handle his case. State and local officials and police have backed Mason up and are ready to help him defend his land if it becomes necessary. But many people
here... This guy leased the land to these people. They didn't buy it. He owns the land. They stopped paying. He's like, yo, y'all got to get up off my land, my guy. You know, that's it. Y'all ain't pay. They like, man, hell with you, man. We're a sovereign nation. You got no jurisdiction over us. Like all the plebiscite Babel talk.
Hope that a confrontation can be avoided, that the Republic of New Africa will just fade away or locate elsewhere. And not all of these people are white. This is Bill Brannigan, ABC News, near Jackson, Mississippi.
Not all of these people are white.
Right. I know they ain't white people over All right, so now it's leading to more research. Did they have white members?
I don't know, but I think they mean by they weren't the only ones saying that. And, black people were saying they didn't want them to go
Oh,
for
I
this
got it.
either. But
I got it. Okay.
yeah, won't just
Okay, I
white
got it.
people
I'm about
wanting
to
them
say, all
gone.
right. Right. Yeah, they dangerous. Okay. Look at these flags. Oh, the African drums. Oh boy, Kwanzaa.
Driving me nuts, bolt screws, machine, a expense, as your mind said, for you from the mean machine, be killed by.
Saying that they heard that I had some land, and
but they're doing something. Revolution.
We'll make.
Is the goal of this nation of all free-thinking thought, and those who oppose
Get
will
some
be
more
killed
here.
by their foes, the flunkies whose souls have been bought. Transplants
that's good.
to revive the
Right down
living
again.
dead, replacing the truth
That was
with
very
lies
good.
instead.
well, I recall that they told me they were going to build a clinic, they're going to build a school, and other fixtures. There's going to be also a recreation center that will people maturing in the community will have a chance to go and swim and play and so forth.
We'll make arrests where we see crime violated in our presence. Other than that, we'll travel on court orders, but we do intend to keep the peace into the state of Mississippi.
Somewhere or other, it's got big financing, and it's got connections with Red China and with Castro's Cuba.
Oh my God. Castro and Red China. I said this before. I said all of the Pan-African Black national groups, they gonna all be on the terrorist watch. I said they all end up at some point linking up with an op. No, she's not there. No, yeah, but she said, write your name on it. Go. Okay, so God, he threw me off.
And somewhere or other, it's got big financing.
Okay, so I told you guys, all of these Pan-African groups, these Black national groups, they all end up linking with an op. Russia, look even Trey. Russia, Gaddafi, Miss Farrakhan, like they all end up doing that. Like these guys are literally like cells for a foreign terrorist group. Why do they all go to terrorism? They all do it. Look at the Russian farms, the troll farms. Look at Kwame Ture. Oh, communist, socialism. They all do it, yeah.
Yeah. And it's got connections with Red China and with Castro's Cuba. And obviously what they say they're going to do, they can't do. But they're doing something revolutionary, and it should be taken very seriously.
Mr. Mason, does the land in question right now belong to you or to the RNA?
It belongs to me.
How much land is involved?
Approximately 20 acres.
They tried to buy the land from you.
Yes, sir.
How did this come about?
Well, when I first was informed about them, that they were driving up on my premises, saying that they heard that I had some land, and actually they had sent somebody out of Jersey, had sent one speaker to me, asked me about some land, but well, the fact about it, I got a telephone call and asking if I would sell some land, and I told them I didn't have any land to sell, and they asked me if I would rent some, and I said, well, I'd think it over. He said, well, I'll be out to talk with you. So this party came out and talked with me about renting it, and he offered me a very interesting offer, and I agreed to rent it.
Did they tell you the purpose that they would put the land to?
Enough to make me very encouraged to let them have it. I thought it had been helpful to both colored and white.
What made you change your mind on it?
Well, as I said a while ago, they came out to rent it. Well, after they prolonged the time so, well, it'd go off and come back. They was going along with me approximately about 8 months before the thing came to a close. And after, when they came back about the second time or third time, I told them, I said, well, why don't you just go on and buy it? If you give me a good price, I'll sell it to you. Just give you the deed for me. Well, the reason why I had to do that, because the small sum they was giving me for rent, I felt like I couldn't get but a little at a time, and I just thought I'd try to get as much as I could down. It'd be helpful so I could do something with the money. So then that's where I agreed to sell to them.
At the time you sold it, did you know that they were going to form the Republic of New Africa and use that land as their headquarters?
No, sir. I didn't know that.
When did you first hear about that?
During the time, it might have been about a month, a couple of months, 6 weeks, something like that, before I began to, in fact, they put out some papers. Well, the complaint was that I just wanted them to be moved off the land. I wanted them to be moved off the land. At the end of the deadline, which is somewhere along about the last of April, I thoroughly was convinced to the fact that they didn't mean to do what they said. And I was justified also, not only being convinced that they wasn't going to do what they said, but the deadline had passed. A couple of days had passed, and the president called me over telephone and asked me if I had the deed ready. And I told him I didn't have them ready, and I had declined out of selling. He asked me why. I said, well, the main reason is the deadline had passed. And he went on to stand some unpleasant words, and I told him that I've been harassed around with y'all about 8 months.
So just like a Negro, these guys are late with the rent, and he like, hey man, like, yo, you missed the deadline, you got to go. And he said they cussed him. I could believe that, yo. They cussed this dude out.
Well, you remember earlier when he spoke, he said they told him they was gonna build like community center, swimming pool, and all that stuff. That's what they told him at first.
Right. They lied to him. Ain't that
yeah,
crazy?
So they lied to him from the beginning. Yeah.
Wow. So look, we're learning this
so
together.
They scammed him. They scammed him.
Yep. Scam. Yep. I'm saying that's
they Marcus Garvey'd him.
That's all they know. All they know is scamming, man. Their own people. Because this dude, I think he's FBA, right?
Yeah.
He look like he's black. Okay.
Yeah.
I'm tripping.
And I'm just fed up and I'm tired and I don't want to go no further. And he said that he wanted to come out and talk with me. And I was looking for him to come out and talk with me, maybe that night or the next day or something. But I never did see him. I looked for him. And in fact, about it from the words that I wasn't going to sell no way. But from the language he was using, I got a little bit closer to my weapon, looking for him. And but he didn't show up. When I got the next news they were down there on the place, on the land. Well, I didn't see them down there, but I was informed that they were down there waving their gun. So I decided I wasn't going to need me going down there talking with them because chances are I might have got hurt down there among that many. So I applied then to the sheriff. And my lawyer and I went and talked with the sheriff. And they wrote up some papers. We went down and looked for them, but they were.
So they told him, hey, you got to take this in blood. Like this hour, man.
Yeah.
You don't. Yeah, the health the deed. This hours. Screw that. You got.
That's how they treat FBA. That's how they treat FBA that stand up against them. That's how they do us. Same stuff.
Ain't that crazy? And that incoherent spectrum guy is gonna tell me I need to study these people to understand how reparations work. And these guys just robbed the man for his land.
Well, if they should try to return to the land, what would you do?
Well, if they would try to return to it, I'll notify the sheriff and my lawyer. And I don't know there's nothing I could do unless I was allowed to get a little bit better weapons that I got, I'd like to have a machine gun if I could, but I don't know whether they want me to have it or not. So,
Yo, he want to do a Rambo mission.
Hell, he's going up against all them by himself.
Yo, that is crazy, yo.
They got women with them and everything, doing all that, waving them flags on his land. And he probably like, man, what am I gonna do with this, yo? Then they threatening them, cursing them out.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, they try to push ice him, man.
I know what I'd do if they would let me have that. I was thinking this morning about asking permission to own one while I'm in this category.
What would you do with a machine gun?
Well, I'll do whatever that machine gun would allow me to do.
In other words, he wants all the smoke.
They pushed him into
you
a
would
corner.
use the machine gun to keep them off if necessary.
Yes, sir.
Do you think that type action will become necessary?
Well, I don't much think so, but I didn't think they'd go down there and go in the place, and I had put up posted sign. I never thought to tell you a minute ago, I had put up posted sign down there, and they pushed that post, pulled that post up, and pushed the post and sign aside. Now, if they did that, and I'd already told them that I wouldn't sell, I don't know what else they might do. So I just like to be like the Bible said, be ready.
Yo, they deboed him like, my land, punk. You want to sell it? My land. Like, now, why ain't these fools just go and look for some other land for sale? Right? They want to exploit their own, like Marcus Garvey.
Yeah.
Like, and like, see, when you're leasing land, yeah, they want to know what you want to do with it. If you're buying it, they don't care.
Have you had any complaints from any of your neighbors or any members of the community because you had originally intended to sell the land?
No, sir.
Do you condone what the RNA people are trying to do with the land?
Well, I would say yes, sir. I don't approve of it.
That particular land at the moment?
Yes, sir. I have some grass planted on it. Well, really, I had some ryegrass planted on it at the time I allowed them to go in there. And during the time that they went in, my cows was grazing in there, and I'd taken the cows off in order to let them have possession. And I lost the grazing of that. I lost that period of time of grazing with those cows. And also, the cow, they kept it so long that I didn't have a chance to fertilize it and make ready to bale hay as I usually do. See, I usually graze on it, and then I pull the cows off it and then cut it for hay. And I lost both the grazing and the cutting of hay. Strange things happening, and I'm already surprised at what they've already done until I'm afraid to say that they won't, but I don't believe they're going back.
Have they made any threats to you of any kind?
No, sir, they haven't. They haven't made any threats to me. The only thing that they made was in the paper, yesterday's paper, and or day before yesterday, I think it was now. And I don't know whether you would call that a threat or not, but he said in the paper that that's where he had it, and I don't think he explained that right, because he talked as if though I had joined him, and he wanted me to come back and said I was a traitor and all that. So.
Oh my God!
There we got it. There you have it. What they call us agents and all that stuff, just because we don't want to get with them.
That is crazy, yo. That was that language of calling them a traitor, an agent.
Mm-hmm.
That is, bro. That is crazy, yo.
And bro, did you hear the part? He said they were doing that and talking in the paper like he was actually on their side.
Right. They recruited him without his knowledge. Like, yo, I'm not with y'all.
Saying he's with it. He's doing this anyway.
Mm-hmm.
I count that was as he was throwing a reflection on me to the people in the state of Mississippi. Lots of them know me as a fair deal, and he he threw a big reflection on me there.
You mean by saying that you would come back and join them?
By saying that I was a traitor, yes. By saying that I was a traitor. In other words, the way I understand traitor, it was man say one thing and do something else. So that's where I style that he was class.
State and local officials and police have backed Mason up and are ready to help him defend his land if it becomes necessary. But many people here hope that a confrontation can be avoided, that the Republic of New Africa will just fade away or locate elsewhere. And not all of these people are white. This is Bill Brannigan, ABC News, near Jackson, Mississippi.
Wow.
Yeah, that was crazy, right?
They want FBA to be that.
Right.
And it's so great that you pulled that up because we haven't seen them. This is what they want to do. They want to go out and start all this stuff with anybody, with the government and everything. But they're not going to be the ones the face of this. They just want to sacrifice us. They want to sacrifice us. But stuff makes no sense. Everything they doing doesn't make any sense. They're losing in court. They losing with the brother that they bought the land from. They're not paying that right. They lying about him. They also, now they're lying about him. They're putting things in the paper. Don't talk to him, but put it in the paper. Talking about he's actually on our side. That's what they're talking about.
Right.
Oh yeah, I'm with the lineage too. I'm with the lineage too. But this right here, it's like they keep on, they keep trying to say that they're with us, but really what they want to do is they want that heat on us. They're never really taking it like garbage. They never really taking the hate. It's always a lot of FBAs. It's never no Pan-African. You don't see Umar going to jail. You don't see none of these people hardly going to jail. They're on here rapping. They want to just sacrifice us. They want to sacrifice our children and everything for stuff like this against our own country. Like, because they really want to go to Africa too. I'm telling you, bro, to me, these people want this country to fail. They wanted to collapse all the money to go. And so they can go run to Africa and they can turn around and laugh at us and say, I told y'all what was going to happen. Yeah, you setting it up.
Right.
You setting us up.
They're trying to sabotage. Wait, let me play this next video.
We are a nation, a distinctly separate nation with a different set of humor, myths, a way of looking at history, a totally different view of ourselves in this country.
Yo, SL.
Yeah.
Yo, what they charge us with? Oh, you trying to be this new thing. Look what they're
I'm listening.
They're gaslighting us. He just sat there and said, we are a new people. We never said that. He said that. And they told us being new is wrong, is bad. You're divisive. And we never said we're new, right? But this dude said they're new. And nobody said nothing. None of these Pan-Africans got a problem with it. So he's delineating in the worst way. But he's delineating. And nobody has a problem at all with this right here. But he's delineating in a divisive way, right? Like everything they're calling us, that's what these guys actually are. They're a hate group. They're divisive.
Like treasonous.
Treasonous. Yeah, like they're like they are everything they say we are in times 10.
From I would imagine a different view of ourselves in this country from I would imagine the view which most white people have. The political power certainly couldn't be considered to be shared. Only a fool would think that economic power in this country is shared. You look at the protection before the courts. The black people are markedly unprotected before the courts. What is there about the American dream that has ever been realized by black people? What could we ever hope for within the framework of a society which is dominated by white people, in which the very factor of race enters into every consideration, into the price of an insurance premium, into the place we live, into the job we share. White people would jump off of buildings if they had to endure what average black people take for granted as a matter of everyday existence.
So wait, I'm gonna play some more. These are small clips to get an understanding of this, guys. So this is the leader. Oh my God.
Think easily of Geronimo Pratt, who was in Northern California at the time, and murder committed was in Southern California. The FBI had him and other Panthers under surveillance. Now the FBI records have disappeared, so he has asked for the records. that would demonstrate that they were bugging him in North Carolina at the time of the Northern California at the time of the murder. He isn't able to get them because they have disappeared. We charge that they were destroyed by the FBI. So here is what we believe to be a clear frame.
I don't know what that was. Matula Shakur was with it. Oh my God!
The New African Independence Movement is not new. The New Africa, the term New Africa is new, but the struggle for self-determination and the struggle for independence on these shores is a struggle as old as the slavery that of black people who've been brought here. The New African Independence Movement is not new. The New Africa.
Sound like us, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, what is this right here?
The Civil Rights Movement, New Bethel allowed various organizations to use the church in order to hold meetings and rallies. In 1969, the Republic of New Africa held a rally at New Bethel. During this incident, those who were arrested were released because of the ruling made by Judge Crockett. The New Bethel incident taught us the importance of having fair and impartial judges.
Black Detroiters would get a taste of what judicial power was all about here when State Representative James Del Rio and the Reverend Clarence L. Franklin would awaken Detroit Recorder's Court Judge George Crockett from his Sunday morning slumber. The reason for the wake-up call took place right here on Detroit's west side at the New Bethel Baptist Church. On the night before, 2 white police officers had been shot outside the church. One of the officers, Michael Shapsky, died. His partner, Richard Warbeck, was bad.
Okay, all right. Viewer discretion advised. Man, but this is
Our code.
My God. And he said we gotta study this.
Thank you very much. I appreciate it.
Right. Oh yeah, I'm a gaslight them like crazy. When they say we knew and all, I'm gonna point out. So how do you feel about the RNA? That's what I'm gonna hit them with. How you feel about the RNA? They were new. They delineated.
Mm-hmm.
And they didn't build anything for Africans.
Absolutely. Right. Right.
And they didn't include Africans, but nobody called them divisive. They said it's for Black Americans. Wow. So yeah, so that was interesting. And now
I have to look at that myself.
Yeah, and now I'm gonna do some further research on this right here.
But a lot of times from the fallout of groups like that, they always turn up the heat on the broader community of us. Like when stuff like that happened, like a YT just got unalive, you can imagine what Detroit went through after that. It's like we go through a lot after radical groups don't want to listen, and then they start trying to tie themselves to those foreigners. And it seems like it never works out for us trying to tie ourselves to like America's enemies. Like they number one enemies, like they want them. It's like whoever America got the most problems with, socialists or anything, they just like, okay, that's what we want to get with. We want you Black people to follow us. And it's like we never really do. It's like we're trying to calm them down. Look how the brother was doing. He said, hey, just sort of calm down. We can back up off this and maybe they'll go away. And even the community was saying, I'm sure that other people were talking to the police why they didn't run up on them from the gate. Because they was like, well, we want this to peacefully, because they don't want to listen. These Pan-Africans don't listen to nobody. They're like, the white man will never listen to you. We got to do this. And, and you don't care about the school the kids got to go to the next day. You don't care about the jobs that people got to do. This is just strictly like selfish reasons talking about Africa. This is crazy. It's like you're talking about Africa, but you're not in Africa. You don't want to go to Africa. And Africa, I'm sure, got a lot of problems during that time. But they're here. They're here trying to get us to go to Africa. Africa probably had all kinds of civil wars during 73. You can imagine the footage of what Africa is going through around that time. Some of them had not gotten their names yet. So they who were they? They were over there tribal. But these guys over here playing games with us, talking about, yeah, we want y'all to go to Africa with us. We're gonna take this land. We're not gonna listen to the landowner. We're gonna threaten him. We're gonna say he's with us. And then what happens? The man said they calling me a sellout in our community. He said that's bad. He said it was giving me a bad name. And he said I don't like that. I don't like the way they did that. Yeah, because they're trying to disparage him because he's not going for something, because everybody know how to pull on FBA heartstrings when it comes to our country and I deal with this system of supremacy. And they just exploit us all the time. And these are the black, okay, yeah, because you didn't have all those immigrants, you know, and maybe they had a few of them in there. Could have been a few tethers in there with them. But you know, it's like they go full all out, you know, like almost like these separatist groups don't care about nobody else. And even when they get locked up, you know, you got these other people that start to deity them, and that's what Pan-Africans did. They like it. They'll see them, oh yeah, these are the people that we're supposed to be, and this is what we're supposed to do. They start teaching this stuff about Africa. It's like you never see what's going on in Africa though. Africa don't care nothing about these guys talking about going to Africa. These people plugging in with China. This guy said to China and Castro them, and like, come on, man. Castro was like, that's 60 miles away from Florida. I mean, we got our own thing going on over here, and they're over there being a socialist society. So we're gonna crash out for them, turn our entire government against us, which the government is already against us. But you like, hey, we want them against us. We want to break laws, and we want to say that this is what we want. And I'm sure that people were talking to them from coast to coast. Hey, what you doing? Calm down on that. They'll shut it down because you know that's normally what those coats do on them compounds. They won't take no orders from nobody. You got to have people back channeling, coming in, talking to them. Right. You know what I'm saying? All up with back channels, and then you got these radical people that come from overseas, or these immigrants. They always tied into it somewhere. It's always, because look at the sound they doing. They act like they were actually in Africa. They beating bongos and stuff. It's like, this is what we're gonna do. We're gonna do everything we can to become Africa right here. And Black Americans are like, no, we don't want to do this, dude. You banging bongos talking about separating from the United States and taking land and stuff. Well, people like, man, look, do you not understand that we went through Garvey with this? We've already been through this with a lot of people. Now you want to do it in 73. This guy said he want us to study that. Okay, we just studied it. It sounds like that y'all will flip on a dime against us. Y'all calling us stuff like y'all call that brother, you call him, you know, disparaging him in the paper. He's calling you, talking to you, said you didn't even talk to him. You went to the paper and then said that he was on your side. Everything they doing is to mess him up. They're gonna mess him up, his land and everything else. And they probably just would have just walked away from it. He would have lost everything messing with them. He's thinking about getting a machine gun. Because he's like, I don't know what I'm gonna have to do with these folks. One man, one FBA done bought his land. There's no telling what he went through and what he got going on to be able to have that kind of land. And they own it. Just don't want to listen to him.
What's interesting is that when we just did a Google, remember it said the FBI raided the land. So you see how Google framed it? Google framed it like they went on there and took it away from these people.
Right.
Yeah, because that's I'm like, okay, wow, that's not what happened. So I'm asking ChatGPT now. I'm giving ChatGPT the story, the real story coming from the owner, and I want to see if what they're gonna say to that. Yeah, but the way Google framed it is that the government came out there and just raided their land. What you mean raided the land? That's not a raid.
They did.
Yeah,
they actually was
that's an
negotiating
eviction.
with them.
Yeah. Is that the reason? Then why does this thing I even write? Why does a Google search say the FBI rated the like I be wanting answers. When I talk to my AI,
Absolutely.
I want the truth, like Jack Nicholson, like Tom Cruise. See, like, and people don't know how to research. You don't know, like, I'm not saying I'm like the best with AI. I'm learning too, but people are like worse than me, like in running, like revenue, running their mouth. When, in fact, they were retrieving it. Retrieving it for the proper owner. Um, Also, I want them to go into scientific racism because I always talk about it, but the chat might not know. So I got 3 physical books. They like my Bibles. It's supposed to be 4. I got to find the other one. But one is Slavery by Another Name. So this is dealing with convict leasing. I got another one called I can't remember the title, but it's Parchment Farming, and it's dealing with the sharecropping and people like the life Eddie Murphy life. That's what's dealing with people getting locked up for the simplest reasons, like the most crazy stuff. And then I got medical apartheid. So medical apartheid talks a lot about scientific racism. Mm. And then I'm gonna have it break down sundown town just for the hell of it. That's another thing. Like if you ask a tether, like what's a sundown town? Do you think they'll know?
I don't know. They're in a lot of our spaces now. Sometimes they play dumb.
No, I'm saying like, do you think they generally the average? Do you think the average tether, like the revenue, you think he know what a sundown town is?
Man, I actually think he do. I actually think he does. 'Cause, you know, I bumped heads a couple times with him on your panel talking to him. He seems to know a lot about us and absolutely doesn't want to discuss nothing about Jamaica. It's almost like these people's lives have been prepared for FBA. If you really look at it, so it's like their life have been prepared for Black people to reject this immigration thing and all these giveaways and set asides for them because it kills the narrative of I came here for a better life. I came here with no money. I came here because the government told me all this stuff. It's basically the only people that really could go at them about this is they look at it, it's got to be what they call racist in this country, or it's us, which they also want to call racist. It's like we're put in a box to where we can't challenge them. And I think that revenue guy knows all that stuff. Cause I don't know if that's the one time I got into talk was where he said his pops was a millionaire. Actually in Jamaica. I don't know if that's the one that's from Jamaica. But he ended up saying that his dad was a millionaire in Jamaica. And I'm like, why are you still here? You know, like go help them. What is all this stuff about us? And
It's Garvey money. It's Garvey money. That can't help nobody.
Right. So if he has garbage money, of course, and that's just it. He knows this, you know, because you know you have him on here talking a lot, so you know you got a calm demeanor about him. He says a lot of things, and I think he's a Republican, a conservative. That's what he calls himself, and I just believe he does know about sundown towns because they talk down on the South. Just, look, a lot of these people talk for a lot of Pan-African, you know, for them and more of a northern FBA. They really talking to them because they're really almost trying to not talk about the South. Because when you start talking about Black people, a lot of times you talk about a lot of stuff that happened in the South. It's a lot.
Most of our stuff is pushed to the forefront. When you talk about Walking Selma, and then you talk about Martin Luther King, all those are Southern people. That's where the stuff happened in the South. It's like the guy in Mississippi. All that stuff is happening in the South. Now there's lots happening in New York, but they like to keep talking about that too because they want to control the narrative about the South. They want to control the narrative. They always want to be able to want to speak for everybody in the South. So when it's because they think up north got most of the immigrants. They think that right there, that is where their base is. And if they can just keep the South silent about anything, they can talk to the South in a way like, okay, well, we know the South is good. You know, you people just went through that, but you know, you're not from here. They want to other us, and delineation others them. Delineation just others a lot of them. That's not the goal, but for them, they feel like that right there is the goal. It's to shine a light on them. But really, the light is being shined because the way that they reacted. They started out early on in the year when the year started, and this new presidency came in and started grabbing them. That's when all this stuff really got out of hand because they were like, why are y'all not doing anything? And then they'll turn around and say, well, how they gonna be able to tell us from you? It's like they've been waiting on this. They've been waiting on us. It's almost like they've been waiting on us to wake up. And the day that we wake up, they're gonna be ready. They're gonna send out all their scholars, and then you're gonna get the Pan-Africans getting all these side deals from all these people. Because you can tell, you can imagine what kind of attention they're getting and what type of props they're getting from Democrats, from immigrants. You know, they had an endless supply. That's why when you say, yo, man, what's up with the cash out? You know, that's the way it goes. This is what a real fight is at. Our stuff has never really, truly been about money. We don't start out about money. We don't start out about money. I mean, you got to do this. A lot of times you're doing this strictly because you love our lineage. You understand the salt. We understand the salt that we're in. And it's never really totally been about money. It just don't start that way. That's just not the way we operate. But I guarantee you those Pan-Africans are their palms are being greased by attacking us because it allows those politicians to keep quiet. As long as they got them out here attacking us, you know, they fine with it. Because trust me, the politicians and them are going to align. When it comes around 2026, around this midterm around coming up, oh, we're going to see them again. And that's why all this content that you're putting out, it's like they can't stand it. They don't want this stuff to see the light of day. We're being shadow banned and everything. A lot of us are being thrown off TikTok, being thrown off YouTube, all because of this rhetoric. It's hard to tone. It's hard to cover what we have to deal with. I mean, look at what just happened when they did that. Those people are basically Pan-Africans in America. They found a gullible black man that had some land. They did their research. They went at him. They tricked him into leasing the land out. Did totally the opposite of what they said they were going to do, like Garvey. Start saying they was going to build what they said they were going to make a pool. They was going to do this. They were going to do all that, like Umar them.
Yeah, community center.
And did absolutely none of it. So he said, study him. Dude, you just showed us what Umar's done, what Garvey did, what all those people have done to trick us. You just showed us. That's y'all playbook. And y'all want the government to come down on us, because y'all hate them. And y'all want the government to come down on us, hurt us so bad that you people end up in Africa so you can laugh at the ones that stood up against you, like that brother that was on his own land. There's no telling what would have happened to him. You can tell because he said he was worried. He said, I don't know if I have to get one. I wonder if it's close. You remember how he was talking? You know, I wonder if it's close. Like he wanted to know, if, do I need to keep my thing close? You know what I'm saying? And, but then he started trying to, you know, vacillate between, yeah, they really are ops against me, to no, they really not. But then you remember what he said early on, the way they talked to me. But then he knew he was talking to them. It's almost like, I don't want to get them in trouble. You know what I'm saying, bro? It's like that FBA heart.
Yeah,
Keep
like
coming out.
because he kind of knew what was gonna happen. It's like calling cops on your out of control friend or brother.
And he don't have no friends, just like us. It's like we want to have a conversation. You the ones that keep saying that. We're trying to have a space for you people. We're trying to have a good conversation with you. We're trying to teach you. And we do have those spaces. And we got those other spaces. And yeah, they are exploiting them. you know. But like I said, they're starting a lot of this stuff the way they do it. They looked at that brother and they said to themselves, you can imagine that they did throw some sort of talk on him, some sort of game at him. Because plus you see the women that they had too. So they got women in there, and they went to him. They talked him into this. He gave him the land. He said it over a period of time. They discussed like Garvey scamming our people. Well, I mean, where are the bonds? Where all the stuff he was supposed to be selling them? Everything was a farce, and it was all dangerous. He's meeting with the KKK. All of this stuff is to get us sent somewhere. But and they want to be like the kings of this thing. They want to be the thing when all this stuff fall apart. Because they always want an escape route. The escape route is out of America. The escape route is out of America, have America bankrupt all of the nations to come against them. But for they perceived idea that this country needs to be destroyed because of their sins of slavery. It's like, dude, you want to go to the person that actually sold you, and you don't want no part of that story. None. You don't want Africa to be able to, you know what I'm saying? You don't want that side of the story, but you want us to understand that America needs to be destroyed. Because if you own somebody's land with those kind of things in 1973, you remember the MOVE organization? We done had plenty of organizations where we done had to come and contact with America and the law enforcement. So that was not a new thing going on, because we had them crack down on us plenty of times about anything that we try to do. Them guys knew that they was going to bring in the federal government by doing that. I mean, they're walking around with those weapons. You know, people talking about, we see them, they're out there with them. What do you think they're going to do with them? Well, they want everybody to know they got them. They want everybody to know this is how we operate. This is what we want. We're making these extravagant demands that can't be met because we know you can't meet them. We don't want you to meet them. We want you to come in here, hurt us, or hurt somebody else. Because that's all it's about, bringing pain on FBA. They want us to pay. They don't really want to pay. They just want to they want to get on the news. They want to be the sideshow. They want to be Garvey. They want to be Umar. They want to be on TV. They want to make people show them who they are. While our people are turning around saying, look, this is our country. We know we're going to try to talk to you, but no, not them. Not them. And the minute you say something to them, like he said, how y'all made me feel in my community. Because you know a lot of us are saying, yeah, because some people just don't understand. Yeah, you see black people stand up sometimes for certain reasons. Yeah, man, they doing right. Why? But that's why we're trying to create some spaces for them to be able to talk. These, what you want to call it, Pan-Africans, what they're doing, I'm like, come on, man. You just showed us who you want us to emulate. These people are basically separatists, and they want to go against the United States of America. Why? How do we win that? You know, you want us to go against them with what? We've always went in this country and dealt on truth. You started out with a lie, putting the FBA in a bad spot. Now he's talking to the news. You know why he's talking to the news? Because you wouldn't talk to him. Because he could not get the proper people to get these people to stand down, because y'all got these weapons. Y'all doing that for us too, by the way. That's why they talk so slick to us all the time. They want us to jump out of our box and do something to them. It's all these threats. We're getting threats from. Look how they talk to us. All of them got names for us. Spanish people got names for us. All of them got all these terrible names for us to get us off of our square, to make us react, so that they can go where? It seems like everybody in this country is only here to take. That's why, bro, when you said, you know, you ain't really give up, bro, you know I'm gonna send you something, but I gotta tell you like this, right, bro? You're not gonna be able to get the type of money that you deserve for this. I mean, this is a lot. This is a lot of information for us to be able to just decipher and understand some of this was going on, because some of us would have never talked to this guy. This dude just said that what they're doing to us is trying to set us up, because that's what happened to that FBA. Right. They set him up. And if we don't go along with them, they're going to leave us to YT. He going to come do something to you. Right. Because y'all said we on your side too. Like Garvey said, like Umar said. Umar said, oh, your FBA, they really with me. I'm gonna form something else, and it's gonna be them too, the Black African something. It's like, y'all keep doing this. Y'all want us to burn with this country. I'm like, why not just leave? Even if you FBA, if you want this kind of destruction for this country, why not just go to Africa? What's all this stuff about so mad at America, man? Like we don't have a real stake here, man. We from America. What is wrong with these folks? They know some of their family is telling them that, but they doing them the same way they did that man. I guarantee you, Umar, some of them is FBA. I guarantee you that some of these Pan-Africans, they're FBA. They talking to them. They shutting them off. They're cutting them off. They're literally just cutting them off, not talking to them because they're getting a feeder group. They got these feeder groups, these immigrants and these politicians, they're all gonna give them money. But see, Ron, you won't get that kind of money, but you gotta understand, you got something different from them, bro. You see, you tied to the lineage for real. These people not of our lineage, they hate it. They run around talking about from Africa. They don't want that part of it because they know that those type of people have always been overrun by FBA. We have never listened to them, bro. We have never listened to people like Umar them. They're always making a lot of noise, but then we've never listened. The only thing they did is bring more law enforcement on us because they're always trying to be us at the same time. They don't have knowledge of self. Like you said once, they don't know who they are. We know who we are. They don't know who they are. They hate that we believe that we are Americans. They think that they're from somewhere else, and I'm like, how about just leave? Leave. Stop putting problems on our people. Our people got all these people. You got every race attacking us about every little thing. At first, they were saying they were calling us cowards because we wasn't marching. They said nothing about it. Oh, y'all gonna have to get out the couch sometime. Y'all have to come out here at some point. They're gonna come after y'all. I'm like, y'all started with that. We wasn't even saying nothing.
Right.
We didn't even know who these people was when they was doing that, bro. And for you to be able to have been in all these spaces, it prepared you for this. A lot of us are prepared for these people. A lot of us are not. But bro, I'm telling you, what you're gonna get yours. Trust me, you're gonna get yours. But you're gonna get yours because you have to be prepared to be able to deal with this onslaught of misinformation of these immigrants, these Pan-Africans too, and they freaking descendants. Because all they want is what America got to give, and they want to take from America, and they want to leave America desolate because their families are all blaming America. You know what they call them? They call over the Middle East, they call America the Great Satan. They don't care nothing about us being over here. These people want us to burn in hell. They don't care nothing about our children. They just want to take from this country, and they want to be the ones that's almost like I don't know if you saw Will Smith when he was in that movie. What's that movie? What was it? Independence Day. When they barely got away and everything just started blowing up. That's the way these immigrants want to leave America. They want to be just barely getting away and watching it burn, so they can go back home and finally say, "See, I told you I can't stand them," because all the rhetoric and all of the anti-FBA, anti-Black American, all American, anti-American hate that these people come with, even the ones on American territories. Puerto Ricans can't stand them.
Yeah. Okay. Now, this is so. I'm end it here.
Yes, sir.
Live all day. You know.
You went out a little bit.
Those. I said I was literally live all day. So I'm gonna take my break now because I don't want to go straight here to TikTok. And I was live all day, so I want to like at least an hour break. So let me take an hour break. I'm planning to. I can't promise. I'm plan to go live on TikTok at 9. If I don't, then I'll be there tomorrow morning for sure. Yeah, but I do need this time to get myself together. My son, I gotta get him take a bath and. All right, so
hey, bro,
appreciate you.
Thank you, thank you, bro. Thank you.
TikTok is where everybody got to be.
Got you. I heard you.
Talk and drop some jewels. It's more needed on TikTok because YouTube I could easily just do reactions. Like I could just like this morning. I didn't say one word. I just played a couple guys critiquing Drake garbage album, and then I played the Saint debate, and that was it. I didn't say one word. That was for the early birds, right? And then when I woke up, I took over, and then I got to what I was at. Then we went on TikTok. We had a great time until I had to leave, and then because but TikTok was litty at one point. So anyway, I'm out of here. So my whole day ain't online. All right, SL, yeah, but TikTok is a place for all that and deep knowledge. That's TikTok.
Gotcha.
And that's TikTok. 'Cause the
I'm on it.
YNs don't, and that's why you see even the not FBA, the Ugandan person, the Zimbabwean woman, the Ivory Coast guy, like they was thinking this, and even the woman today was not FBA. They was thinking this space, like wow, space we
They
can
were.
have a dialogue without being cussed out. But like now, it ain't a safe zone like they think. It ain't a safe zone, but it's because wait till they learn about black. Don't worry, I'm gonna get there with them. Oh, this is so nice. Well, not yet.
Guy trying to educate them, bro.
All right, let me get out of here. Peace,
All
family.
right.
SL. Peace.